Walden's questions. Mr. Walden, have you received an answer to your questions? Are we?
No, no, Mr. Chairman. I was under the impression that they were going to answer when we got back.
Oh, okay. Are
If
we
that's
prepared
not
to
the
answer
case.
the question Mr. Walden
Could
propounded?
you repeat the question so we make sure we answer the right question?
You bet. I will attempt to do that. The question was, where are the allocations? Excuse me. Where are where in the bill are the various industries that were singled out for assistance? Where are those allocations? I understand they're in like Title III and Title IV, perhaps.
Yeah, the allocations are in.
I'm sorry. Can you speak? It's hard to hear right here.
The allocations are in the primary set of allocations are in Section 782 of the Clean Air Act, the section that would add Section 782, and that appears on. That appears on page 553.
Okay.
And there are a number of subsections in Section 782 that allocate allowances to industry. And that sets out the specific amounts that go to, for all of the different purposes, for all the different programs. Then in particular for industry as well in Title IV.
So that's, the first one's Title III of the bill?
The first is Title
Okay,
III.
thank you.
And it's the new Section 782 to the Clean Air Act.
Thank you.
But that's why it's 782 of the Clean Air Act, and it is it's actually Section 321 of the bill,
Okay.
but it's Section 782 of the Clean Air Act that has the allocations for all of the industry sources and for others. And then in Title IV, and it is on starting on page 736 in what will be new Section 764 of the Clean Air Act. That section and one or two sections following that set forth the criteria for how the allocations to energy-intensive, trade-exposed industries would be divided up.
And is there one final question, Mr. Chair, is there a definition for energy-intensive, trade-exposed industries? Where would I find that?
There are specific criteria, and you would find that in Section 764, eligible industrial sources.
764, okay. And do you happen to have a page number on
Yes, it's page 736.
736. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr.
your
Walden.
indulgence.
Mr. Stupak?
Mr. Chairman, move strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, on this amendment here proposed by Mr. Rogers of Michigan, I'd yield to Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania for comment.
I thank my friend. Just a point of clarification, and it speaks to what Mr. Walden was talking about. We didn't sit down and just start picking industries out. There was actually a very objective criteria used to decide which industries qualified for this type of assistance. And what we did is measure energy intensity versus trade intensity. To qualify for the program, the industry has to be at least have 5% energy intensity and 15% trade intensity. So if you fell within that metric, then you were eligible for assistance under the program. So it was a very objective standard, and we didn't set out to just, pick, like I didn't get to sit down and say, hey, I want to do the steel industry. We're looking specifically for high energy-intensive companies
Right.
with trade pressure. So that's the metric that was used, and that determines which eligible. I think it's my understanding 41 different industries, I mentioned 3 or 4 of them,
Right.
actually qualify under this metric.
Would the gentlelady yield for me just to make one other comment, a question of the gentleman from Pennsylvania? Or I'm sorry, it's Mr. Stupak has the time. I'm sorry.
Sure. I'll yield.
You said there are 40. What I'm trying to figure out, because I fear I'll get asked this question, am I covered? Am I an industry that's covered if I'm a farmer? Clearly, in my part of the world, they use a lot of energy to farm wheat and harvest wheat, and they're very trade sensitive. Now, I know ag is sort of exempted from the bill to begin with. But you see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to just find out, where do I go look for the what that means?
We'd be happy to provide it. We actually had there was actually a nice graph that I just don't have it with me here that sort of listed industries and where they fell on the metric. In terms, some industries were very energy intensive but didn't meet the 15% trade intensity. They didn't get to be part of the bill, and some vice versa. So some met one criteria but not the other. It was important, when we did the metric, that we have some objective way of saying who gets to be in the program and who doesn't, not just to pick and choose who we wanted in there. So we'll be happy to make sure you have that information.
So where would I get that information? Since we're sort of voting on this amendment very soon here, I know. Do you have, does somebody on the staff have that graph you referenced, that matrix?
We'll check and try to get it to you. But, I mean, it's very clear. I mean, it's a very objective standard, 15 and 5.
Or it does.
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Stupak.
I still have 2 minutes, yes.
I was just going to ask under that same thing. Is textiles one of the areas that's covered under this, Mike?
I don't believe textiles.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are we ready for the question on the pending amendment? Yes, gentleman from Louisiana. From Georgia, excuse me.
We sound alike, Mr. Chairman. I can understand that. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know we're getting close to the end on this amendment, but I felt very strongly the need to speak out in favor of this amendment, the Rogers Amendment. I think that it's an amendment that we absolutely should pass. Now, I realize that there are members on the majority side that are very pleased with credits or whatever you want to call it in regard to certain industries, and they met certain standards to be able to get that kind of treatment. And I feel very confident that there was nothing political about any of that. Cases were made, and whether we're talking about for oil patch Democrats or steel industry, aluminum industry, or maybe even the homeless folks that needed help in LIHEAP. But I think the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, is what I said in my opening statement yesterday, and I want to just take one paragraph of that opening statement. This legislation manufactures a cost of business that otherwise does not exist. Let me repeat, does not exist, regardless of any formulas or allocations or credits to shift these additional costs around. Someone in this country, the United States, is going to pay, and ultimately it will be all of us, because this plan will hurt the entire economy. And that's the whole purpose of I think, the Rogers Amendment in regard to China. We have heard a number of members defend the policy, cap and trade, what we're doing here with the American Energy and Security Act of 2009, saying that the president needs something to take to Copenhagen to show good faith to these other countries, and maybe to influence them in such a positive way that they'll want to jump on board and become part of the band and maybe march right off the cliff with us. But it wasn't 6 weeks ago, I don't think, that the president took a little trip over to the UK and in London met with the group of 20 and asked for a little help. Please, God, a little help in Iraq and Afghanistan, particularly Afghanistan, and where are our NATO partners, and what are they doing, and how many troops have they been willing to commit? And you know, I don't hear any great outcry from any of these other countries saying, well, we'll absolutely, you can have another 300, you can have another 500. Oh, by the way, we agree with you that we need to get these men and women in the fight and not just sitting around the perimeter somewhere smoking cigarettes. They're going to be in the line of fire at the tip of the spear, and we're going to shed some blood just like you are for the greater good. Now, I know these, we call these things overseas contingency operations. We don't call them wars. But this situation that we're talking about with our economy is just as critical we're talking about people losing jobs, losing their homes, really, really struggling. And yet, you know, where is the righteous indignation over the fact that we're leading the band and we're not having too many people following us in regard to defending our country when our men and women are shedding most of the blood. So, I mean, I think we can't have it both ways, and I think it's important for us to understand that we're putting a tremendous burden on our people for the sake of the world reducing greenhouse gases in China and India. And as Mr. Rogers has pointed out, you know, you're talking about a third of the world's population, and the amount of pollutant, and I think over the last 20 years, our carbon footprint probably has increased about 23%. And the carbon production over the same period of time by India is 440%, and that of China is just a little bit behind that, maybe 420%. So I don't think we need to be going this alone any more than we should be going it alone in Afghanistan and Iraq. I would apply the same principles to it. This idea, Mr. Speaker, of getting these credits, I think Mr. Scalise was absolutely right. These credits are time limited, and when they run out, whether it's 15, 20, 25 years, my friend from Pennsylvania may have felt that he really cut a good deal and swapped a good knife for a better one. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen to those companies? I think Mr. Scalise hit the nail right on the head. They may very well just be making plans to head south, and south is offshore. So this is a good amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman's time has expired. I wanted to recognize Mr. Barrow.
Just for a brief comment, Mr. Chair.
Let me recognize Mr. Green, but will you yield to me?
Brief comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I know that was said, but coming from Texas, Louisiana, and Georgians don't sound alike.
Will the gentleman yield to me since he has the time? Mr. Green? Yeah, thank you. I just want to draw the members' attention to what this amendment before us provides. It says the administrator, in consultation with the Department of State, the U.S. Trade Representative, annually prepare and certify a report whether China and India have adopted greenhouse gas emission standards at least as strict as ours. And if they haven't, I'm paraphrasing now, then the provisions of the Act shall cease to be effective. Now, this Act has a number of parts to it. It has a part to bring about greater efficiency. We'll stop that. It has a provision to deal with renewable fuels. Well, we'd stop that. It has a cap on the total emissions and encouraging greater efficiency, and in doing so, investments in carbon sequestration. We'd stop that. We have money for research and development to other technologies. We'd stop that. We would stop all the things that this bill would have us do to make ourselves more energy independent and a leader in our own fate in terms of how we're going to meet our energy needs. All of that would be stopped if India or China didn't do as good a job as we're doing. We would stop. Are we going to leave our fate to India and China to drag their feet, maybe intentionally, and then say, well, we're not going to try to find more ways to be efficient in the use of energy. We're not going to continue to find alternatives. We're not going to look for a way to burn coal in this country with a technology that would stop any damage to the environment. Even though coal is a natural resource, we don't import it. We need the investments in the technology. We need this bill. But we don't want this provision to stop us in our tracks. So I would urge members to vote against this amendment and to support the bill, to move forward with the legislation. Who yielded? Mr. Green yielded to me. I don't know if others want time. I just wanted to make these additional comments.
Mr. Chairman.
I presume he yields back the balance of his time. And we'll now go to this side if there's further discussion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shimkus.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciated your comments. We would stop a lot of things, but the biggest thing we would stop would be the increased cost that's going to go to fossil fuel users around this country. And that increased cost will have a burden of job dislocation. This bill recognizes the fact that there will be job losses. That's why you have mitigation. I would wish every member would talk on this amendment, because this is a jobs bill. This is a jobs amendment. This is a jobs bill for China and a jobs bill for India. So if you want to put up what Southern Illinois put up with after the 1990 Clean Air Act, with 15,000 mine workers losing their jobs, or the state of Ohio that lost 35,000 coal miner jobs, we are going down that route. I concur with my colleagues. And the former chairman of the Energy Subcommittee in the last Congress was at a meeting with a senior Chinese official. He was asked twice by two Democrats in that meeting, will you ever comply to a international cap and trade regime? His response was no. And he went on to say, the West developed their middle class by the use of fossil fuels, and now it is our turn. The West developed their middle class by the use of fossil fuels, and now it's our turn. Well, they're going to develop their middle class. They're going to develop their middle class on the job dislocation brought about by this bill. And that dislocation is already accepted by this bill as a premise of this bill, because there is mitigation here to try to soften that blow. But make no mistake, there will be job losses. So what all this amendment says is, let's go and comply. This is all pain. I've said this in numerous hearings. This bill is all pain for the United States economy and no gain. If India and China do not comply, you're going to have increased carbon dioxide emissions. So you're going to go through all this 900-page bill, set up this whole new bureaucracy, costing thousands of dollars, charging ratepayers more for no environmental benefit. None. It's incredible. It's ludicrous. And not only that, is we're going to push job dislocation in a time when this economy can ill afford it. I find it incredible that we would make it more difficult for manufacturers and job creation in our economy today by moving this bill. When we started down this route in January this year, and this is just the first, really, of many amendments that my friends are going to have to vote against, that they will come back and see that will haunt them. Because what you are saying is China and India do not have to comply. We are going to comply, and we're going to make it more difficult for us to manufacture goods to compete in the world market. Go ahead. Have your vote. I'm voting for this amendment.
Well, gentlemen,
I would yield.
Mr. Chairman, I have a chart that we've provided to your clerk on percent change in CO2 emissions by country. Are y'all able to put that up on the screen? We've provided it. I don't know if you've got it where you can put it up on the screen.
I don't know.
Well, I'll submit it for the record, but it shows.
Without objection, the charts would be
It's an EIA chart, Institute of Energy Research. It shows between 2000 and 2007 that China's emissions have doubled, and that India's emissions have gone up about 38%, Russia's have gone up about 10%, and the United States has gone up less than 1%. In absolute numbers, the U.S. has gone from 5,860 metric tons to 5,902, which is 0.1%, or a total growth rate of 42 tons. China has gone from a little under 3,000 metric tons to over 6,000. China is growing at an annual rate of 17% a year, 17%. There's the chart. And then So as a number of our speakers have pointed out, Mr. Chairman, asking the United States, which has already basically frozen its CO2 emissions, to have to do some of these fairly drastic reductions without even acknowledging the growth rate in China, which is larger in absolute terms than the United States, and the growth rate in India, which is number 3 and will catch up with us probably in the next 10 years, just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I'll submit this on for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are we ready for the question? Mr. Boyer?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I need to provide a voice to Indiana and their concerns with regard to this climate change bill, in particular cap and trade. My good friend Baron Hill, also from Indiana, can voice his opinion. But our Governor Mitch Daniels has recently wrote a Wall Street Journal piece that I would ask unanimous consent to be included in the record.
Without objection.
And he voices his great concerns, and it almost is very pertinent to our discussion here today about exempting China and India. So I'm pleased that you've incorporated his remarks in the record. With regard to some comments made on steel, Indiana is known for its steel industries, and I, like probably other members of the committee, have provided testimony over the years to the International Trade Commission regarding the impact of the newly independent states in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Indonesia, and South America with regard to their excess capacity in steel over the last decade and its impact upon not only the global market of steel, but in particular our domestic production of steel. I personally believe that the combination of subsidies, protections, cartels, excess capacities created an irresistible incentive, almost an imperative for the producers in these countries to sell their steel abroad at virtually any price. And it damaged our industries here in the United States. I'm pleased that our own federal government, with regard to comprehensive relief under Section 201 of our trade laws, had to take comprehensive and broad approaches to protect our industry. But let's please understand that impact upon our steel industry was coming from these unfair trade practices that were placing our steel industry at disadvantage. So I wanted that to be placed on the record. I do have great concerns with regard to China, in particular now that it has overtaken the United States to become the world's biggest emitter, while India becomes the third biggest emitter by 2015, according to the International Energy Agency and the World Energy Outlook report. So exempting China and India from any form of binding caps is an equivalent to giving them an emissions-free pass for their economic elites. So when I think of Indiana, and we are a 93 to 96% dependent upon coal as a source with regard to our energies, and according to how the allocations will be spread in this bill, our state has a tremendous penalty, not only to our manufacturing businesses, but also to our consumers. And I am equally concerned that we are truly picking winners and losers. So if you're in a manufacturing area and you are dependent upon individuals that make those spare parts, the emissions requirements, if you add a trade requirement on there, Mr. Doyle, even to our not only our foundries. If you're going to say to those foundries out there that, well, you don't meet this particular requirement, we're going to offshore those parts. And there's going to be a tremendous job loss. And so I suppose that some members of the committee are finding some form of satisfaction that quote is okay. I'm deeply concerned. I'm glad that we're having a discussion with regard to steel because, if we wanted to start our own country somewhere, there are probably 10 basic elements that you're going to need in order to be successful. not only water, portable water and food, but you need steel. And it's very important to our national security. And to think that somehow that we're going to allow the offshoring of our manufacturing capabilities and to become a service society is tremendously concerning to me. And so I just wanted to add my voice in support of the amendment, and I will yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield back his time. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The previous question is ordered. The ayes have it.
You just ended discussion of the whole bill.
The previous question on this amendment.
No. Mr. Chairman, you've got the bill open for amendment at any point. You have just ended discussion on the entire bill.
No.
Yes, you have. I hope you're happy because that's what you've just done. For the first time in 50 years, you have cut off debate on a major bill in the committee. I know the rules, Mr. Chairman.
Well, gentlemen will permit. I've asked for the previous question on the pending amendment.
It's not what you said. That is not what you said. I'll ask the clerk to read back what you just said.
Well, we don't want the previous question on the bill.
Then you better ask unanimous consent to rescind your motion.
Well, let me ask unanimous consent that we proceed to the vote on this amendment.
I object to that. We still have members that wish to speak on the amendment.
What members wish to speak on the pending amendment?
You got two right down there.
I will speak as well.
And we'll have at least one more on this side. Then the chair will recognize the three.
Well, first you have to.
Without objection, the chair will recognize the three people who are seeking recognition.
Well, first you have
and
to.
They will.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to go by the rules, we're going to go by the rules.
I don't believe the gentleman's correct, but let me ask unanimous consent that any action that has been taken be voided so that we can hear from three more members, and then we will proceed to a vote. Without objection, that's the order. The chair recognizes.
It's Ms. Blackburn from
No, well, I was
Tennessee.
looking at the gentleman next to you, but Mr. Burgess. But let's recognize you next. Didn't you speak on this amendment?
No, sir.
Okay, the gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate that, and I wanted to say a few things about the amendment in support of the amendment, and I thank you for the recognition there. I do support this amendment, and I am very concerned about what will happen if we do not pass Mr. Rogers' amendment. Mr. Chairman, I appreciated what you had to say about it would terminate investment, it would terminate all these things if we were to pass this amendment, and we found that China and India were not coming into compliance, or their emissions were not meeting the standards that were set. Now, the important thing about this is we are shipping jobs out of this country because of what will take place with this cap-and-trade bill. We all are hearing it in Tennessee, where we have our auto manufacturers, our parts manufacturers, our aftermarket auto parts manufacturers. They are very, very concerned. And when I go in to visit with them at their plants, and I ask them how they're doing, many times they talk about how very difficult it is to continue manufacturing in this country because of the impact that we have with environmental regulation. Now, as I have said many times, we are all for clean water, we're all for clean air, we are all for clean energy. We are not for taxing people out of their house and home to get there. We are not for passing bills that are going to cause people to lose their job. Unless we take this amendment and unless we consider what is happening with the chief emitters out there, which are going to be China and India, we are putting ourselves at a disadvantage, a competitive disadvantage. I think it is important that we not have a bill that is punishment, which right now, that's what this piece of legislation appears to be, is punishment for trying to be a manufacturer in this country. And Mr. Chairman, I don't think that you and our good colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to be the party of punishment when it comes to jobs growth and jobs retention in this country. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I would encourage my colleagues to think long and hard about what we are doing to jobs growth and jobs retention in this country and the burden that we are placing on our employers. With that, I will be happy to yield my time to whomever would seek recognition or seek to claim the balance of my time. Anybody? I yield back.
Generally yields back. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the requisite number of words.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And, Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of actually addressing a question to the author of the amendment, and we've been at this so long, I just wanted to be sure that I heard the author correctly when he gave his offering statement to the amendment. Did I hear correctly that you said that the United States has actually reduced its energy intensity over the period of time that Europe has employed its cap-and-trade regimen to the point where our energy intensity is actually less than that of Europe? Did I understand that correctly? And I'll yield to the gentleman.
To the gentleman, that is correct. Under the European Union, under cap-and-trade, they reduced it 16.8%. Under the United States, using innovation and private industry, was done over 20% in the same time frame.
And reclaiming my time, could the gentleman tell me, because I don't know the time frame that the cap-and-trade regimen was in effect in Europe?
I believe it's since 2003, if that's the right number.
And I thank the gentleman for reclaiming my time. So during the last 7 years, or I'm sorry, the last 6 years of the Bush administration, when we were told that nothing has happened in this regard, we actually reduced our energy intensity greater than the European Union, who was under a cap-and-trade regimen. I'll yield to the gentleman.
That is correct, sir.
Well, I think I heard someone else, thank you for reclaiming my time. I think I heard someone else reference the fact that we wanted the president to have something to take to Copenhagen. I would submit the president can take this to Copenhagen and be quite satisfied that he's done, that he inherited a good start from his predecessor. And Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman is yielded back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the pending amendment? Are we ready for the vote on the pending amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Hall.
I'd like to strike the last word.
Oh, Mr. Hall would like to strike the last word. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thought for a while it's going to be the last word for the whole bill. You know, this is pretty simple amendment. Just administrator, but he can't do it by himself. The Department of State's got to help. The United States Trade Rep has to pitch in and prepare and certify that for China and India, and that the standards be at least as strict as those standards that you're trying to require under this act. But the last part there says standards at least as stringent as those set forth in this act. The provision of this act shall cease to be effective. And the only way that this act could cease to be effective is for us to yield to Congress to China's very arrogant statement. And the president's gone all over the world saying that we're not a Christian nation and that we're an arrogant nation. You talk about arrogance, China takes the lead in being an arrogant nation when they say that they're going to have to produce for us because we're losing all the jobs because of this bill and other such similar bills, that they're going to have to produce for us and sell to us, and as such, we're going to be obligated to cleanse China's skies. Well, that's outrageous, and our president, I think, ought to be careful about what he says, trying to make the world love him and hate us. We're not an arrogant nation, and we are a Christian nation, and where we don't just apply to the Christianity, we allow others to observe their own pursuit of their worship. We aren't a Christian nation where people run their people in our airplane, fly into our building, murder our people, and do it because their God tells us to. I just think that that this act could not cease to be effective any other way, and I don't see why we don't vote yes on this amendment. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Just for the clarification of the parliamentary situation, it's good to have Mr. Barton sitting here next to me because he has a great deal more experience as a chairman of this committee than I have had. And he is correct on the parliamentary situation. If we want to end the debate on a pending amendment, there may be a vote to end the debate, but if it's put as ordering the previous question, which I mistakenly thought would get us to end debate on the pending amendment, that would end debate on all amendments. So I thank Mr. Barton for his knowledge on parliamentary procedures and
Learned it from Mr. Dingles.
But we will not ask for a vote to end the debate. I think we have ended the debate on the pending amendment, and we'll now proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the pending amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
We'll proceed to a roll call vote.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle? I'm sorry. Mr. Dingle, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Gordon? Mr. Gordon votes no. Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak votes no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Ms. Deguette? Ms. Deguette votes no. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon, no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Mr. Weiner? Mr. Weiner, no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson, no. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow votes no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy of Connecticut, no. Mr. Space? Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton votes no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal, aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield votes aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, aye. Mr. Blunt? Yes. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bono-Mack? Ms. Bono-Mack, aye. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye.
Have all members responded to the vote?
Okay.
Mr. Boucher, well, you call him.
Okay. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher votes no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson, no.
Phil, see if he's available. Matheson. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes were 22, the nays were 36.
Ayes 22, nays 36.
We-
If there's no objection, Mr. Murphy would like to be recorded as voting aye.
Voting aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. That would be the ayes are 23, the nays are 36.
23 ayes, 36 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Sutton, to offer an amendment. Has this amendment pertain to Title I, and has it, first of all, does this amendment apply to this title?
It does, Mr. Chairman.
And let me ask the clerk, has this amendment met the time requirement?
It has, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk report the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2454, offered by Ms. Sutton of Ohio, Mr. Inslee of Washington, Mr. Dingell of Michigan, Mr. Stupak of Michigan, and Mr. Braley of Iowa. Insert after Section 127 the following new section. Section 128, Temporary Vehicle Trade-In Program.
Or is that it? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Does the chair recognizes the gentlelady from
Mr. Chairman.
Ohio?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves his point of order. Would you like to make your point of order at this time?
I'll reserve it.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment will create a fleet modernization, also known as Cash for Clunkers Temporary Vehicle Trade-In Program. And as I begin my remarks, I want to thank my colleagues on the committee who have joined me as co-sponsors, Representative Inslee, Chairman Emeritus Dingell, Representative Stupak, and Braley. I also want to thank Chairman Waxman and Chairman Markey for working so hard to develop this compromise proposal, and thank Congresswoman Candace Miller and Congressman Fred Upton for working on this concept. This Cash for Clunkers program will assist consumers to buy or lease new vehicles that are more fuel efficient. This program will help consumers, it will also improve our environment, it will also reduce our dependence on foreign oil, stimulate our economy, and help our domestic auto and related industries. Now, over the last few months, auto sales have greatly suffered. As you know, these are not ordinary times, and we must always remember that our workers are the ones who are truly suffering. And just last week, a Ford assembly plant in my district in Avon Lake informed employees that between 250 and 300 workers may be laid off as the company further aligns capacity with demand. Now, this program has the potential to help change that and alleviate this and further job loss in our very important auto sector upon which so many families in this country depend. And this amendment, this fleet modernization Cash for Clunkers concept, will help increase demand by providing consumers with vouchers toward the purchase of a lease of a new vehicle. And here are the details. Consumers must trade in a vehicle with a maximum combined city highway fuel economy of 18 miles per gallon or less to be eligible for the program. Eligible consumers will receive a $3,500 voucher toward the lease or purchase of a passenger car with the mileage improvement of at least 4 miles per gallon. If a consumer purchases or leases a passenger car that achieves at least 10 miles per gallon improvement over the trade-in, they will receive a $4,500 voucher. Light-duty trucks, both small and large, also qualify under this program. Small light-duty trucks must have a base of 18 miles per gallon with a mileage improvement of at least 2 miles per gallon over the trade-in to be eligible for a $3,500 voucher. If the small light-duty truck's mileage improvement is at least 5 miles per gallon over the trade-in vehicle, a consumer will qualify for a $4,500 voucher. Large light-duty trucks, those over 6,000 to 8,500 pounds, must have a base of 15 miles per gallon with at least a 1 mile per gallon improvement to be eligible for a $3,500 voucher. If the large light-duty truck's mileage improvement is at least 2 miles per gallon over the trade-in vehicle, a consumer will qualify for a $4,500 voucher. And work trucks also qualify, which will assist small businesses replace older, more polluting work trucks. This amendment will accelerate fuel savings nationwide and boost auto sales. Countries around the world have adopted cash for clunkers plans. Just yesterday, the United Kingdom kicked off their Cash for Clunkers program. And for the month of March, Germany's program boosted sales by 40%. A 40% increase, while new vehicle sales in the U.S. are down by nearly 40%. Last month, vehicle sales in the U.S. fell to below 9 million vehicles from 17.5 million in 2005. Auto sales have not been in such a decline since 1955, and this decline jeopardizes our country's largest manufacturing industry and the millions of related jobs. But by adopting this amendment, we can preserve jobs and protect the environment at the same time. Now, recently, President Obama announced that the General Services Administration will accelerate its purchase of 17,600 new fuel-efficient vehicles with the overall goal of at least a 10% increase in fuel efficiency. I applaud his leadership and his decision that only vehicles produced by American auto companies will be part of a GSA program. This program, however, is open to all manufacturers, which is part of the compromise, to ensure that this program is not delayed by WTO challenges so that consumers can begin to benefit. But I echo President Obama's comments from his April 30th address and encourage all Americans, when considering buying a car, to buy one made in the United States. Your neighbors, your friends, and our communities who depend on a tax base need us to do this. This amendment is supported by the United Auto Workers, Ohio's Governor Ted Strickland, the governors of Michigan, Colorado, Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Kentucky, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. Ford, GM, and Chrysler support this compromise, and President Obama has asked for Congress to send fleet modernization legislation to his desk. By passing this amendment, we will be one step closer. We will be one step closer to reducing oil consumption in this country and improving emissions. And we will be one step closer to preserving jobs during this recession. I urge members of this committee to join with us in supporting this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Great. Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a major problem with this amendment. In fact, I have an amendment that's almost identical at the desk. It has a few minor differences, and I want to engage in a colloquy with the author of the amendment, if she'd be willing to do that.
Certainly.
Congresswoman Sutton, I've reviewed your amendment on cash for clunkers. I agree with many of the items contained in your amendment. I have some concerns about the language in the amendment, specifically the proposed new subparagraph 128J7C that requires clunker vehicles that are being traded into a dealer to achieve not more than 18 miles per gallon. In my estimation, this is an arbitrary and unwieldy requirement for the trade-in vehicle. I'm not aware of any study that's pegged this number as the right number. To avoid cumbersome calculations and encourage as many trade-in vehicles as possible, would it be possible for you to modify your amendment to remove the 18 mile per gallon standard and replace it with a standard that the clunker car be at least 8 years or older? I would think this would be fairer and gets more newer vehicles on the road, which I believe is what your goal is. Under the rules of the House and this committee, I cannot offer an amendment to your amendment. You, however, can make a unanimous consent request to amend your own amendment. If you're willing to make this change, I believe that we could pass your amendment unanimously. I would yield to you for any response you might wish to make.
I thank the gentleman for the question, and I appreciate the sentiment. Of course, as I introduced this proposal in its early days, I had a provision very comparable to what you suggest. After a lot of work to get this initiative to a place where we're going to pass it and we're going to get the benefits underway. That was not part of what was included in the compromise, and so I think that at this moment, at least we need to deal with what we have before us and move ahead and start to provide consumers with this relief, get the jobs shored up, stimulate our economy, and so that is how I would respond, although I am sympathetic to the notion.
Well, reclaiming my time, I'm disappointed that you wouldn't be willing to make that change, because I think it would make it much simpler, but I understand if you're not willing to. I still think this is an amendment that is worthy of support. I will point out that the Barton amendment that's been worked on with Mr. Upton and Mr. Rogers and others is very similar. It's also much simpler to implement. And I guess in the interest of full disclosure, I'd have to admit that I have a clunker car that's 8 years older. So I would have benefited had we had. I'm not sure how many miles per gallon my own car gets, but probably not 18. I'm probably okay either way. Anyway, I do compliment the gentlelady for her amendment. I think the Barton Rogers Upton amendment is preferable, but certainly this is a step in the right direction.
Gentleman's time has expired. Seeking recognition, Mr. Barton, I gather that was your time that you were speaking on? So
Mr.
on the Democratic side, anybody?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Dingell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I commend the gentlewoman for her offering of this amendment, which is best titled the Fleet Modernization Amendment, and I congratulate her for her leadership in the matter. The amendment has the support of the Obama administration, the governor of the state of Michigan, the International Union of Auto Workers, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers, the UAW, Chrysler, Ford, and General Motors. It is something that has worked in California. It is something that has worked in Germany. It produces sales, but it gets old cars, dirty cars, inefficient cars off the market. It will encourage people to go in and to buy cars at a time when that is very much needed. I express to you my thanks, as well as my thanks to Mr. Markey, Mr. Stupak, of course, Representative Sutton, and Representative Inslee for the collaborative and collegial approach that each of you have fostered during the negotiations. The amendment as now constituted represents a fine value balance between environmental and economic concerns, something which I believe each and every member of this committee can and should report. In view of the unprecedented turmoil faced by the domestic automakers and the growing imperative to halt global warming, Representative Sutton's Fleet Modernization Amendment stands out as a very practical and effective mechanism by which to achieve consumer savings, reduce fuel consumption, lower carbon dioxide and criteria pollutant emissions, and increase sales from a critical sector in the national economy. I thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman, and I close by strongly urging my colleagues to vote in favor of Representative Sutton's eminently sensible amendment. And with 3 and 10 seconds left, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Dingell. Further recognition on the amendment. Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I'll use my full 5 minutes. I too want to sign up in support of this amendment. I would join my colleague, Mr. Barton, and I think we could have made it a better bill and a simpler bill for consumers to understand, though I understand this is the best that we have, and therefore I'm a strong supporter. One question I have to the author, it's my understanding that EPA has a website, www.fueleconomy.gov, and as I understand it, it is that site that consumers can verify whether their vehicle, no matter how old, meets the 18 mile per hour or per gallon mileage. Is that correct?
That's my understanding as well.
So if the combined mileage is 18 or lower, the car will qualify. We have had a real decline in consumer confidence over the last number of months, which is one of the reasons I'm convinced that the auto sales have declined almost by 50%. Nearly 24 countries have put this type of program in. Germany is one, South Korea, even I think Lithuania has put this plan on the books. And rather than seeing the continued decline in auto sales, they have gone up. This last month for all sales here in the U.S., whether it be a transplant like Toyota or whether it be a GM, Chrysler, or Ford, their sales actually declined, some of them by as much as 40% over the previous year. The countries that have installed this type of program have seen double-digit increases, no longer double-digit declines. And that's why this amendment, I think, is very important. And one of the troubles that we've had, the President announced his support for a provision like this last March. Well, we now have a number of consumers across the country saying, where is it? They've got a clunker, whether it be Mr. Barton's or somebody else's. They've got one, they want to take it in, but they're looking for that tipping point to be able to get that discount on that vehicle from the dealer. And so I might just ask the chairman, Mr. Waxman, if we're able to pass this amendment this afternoon, knowing full well that the underlying bill won't likely get to the president for some time, is there a possibility that we might spring this amendment separately so that to those consumers that are perhaps waiting to get that best deal on their GM or Chrysler, hopefully they're back, Ford, Toyota, Honda, if they might have some assurance that by the 15th of June or something like that, we can actually get a bill to the president knowing that he stands in full support of this amendment.
The gentleman yield to me. I think you make a good case, and I'm going to consider it. On the other hand, this does help move this bill forward because I think it makes the bill even stronger. But I will certainly be glad to talk to you further about it, and others as well, because I think you have set out some good reasons.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Any further discussion? Who's seeking recognition? Yes. Mr. Braley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My uncle, Lyle Nesrod, was a Chevrolet dealer in my hometown of Brooklyn, Iowa for about 60 years. And that dealership no longer exists, in large part because of what's happening to our domestic automobile industry. Many rural automobile dealers sell pickup trucks and light-duty trucks that are defined in the Act as Category 1 trucks, Category 2 trucks, which includes large vans or large pickup trucks, and work trucks, which are Category 3 trucks. So the reason why I wanted this Cash for Clunkers bill introduced and why I was proud to be one of the sponsors of this bill is because of what's happened to automobile dealers all over this country. It's had a devastating impact on our communities, a devastating impact on our economy, and we need this bill to purchase new fuel-efficient cars and trucks and help boost our economy and save American jobs. That's why on March 17th, I was proud, along with Congresswoman Sutton, to introduce similar legislation, the Consumer Assistance to Recycle and Save Cars Act, and I'm pleased that the administration has supported this concept and that we now have some very good compromise language that's going to address the balanced views of the auto industry and environmentalists alike. And Congresswoman Sutton has explained the mechanics of this program, but it's very important to note that this concept that we're talking about, Cash for Clunkers, fits in perfectly with the American Clean Energy and Security Act because it will save American jobs, boost our economy, and decrease our dependence on foreign oil. It also achieves the multiple goals of giving consumers a break to purchase more fuel-efficient vehicles, while we all benefit from a reduction of greenhouse gases and save American jobs by jump-starting the auto industry. And we know this works. As Congresswoman Sutton mentioned, Germany, in the last month, had a 40% increase in its sales of vehicles just from a year ago, and in February had a 20% improvement. This bill will make a difference in our economy. It will save families money and decrease our dependence on foreign oil, and that's why I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Braley. Any further discussion? Mr. Shadegg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably won't take the 5 minutes either. I just want to ask a couple of questions of the sponsor of the amendment. As she indicated that it would apply only to American-made automobiles. I'm looking for the language that defines American-made, or if you could clarify that for me, please. I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you. Actually, that isn't what I said, so you might have misunderstood what I said. This bill is open to cars manufactured outside of the U.S. as well. It certainly is a bill that will allow our domestic auto manufacturers to robustly participate, which was a critical component of making sure that this program was going to have the desired effect, because shoring up jobs in the domestic auto industry is a key component of this bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Second, on page 18 of the bill, it says that the term qualifying lease means a lease of an automobile for a period of not less than 5 years. It's my understanding that many automobile leases are for 3 and 4 years. Is there a reason why that was selected, and are you amenable to a change to that, or is there a policy decision behind 5 years? And I'd be happy to yield again.
I thank the gentleman. Again, it is all part of the balance of this bill to ensure that we have, we are open to participation that allows, obviously, us to be compliant with our obligations under the WTO, but also allows all of our manufacturers to participate robustly. And so 5 years was the amount of time that those who were actively involved in drafting the bill came up with.
So, reclaiming my time, so if some company engages in lots of leases of 3 years or 4 years, they apparently weren't involved in those negotiations, and you're not open to changing that term?
Again, I can't really say that they weren't involved in the negotiations. There was certainly a discussion about all of these provisions, and this is the consensus compromise that was reached to get this program off the ground, to make sure that all of those out there, all who participate in dealers who sell cars of every stripe, can participate. So that's what I'm saying to you. We had a lot of input from people from various corners, and so I'm sure that they were involved.
Thank you very much for claiming my time. So it does not apply to leases of under 5 years. My next question is, there appears to be no income exclusion, so the amount of income of the individual who brings in the clunker is not a factor. It wouldn't matter if they were a multi-billionaire?
Again, while I'm sympathetic to that idea and certainly have discussed it, there is a limit on the price of the automobile, $45,000,
right.
and that is intended to deal with the same issue that you're raising.
But no limit on the income of the...
That is correct.
Okay. My last question goes to page 19. It talks about an authorization of appropriations of, I believe, $4 billion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Has there been an estimate or a calculation of the take-up rate at the or at the prices per vehicle of the subsidy? And could you explain to the committee how the figure of $4 billion was derived? Or if council can do that, since council...
Basically, this program is intended to provide for about 1 million cars.
Council, do you know how the figure of $4 billion was selected? And is there reason to believe that will cover all the cars?
The number was picked based on consultation with the administration's economists and taking a look at what other programs in other countries had done. And the best estimate we could come up with for the program was approximately, over the year it would be authorized, would be about 1 million cars that would be taken up, with about an average voucher of about $4,000 each.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I'd
be happy to yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I'm going to ask a question of the author of the amendment, because I'm very supportive, but I had, in the Barton amendment, we don't have a requirement that you only participate if you get a 5-year lease. You don't have if somebody purchases a car under this program, they can purchase it with cash, they can purchase it for any length of time, and there's no limitation. Why do you have a 5-year lease requirement? I don't understand the policy. Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you purchase, there's no requirement. The length of the the loan repayment, why do we have a requirement the only ones that qualify if they lease it is for 5 years? Because
Would gentlemen yield on that point?
I'd be happy to yield, whoever can answer.
When we're doing the negotiations on this part, this really puts leases on the same footing as the new car purchasers. The average new car is, financed for a 5-year period. So we felt it would be unfair if you allowed someone to receive $4,500 voucher for about a 2 or 3 year lease. They really wouldn't have any investment in it because it would mean the voucher would almost cover the entire cost of the lease. So then the consumer could just turn around and get another clunker. So that's why we made it 5, so it's same as the new car. Manufacturers do offer 5-year leases. You can get a 5-year lease.
Right.
So we made it even, so it's even footing with a new car. And we're afraid if you did for every 2 or 3 years, you got $4,500, you'd have nothing invested. You'd just cover the cost of your lease and no other investment into it.
Well, I don't know how, I mean, I know that this has been negotiated, but I would hope that we could have some ability to change that before this bill goes, if it goes somewhere, because there are a lot of people that lease for 3 years, and in the case of a congressional lease, it has to be for 2 years if you lease a congressional vehicle. And I guarantee you, the lease cost per month of a $40,000 vehicle is over $1,000 a month. So you're going to have more than $4,500 invested. So it's a minor point, but it's
time has expired.
Just 30 seconds.
Yes, gentlemen.
You can't do it out of your office account because you got to be the registered applicant who's licensed in that.
I'm just saying that I don't think any congressman would try to lease a congressional.
Well, I just want to make sure. I don't want to do oversight on that.
But there are many people who do want to lease a vehicle for less than 5 years.
Yeah, but
you don't put a requirement in the Sutton Amendment that you have to, if you don't pay cash, you have to have a loan for 5 years.
But if you're turning your car over every 2 or 3 years, that's not really clunkers. Plus, the idea is I don't want someone just to get a $4,500 lease so they don't have any financial investment in this lease. I mean, we're not doing it just to make sure you have a nice updated car. Go ahead.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I might ask just one additional minute.
Without objection.
I just might note that in reading the bill, there is a sunset provision, number one, only 1 year, and number two, that an owner is only eligible to do this one time. So that would prevent...
A registered owner.
Correct. Only
so
one
it could be
time.
you and your wife.
Well, that would be 2 owners if the car was...
How's the car registered? That's sort of the key.
That's how it depends. So one owner, one listing of the owner, whether it's joint ownership or what.
Correct.
But it also has only a 1 year sunset, so it sunsets next March.
True.
So it'll be less than 1 year. And only one vehicle at a time, so only one vehicle. You can't turn in 2 clunkers for one new vehicle or one lease.
We ready for the question? Mr. Terry, you wanted to speak on this. Oh.
Yeah, thank you. In regard to the initial discussion by Ranking Member Barton on age versus mileage, I would encourage us to continue this discussion. If you look at the EPA's fuel economy website that Mr. Upton mentioned, I've looked at that, and what you find on this website by the EPA is that age of a car is directly related to the amount of emissions. And I thought that was what this bill was about, was reducing the CO2 emissions. For example, from memory on this website, you can take a 4-year-old 4-cylinder like my Camry, and from the 04 version to the 08 or 09 version, you have almost a 60% reduction of emissions. So basing it on the number or the age of the vehicles actually lowers emissions more than by fuel standards alone. So I'm wondering if that type of discussion occurred amongst the authors of this discussion if they felt that they could actually accomplish more by the age. And I would yield to Ms. Sutton or any of the other authors. All right, I'll come back. Mr. Upton, you're from Michigan. I was just wondering why none of the Republican side are co-sponsors. You sounded supportive. Why weren't you included?
You need to ask the sponsor. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill as was introduced on the floor, and I was co-sponsor with my colleague Candace Miller on this issue as it was described by Mr. Barton, and really
right. I now have two questions for you. One is, you're eating up my time.
Sure. I apologize. Yes, obviously this issue has been discussed, and as I said, it was drafted that way when I introduced the CARS Act on the floor. Again, this bill is intended to have multiple goals, which can't be sacrificed. Certainly, the jobs component is uppermost in my mind, and I think in the outcome on this measure. We also do want to achieve environmental integrity as well as helping those consumers when they need it the most. And I know that you know as well as I do how much they need it out there. So it really is a matter of some things remained and some things did not, but certainly that was part of the robust
question,
discussion.
why were none of the Republicans from auto industry area included in your amendment?
Well, I have to tell you that certainly the Representative Upton, as he made very clear, Representative Upton and Representative Miller and others have been robustly involved in the development of the concept. And
so did they turn you down?
Mr. Cherry, will you yield to me?
Yes.
I think all members of this committee will have an opportunity to express their view on this amendment, and I would hope I know we'll get Republican as well as Democratic votes.
Reclaiming my time.
It's your time.
I
would welcome that.
Unfortunately, I just really feel that this committee has lost any of its abilities to be bipartisan. I think this is an example of it. Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I've heard from my dealers is that this provision, not specifically this one here before us, but the clunkers for cash is actually hurting business right now because people are waiting for this to pass. And since the Senate has already said they aren't taking up this bill, I'm wondering if we're hurting our dealers even more by including this in a bill that's never going to pass. I'm wondering if the Senate has agreed to pass a standalone bill, and maybe we should join them with the standalone bill. And I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, that this amendment be withdrawn, and we could bring it up as a standalone amendment and maybe do it in a bipartisan manner.
Gentlemen, yield to me?
I yield.
If we're not acting in a bipartisan way, it's not because of the reluctance on our part to ask for Republicans to be involved. We try to involve you. And you may not be for the bill. If you like this provision, you ought to vote for this provision. You like some amendments, vote for them. You don't like other amendments, vote against them. If you don't want to vote for the bill overall, then don't vote for it.
Reclaiming my time.
Members have been invited to be part of the...
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
It is your time.
In this instance, we have members from the Michigan delegation that are involved on another bill, including the one that Ms. Sutton's involved with, and still they weren't asked to participate.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be short. Just a couple things. I notice in this amendment we actually have an amount of $4 billion versus in the 932-page bill, many times we have such sums as may be necessary. So I would ask the author, why did she decide to put $4 billion in the amendment and not use the terminology such sums as may be necessary?
Thank the gentleman for his question. The answer is the same. I mean, we said $4 billion because
you could
the economist suggested to us that this was the number that would cover 1 million cars if they were based at.
So you went, in part of your
voucher.
negotiations, you went to an economist to get a score, and you calculated that there is actually an amount out there that we could put in parameters, so when we vote for the amendment, we actually know what we're voting for in the authorization. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wish we would have done that consultation more on the 10 or 14 or 15 other places in the bill where we have the terms such sums as may be necessary. So I applaud you for doing that. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, this is $4 billion. I mean, this is not chump change, and you have me at a disadvantage because I am an owner of a clunker, and so what we're asking is really the taxpayers to provide me with $3,500 to $4,500 of their money to me to add in the price of a vehicle that has no value.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
There's no requirement that you participate in this program.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, so I will be like all the rest of Americans who will look at taking a value and having the taxpayers fund a vehicle of value which has no value. That's in essence what we're doing. And I'm at a disadvantage. I'll probably pass on this vote because I will personally benefit if and when this becomes law, and
Gentleman yield.
I would yield.
You don't have to take advantage of the program, but you are compelled to pay taxes to fund it.
But if I want to be a great environmental steward, Mr. Chairman, as you know I do, I would be compelled because of my great concern for the environment to move from my clunker to a more efficient light vehicle truck.
You don't have to ask us to pay for it.
Taxpayers are going to pay for it, so you don't have to.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would be happy to yield.
Thank you. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get you to say, okay, I'm driving a vehicle getting 12 miles a gallon. It's old. It's 15 years ago. It was another era, the era of cheap gasoline. And now, I'm going to go out and buy a 30-mile-a-gallon vehicle. And this program is going to kind of put me over the edge to break the old patterns of the kinds of vehicles which I purchased. And I think that program is the kind of program that we want people, not you necessarily, but people like you, to participate in as we turn the corner and move to this new, more fuel-efficient era.
And just to be clear, the taxpayers are helping us do that. It's the taxpayers' burden. We're asking taxpayers to fund the purchase of new cars for everyone. There's no income exclusion for everyone.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would.
Yes. The truth is, it's a win for the consumer. It's a win for backing out all the oil that otherwise we would import. And it's a win for the car dealers and getting them up and going again and buying advertising in the local papers and local TV stations and keeping their people employed. It's a win, win, win.
Well, the gentleman yield.
And the taxpayer.
Well, we hope it's a win also for the workers who are going to have their jobs, and when they're working, they'll pay taxes and they'll make this economy stronger.
As I said, Mr. Chairman, you have me at a disadvantage with this amendment. I yield back.
Thanks. Mr. Inslee?
Thank you. Just a quick point. I don't have any auto workers in my district, but I think this provision demonstrates something that is important in this bill, and that is we're all moving together, and we all recognize we got problems economically and national security environmentally together, and we're not going to move unless we move together. And I had introduced a bill with Steve Israel that had a much more aggressive sort of green component of this bill, but we found a consensus that's going to help the country move forward together and is going to help a devastated industry move forward. And I may note that this consensus we reached has been criticized by some folks on the green side of the agenda. They've argued that it doesn't help the life cycle costs of these cars because you have to manufacture a car that has CO2 associated with it when you manufacture it. To those critics, I want to point out that the cars we're helping here get off the lot largely have already been manufactured. And it's not a life cycle cost issue. It's a cost of moving forward. This is a good amendment. I hope everybody votes for it. Thanks.
Is there further discussion of the pending amendment? Mr. Boyer.
Move to strike the last word. I just have some questions for clarification for myself. So Ms. Sutton, I would be willing to yield to you. I'd like to make sure that I understand. This would be an American citizen of whom would own either an American-made vehicle or truck, an import, or one manufactured at a transplant automobile factory in the United States.
I'm sorry, Representative, maybe you weren't in the room when I explained it.
I was in the room. I'm asking for clarification.
Oh,
Just
okay,
answer that
okay.
question.
No, this amendment is open to manufacturers both in the U.S. and beyond.
All right. All right. Now, all right, then that answers that question. Any type of vehicle that's driven on the road here in the United States, manufactured anywhere in the world, would be eligible under this.
No, that's incorrect. Would you yield? Would the gentleman yield? Well, certainly there are other parts to this amendment that there are certainly fuel emissions standards attached to it, and there are limits on the price of the vehicle that can be used, and there are other limits within the amendment.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Since agriculture has been exempted out of this bill, and now you've added this amendment, in order for this to be germane, are you also exempting farm trucks and grain trucks from this amendment?
No, I'm not exempting anything, and I'm not really certain about the first statement you made about agriculture or otherwise. So perhaps I'm not the right person to answer this question. Mr. Braley, however, can.
Council, would farm trucks and grain trucks be included in this under categories 2 and category 3 of the definition of trucks?
The amendment doesn't break down, doesn't specify the type of vehicle by use and which vehicles are eligible by use. Vehicles fall into categories, and there are vehicles, work trucks are eligible to be turned in and traded for and receive a voucher for purchase.
Would council please talk into the microphone?
So the council, I just want to make sure that we're not incongruent. We have a bill that exempts agriculture under cap and trade, yet there's an amendment here that will include agricultural pickup trucks and grain trucks and things that are used on the farm.
It would include any work truck up to 10,000 pounds.
Does this, a Category 3 truck to council, are these, when you say work truck Category 3, are these also dump trucks?
They're all vehicles up to 10,000, all trucks up to 10,000 pounds. I don't believe there's any dump trucks that fall into that category.
It would not be then.
These are primarily large pickup trucks.
And it doesn't matter with regard to the engine, whether it's a diesel engine or a regular gasoline. It doesn't matter, does it?
It does not, as long as it meets relevant standards.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yielded? No.
You're asking me to yield?
Well, I just, he had a minute and a half.
Mr. Boyer, have you yielded back your time, or you want to yield to Mr. Murphy? Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just have a quick question for Ms. Sutton on this regarding this bill. With regard to the types of automobiles that will be involved in this, we recognize that some of the imported vehicles may come from countries that themselves have a large carbon output in their own manufacturing, et cetera, which should concern us, especially given the discussion we just had about manufacturing and concern about other vehicles coming over or other steel coming over other products and putting tariffs on them, et cetera. And I don't know if there's anything in this that actually protects if a lower priced vehicle may come from another country that has no pollution controls in their plants, et cetera. I was wondering if the gentlelady would consider putting anything in this that would restrict it to either countries that have a smaller carbon output or at least vehicles assembled in the United States. And I yield to the gentlelady for answer.
Yeah, and I thank the gentleman for his question, and I appreciate your commitment on this issue because I know that it extends beyond what we're discussing here today. The answer on this particular amendment is that is not protected in this amendment. However, I will say to you that this is not the be-all, end-all, only thing we ever have to do. And so I continue that fight with you outside the parameters of this amendment.
The fight that we're on the same side.
Yes.
Thank you. Yield back.
Time has expired.
Claim. Can I just have?
Yeah, gentlemen, for
Gentlelady,
30
one
seconds.
question. There are actual businesses out there, Ms. Sutton, that rent a wreck. And would it be your intention that these types of businesses do not use this provision for fleet replacement? I'm just rather curious. You know, every time we create a program, someone tries to take advantage of what we create, and I was just curious.
I'm not certain exactly how that would work with Rent-A-Wreck, because when you trade in the vehicle's drivetrain and engine are destroyed. So I'm not really sure exactly what your question is.
Well, they would.
Gentlemen,
in other words,
gentlemen, yield to me. Is that,
I would.
I think Mr. Upton raised the point that, as he expressed it, this is one person, one registered owner for 1 year has this opportunity.
Okay, as opposed to a commercial individual who may buy a fleet. Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you very much.
Further discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
See if there's anybody on the Democratic side, not that you have to speak.
Mr. Chairman.
And on the Republican side, not that you have to speak, but if you're seeking recognition, Mr. Walden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You wish to pursue your point of order?
No, at this point, I would request to strike the requisite number of words.
Do you withdraw your point of order on this amendment?
Yes, I would withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question of counsel. Who gets the credit for the voucher? Is there an income issue here from a tax perspective? I know when we give a tax credit for a vehicle, there's an income issue. Is there a value associated to somebody for this voucher? And if so, whom?
Right now, the amendment is silent on that issue.
So it'd be taxable.
So does that mean it's a taxable event to the dealer or to the individual?
I believe our intention is.
I can't. You got to get real close to these mics is the problem.
I believe our intention is that it would be neither.
That is your intention, but the amendment is silent. So therefore, it is, at the present time, it's a taxable event, and I assume that's the case because we lack the jurisdiction to deal with the taxable issue. Is that correct? Maybe, Ms. Sutton, that's probably better because it's more of a strategery issue here.
That's correct.
Then. Okay, so how do we know? Part of the reason I asked that is obviously this is designed to incent people to buy vehicles. I get that. That's easy. Just like the tax credits are for hybrid vehicles. Unfortunately, we bump up against the AMT. Some people do in America, and those who are probably going to race out and buy cars based on this have jobs and may be the ones in the income category that will bump up against AMT, which negates the effect of, in the case of hybrids, the tax credit. You lose it. And so it doesn't help. And what I'm trying to figure out is how do you thread that needle here if you're not doing it in this bill?
We have to work with those who have the capacity to do that in other venues.
And have you had any discussions with those in other venues who have that capacity or gavel?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And
the Ways and Means Committee.
are they willing to work with you on this?
Absolutely.
And work with you in the way that you are satisfied there will not be an AMT consequence to this bill?
Well, you know, I can't speak for them. All I can do
I
is work with them and continue that mission. I would certainly appreciate your support as well.
Well, for this to be very effective, I would hope that would be addressed.
No, I don't think so.
Otherwise, you have a de facto income limit in the bill. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to yield my friend from Florida.
If it turns out that you have a home in which you sell it for less than the mortgage and the bank forgives the balance, you got to declare it as ordinary income. So wouldn't a taxpayer who goes in to buy a new car and gets a reduction in the price, and then the government must wire the government wires the money to the dealer after he shows
that he sold to me this car, the money's wired, wouldn't I have to declare ordinary income on that?
It's not our intention that that would be the case.
But isn't that legally, wouldn't that the IRS would say, okay, Mr. Stern's got an ordinary income. The negotiated price was, let's say, $25,000, and after this, the difference would be, I would have to pay ordinary income, wouldn't I?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Well, how are they doing it in
I
Germany?
think we'd have to.
What about the author of the bill? Can she tell us what they're doing in Germany? It's been quoted that other countries are doing this. How are they doing this? Does the taxpayer have to, does the buyer of the automobile have to pay ordinary income on the difference? Does anyone know? Either the author of the amendment or anyone? Deaf ears, okay. All right.
I need to reclaim my time for one other quick question. Is there anything in here that prevents the seller of the new vehicle from using only this voucher reduction amount as the negotiating piece? In other words, people can come in and the taxpayers are going to write down $4,500 per car, or $4,000 per car, whatever it is. Does that mean, doesn't that give the dealer then the ability to just go off list price? I, as the buyer, still am going to come in $4,000 below, and the seller of the vehicle, I know they can't charge an additional fee. I know there's a limit. Is there anything in there that says how they negotiate this deal? Looks to me like you could have a real windfall. I'd yield to my colleague.
Could I just ask, this discussion is getting a little prolonged. Can I ask an additional 2 minutes for the gentleman from Oregon?
Will that shorten the time or prolong?
I hope that it'll shorten.
I would assume it prolongs it, but it might be good.
And let me just say this.
Without objection, the gentleman would be given 2 additional minutes.
And I might say if the gentlelady
Do you wish to yield to Mr.?
I suppose.
If the gentlelady from Ohio would listen, and my friend Mr. Stupak as well, is I understand this. There should be no consequence to the purchaser of the new car. The purchaser is going to go to their favorite car dealer. They're going to negotiate the best deal that they can for that new 09 or 010 vehicle. And at that point, if they have a clunker that qualifies better than or lower than 18 miles per gallon, the dealer will accept that car, which will be scrapped within, I believe, 48 hours. They'll certify that that'll happen, and the car will be previously owned, operated, and driven for the previous year. And the price, the best price that he or she negotiates from the dealer will be subtracted by either $3,500 or $4,500, depending upon the new mileage requirements, whether it's better than 4 or 10 miles per gallon. And the consumer then will, 95% of them, will finance that car versus paying cash at that price. They won't pay.
Can I reclaim my time for a second? Because I'm trying to work through this transaction in my head. I take my clunker in, and I trade it in. Normally, that dealer would give me some value for that clunker. And that clunker, oftentimes the used car is worth quite a bit in terms of the overall sale. This used car has no value other than scrap now. So instead of being worth $10,000, it's worth whatever the scrap market is, right?
Well, if the
because they have to destroy it.
If it's worth more than $10,000, chances are, unless you want to be good for the environment like Mr. Shimkus does, you're going to want $10,000 for it, and not the 40, and you won't be eligible to participate with the
reason I asked that is it looks to me, well, I'm going to be out of time here, but
2 minutes.
That the whole. There's more that needs to be thought through on this whole idea, because it looks to me like if I got a trade-in that's 5 years old, so it's worth $6,000 or $7,000.
You'll get that instead. You'll not want to participate in the clunker program. You'll only really want to get it if your value is less than $4,500.
Right, the $4,000.
Right.
As long as it doesn't have a taxable consequence.
Right. Gentlemen, time has expired. There are tax issues. We don't have jurisdiction over them. Ways and Means will be reviewing this. And it's not our intention that this be a taxable event, but that's ultimately up to them.
Mr. Chairman, can I strike the last word?
Yes.
Yeah, on this whole thing about vouchers as a taxable and all that, dealers right now and the manufacturers are offering you discounts Some are equal to this amount here. You don't claim that on your income tax. That's not going to trigger the AMT for you. If you get a discount, you don't say, oh, General Motors gave me this discount, therefore I have to claim it on my income tax. This voucher program is basically the same thing. You don't have to claim it on your tax or afraid you're going to get bumped in a new tax bracket because you got $4,500. That's you don't declare it as income. That's sort of, no one envisions it that way. I don't know how you guys come up with that kind of idea.
Well,
Go ahead,
it's the IRS code. Would the gentleman from Michigan yield?
Yeah, go ahead.
A lawyer that, I wasn't a tax attorney, but the first premise is that there's a difference between negotiating a price down and being handed money. The IRS makes a distinction between that. So if you walked in the dealership and found a $100 bill on the floor, that's taxable income. Whether or not you claim it or not is a different thing. So when you're talking about a voucher where you're being handed money versus a negotiation where a discount is part of the negotiation, that's a whole different item. And so that's why the question of whether it was coming from the dealer or the government makes a difference in this. I yield.
You get it from the dealer, you get it from GM if you get a discount right now. Before this program, go buy one tomorrow. You're going to get some discounts. Some of them are as much as $6,000.
The value of the car that you buy, and it's a negotiated. I don't
Well, wait,
want to
no,
IRS.
No, then when you buy the car, every state's a little different. They may tax you. You got to do your sales tax. They may tax you on the total value of the car, not what you paid. Some will tax you on the value of your car minus your trade-in. So every state's a little different. And if you remember correctly, when you fill out your 1040 forms, when you do your IRS, you can actually write off that amount of that sales tax on your federal income tax. So we don't see how it's going to be a taxable event to you if you take advantage of this voucher, which you're probably putting down on your down payment on your car. I mean, I think you guys are really splitting hairs here. It's a good amendment. Let's support it, and let's move on this legislation.
Gentlemen,
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I take a little offense to that because I'm just trying to get an answer, and I've heard from
I'm not.
From the council that it may indeed be a taxable event, and I've heard from the chairman we don't have jurisdiction. They're going to work it out.
How many of you bought a new car and received the manufacturer's discount, counted on your income tax, or put it in there as income from General Motors?
That's the whole point. This is where the government, the taxpayers, are writing somebody a check.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to
I think
Mr.
that's
Markup.
what I'm trying to sort out.
Let me make it, again, very clear. Our intent is for this not to be a taxable event. We are going to work to the best of our ability to make that clear in our bill, and we are going to work with Ways and Means, and we are already in communication with the Ways and Means Committee, and they have made it clear to us that they embrace our goal to ensure that it is not a taxable event. And so at the end of the process, you can have pretty high assurance here that it will not be a taxable event.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Yes, gentlelady from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Blackburn.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I do have a question for the sponsor of the bill pertaining to what will happen when these cars are crushed or shredded and the dealer participation in that. Reading the bill on page 7 where it gives the instructions for the vehicle to be crushed or shredded, and that will include the drivetrain and also the engine. Then a little further over on page 10, it says that the dealer will disclose, or on page 9 it says the dealer will disclose the trading to the person trading in the eligible trade in vehicle the best estimate of the scrappage value of such vehicle, and to permit the dealer to retain $50 of any amounts paid to the dealer for scrappage. So in reading this, I want to be certain I'm able to answer the question that I'm getting from both my new car dealers and my used car dealers about this provision, and that is that the dealer will bear the expense of having that car crushed or shredded. The dealer will bear that expense, and that from that they can strip and sell. Prior to crushing and shredding, they can strip and sell component parts of that car for scrap, that they can retain as much as $50 of that. But before they go through that process, they have to tell the individual that is trading that car how much they think they will get from scrap. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. So then the dealer will be the individual who bears that cost. And I yield to the gentlelady.
As you described it.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the time. Are we ready for the question? Are we ready for the consideration of this amendment? If so, let's proceed to a roll call vote. Those in favor of the Sutton Amendment vote aye. Those opposed vote no.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle, aye. Mr. Markey.
Aye.
Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher, aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner, excuse me. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Barrow. Sorry, I skipped him, didn't I? Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Butterfield. Is that him? I know, I'm going that way. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Space. Mr. Space votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Hill, I apologize. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Yeah, we got all that here. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus present. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck votes no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer passes. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack, aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry passes. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Pass. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania, aye. Mr. Burgess. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn, no. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Rush. Apologize. Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson votes aye. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer is off pass on aye. Mr. Terry. Okay, let's see. Mr. Terry, aye.
Have all members responded to the vote? I know that there are some members who serve on the Ethics Committee and have had to excuse themselves to attend a meeting of that committee. And while they may not make it back in time to vote, I hope we will allow them to insert in the record a statement of how they intended to vote on this so they can have their constituents know their views.
Sure. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, gentleman's status parliamentary inquiry.
I have an amendment at the desk that was structured as an amendment to the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute that is on the same issue as the amendment that was just adopted. I don't see any reason, since she refused the unanimous consent request, I can't offer it as it's currently structured at the desk because it's not, it's to the base bill, but it constitutes an issue that the committee has just addressed in a positive way.
Well, Mr. Barton, we are in the middle of a roll call.
Oh, I thought we had closed the roll call.
Yeah, we were just about to close the roll, but now a
apologize.
bunch of members have shown up, so let's continue the roll call.
Okay, I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, there's I can call their names. Okay.
Please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Where'd he go? Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to respond to the roll? I think the members of the Ethics Committee did get here in time to cast their vote. So without any other responses from members, the vote will be closed and the clerk will tally the vote.
All right. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the ayes were 50, the nays were 4, and there was 1 present.
50 ayes, 4 noes, and 1 present. The amendment is overwhelmingly agreed to. Who do I go to? Mr. Walden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you seeking recognition to offer an amendment?
Yes, sir, I am.
And it's an amendment to this title?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I will ask...
It's Walden-018. I believe that's how it's designated, sir.
May we be informed whether this amendment it's got to have been around at least 2 hours. We've been around...
Since 1119, I believe. Not that we
The
took
amendment
note of
appears
that.
to be qualified. Will the clerk report the amendment, and may we have it distributed to the members?
Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mr. Walden of Oregon. Page 17, line 13, page 111, line 5, and page 545, line 13, strike the definition of
Without
renewable
objection, the
biomass.
amendment will be considered as read. The chair will reserve a point of order, and a gentleman from Oregon is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The amendment before you amends the bill in about 3 locations, and this deals with biomass, woody biomass off America's forests. I want to read from you, or to you, from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and their words about forests. And I quote, "In the long term, a sustainable forest management strategy aimed at maintaining or increasing forest carbon stocks while producing an annual sustained yield of timber, fiber, or energy from the forest will generate the largest sustained mitigation benefit." That's page 543 of the IPCC report. They go on to say on that page, mitigation options by the forestry sector include extending carbon retention in harvested wood products, product substitution, and producing biomass for energy. The carbon is removed from the atmosphere and is available to meet society's needs for timber, fiber, and energy. Biomass from forestry can contribute 12-74 EJ per year to energy consumption with a mitigation potential roughly equal to 0.4 to 4.4 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year, depending on the assumption whether biomass replaces coal or gas in power plants. And they go on to say, forest mitigation options include reducing emissions from deforestation, forest degradation, enhancing the sequestration rate in existing or new forests, providing wood fuels as a substitute for fossil fuels, and providing wood products for more energy-intensive materials. To wit, this is what we're talking about. There's a firm in my district, and these are all over the country, frankly, that take woody biomass and convert it into a compressed product that can replace energy types such as coal. Can also generate heat very efficiently. Unfortunately, what the underlying bill, the amendment by the chairman, does, it contains language that basically puts America's forests most in peril, those most bug-infested, most diseased, most in need of treatment. The condition class 2 and 3 lands, as defined by the Forest Service, fundamentally would be off limits for this biomass to be treated as a renewable energy source, a biofuel source, and therefore would deny these opportunities to turn that woody biomass into a new market to create jobs and to create renewable energy that, as I've just cited from the IPCC's own findings, is a very productive way to reduce carbon emissions and to have a new alternative energy source. So my amendment to H.R. 2454 and the underlying amendment fixes that definition. Principally, the issue that comes before us that affects the federal forests is the language on page 20 of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, line 11, which says that old growth or mature stands, biomass material from old growth or mature stands would not qualify. So you say, well, why is that an issue? Well, the definition of mature forests, as defined by the Dictionary of Forestry, is, quote, of trees or stands pertaining to a tree or even age stand that's capable of, and I'm quoting here, sexual reproduction other than precocious reproduction, has attained most of its potential height growth or has reached merchantability standards. Note, within uneven age stands, individual trees may become mature, but the stand itself consists of trees of diverse ages and stages of development. So when you ask the professional foresters, Society of American Forestry, when you ask the Forest Service professionals, what does excluding old growth and mature forest stands mean to them, they will tell you it means principally you would not be able to take the biomass out of those forests and use them for energy production, which is the underlying intent, I think, of this legislation, is to be able to transfer that biomass into energy, clean energy production, electricity, heat, and other things, and reduce fires. We in this country have had catastrophic fire on our federal forests. 9 million acres a year go up in flames. 47% of the Forest Service budget's consumed fighting fires. We have 4 million acres in the Northwest of condition class 2 and 3 lands that are out of whack with nature. At the current rate of treatment, 100,000 acres a year, you have a 79-year backlog of treatment. So if you want to do what the IPC says we should do, and that is effectively manage America's forest lands, then you need to adopt this amendment to fix this one problem in the biomass definition, and I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the Walden amendment. We have come a long way on this issue, and a lot of it is because of the education which Mr. Walden has, given to the committee over the last couple of years, and we appreciate that. As the gentleman knows, 2 years ago when we were debating this, biomass was not on the table. And now it is not only on the table, it is on the table in a very significant way. But the problem here is that this biomass definition amendment would provide federal incentives for biomass without the kinds of safeguards which are necessary. There are no safeguards at all for private lands and very weak, limited protections for federal lands. The renewable electricity standard will create big incentives for biomass, and done right, it will create good, clean energy jobs and clean, renewable power. However, done wrong, it will destroy native grasslands and native forests, increase global warming pollution, and undermine U.S. standing to ask other nations to save their own carbon-rich native forests. Depending on how and where biomass for electricity comes from, it can either help reduce global warming pollution or make it worse. Sourcing safeguards are critical for avoiding the negative impacts, like harvesting mature trees, plowing up native grasslands, or converting natural forests to plantations and releasing vast quantities of carbon. In my view, this amendment takes the wrong approach to biomass because it eliminates all sourcing restrictions for private lands. This undermines the goals in many other parts of the underlying bill, including wildlife and natural resource adaptation. It provides credits for biomass without safeguards for imperiled wildlife habitat. It just doesn't make sense to cut down, grind up, or plow under critical wildlife habitat to feed power plants. There are plenty of other sources of biomass under our definition. This provision also provides credits for biomass without any protections against the loss of natural forests. Native forests provide habitat for 90% of the plant and animal species that live on land, and they contain huge stores of carbon. That doesn't mean that these forests need to be off limits. We can, and under the compromise definitions, do provide credits for biomass from natural forests while encouraging practices to keep forests forests. The compromise definition has clear safeguards to ensure federal incentives don't drive the conversion of these vital lands into tree farms. The definition in this amendment does not. So what we have here is a balance that we've struck. We've come a long, long way. 80% of what the gentleman was talking about a couple of years ago is now included. But this amendment fails to protect the core values on federal lands by leaving important, sensitive lands like the wilderness study areas and the roadless areas vulnerable to industrial biomass sourcing, and uses vague language that opens old growth and mature forests to damaging logging. We need these lands left alone to store carbon and to give wildlife and plants a safe haven for adapting to climate change. That's the balance which was struck, and I do oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Somebody strike.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Further discussion on the pending Walden amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Barton.
I rise in support of the Walden Amendment, and I'm going to make a few brief comments, and I'm going to yield to the author. I want to point out that this amendment, the definition of renewable biomass in this amendment was included in the Senate-passed Farm Bill which passed the Senate on December the 14th, 2007 by a vote of 79 to 14. I also want to point out that the definition of renewable biomass that Mr. Walden had put forward is identical to the definition in H.R. 1190 that's currently in play. It's in the committee. In other words, it's jurisdictional to this committee, and it's got 5 members of the committee as co-sponsors, including Mr. Barrow, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Ross, Mr. Stupak, and Mr. Walden. We apparently have a disagreement between what's currently in the base bill under consideration and the Walden amendment about what you do in terms of an actively managed tree plantation, what you do in terms of a federally recognized timber sale, what you do in these wilderness study areas, what you do in these old growth or mature forests, some of which are in desperate need of management. And under the bill, they wouldn't qualify, but under the Walden Amendment, as I understand it, they would qualify. This would seem to be an amendment that we could accept in terms of the authors of the manager substitute, because this seems to me to be something that's just basically good common sense. With that, I will yield to the author for any comments he wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. And to the comments by my friend from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey, and I appreciate your being attuned to biomass as an issue, and I do appreciate that. But we don't waive any federal law here. We don't waive any state law. There would have to be a full NEPA done. They have all these forest management plans in place. We don't waive any of that. All of that activity and all of the law and all of the regulation, whether it's the Endangered Species Act, Fish and Wildlife, all those consultations, all that goes on. All we're saying is at the end of all that process, the material that is taken out of the forest, what you do with that material shouldn't matter where it comes from. The material should be used for whatever its market is. What this legislation underlying does is say, but if it comes off of certain stands, then we're going to say that woody biomass is not treated as renewable, but this woody biomass is. That makes no sense to me. They could be effectively what happens on the federal forest system, and I live and breathe this every day. I've got 11 national forests in my district. I got 20% unemployment in these communities. They don't understand why we stand around wringing our hands while the forests burn up, and the biggest economic development thing they have is making lunch for the firefighters every summer. When we do go in and get approval to do the treatments, and we don't alter any of that in my amendment, all we're saying is the material that comes out, we ought to put to the highest use, and that may be woody biomass. There are companies that want to invest in producing electricity from the debris that's removed from the federal forests. But under this legislation, in most of my district, I would tell you that woody biomass wouldn't count toward your renewable electricity standard or the fuel standard or anything else. It goes in a separate pile. Oh, but if it comes off of this type of forest, then it counts. Now, you tell me in a lumber yard, in a mill yard, how they're going to sort out which debris came from which part of the forest. We can create jobs here. We can do the right thing for the environment here. But to say we've dealt with woody biomass in a wonderful way is not really the case when you then have this underlying hook of language that says, oh, but if it comes off a mature forest or an old growth, then that material doesn't count as renewable. But the same debris off a different type of forest does count. I mean, I don't get that. And what you're going to end up here with is enormous litigation over the term mature forest. What you're going to end up here is, on paper, a biomass set of provisions that simply will not be used on your federal ground. So instead, we're going to fight fire. We're going to release far more carbon into the atmosphere and other greenhouse gases that, for example, last August choked the whole the Rogue Valley in southern Oregon by the fires in northern California and around southern Oregon for a month. You could hardly breathe. I'd like to do something about that. We can create a market here to do that. We don't affect any of the environmental laws with this amendment. We simply say that the debris that comes off federal land or private land should count as woody biomass for renewable energy production.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Stupak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And knowing the author of the amendment and all the work he's done in forestry areas as we have, it's well intended, and I agree with most of what you say. When we started with this legislation, we had one definition of biomass that most of us could not live with. Through 6, 7, 8 drafts, we've got a pretty good definition of biomass. I think most of the things that you've pointed up, we've corrected. In fact, the Farm Bill, maybe Mr. Barton brought it up, a lot of us had co-sponsored Hearst-Sandlin legislation. And we probably have 98 to 99% of that language in our definition in the substitute here. So I think we've come a long way. And in whether it was the cash for clunkers or even this legislation, or a lot of negotiations going back and forth, and that's where we've reached this accommodation. So I would reluctantly oppose the definition. I understand what you're doing, or I oppose your amendment, just because we've worked so hard to get to where we are, and I think we're there. I know you have a little bit more roadless, non-inventory roadless area out west than we do in the Midwest or in the East, and that's probably the only biggest difference I think I see in the definition.
Would you yield?
Sure, I'd yield.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that has been done. I guess the point I'm trying to make, and maybe I'm just not doing it clearly, is you're not there if you want to use woody biomass off federal land. You're not there with what's in this bill, because, for example, let me give you an example. On the slopes of the Rockies, and my colleague from Colorado can appreciate that. You have all that lodgepole pine that's bug-infested, beetle-infested, dead, dying, right? I would tell you that virtually none of that debris will count under this definition, because lodgepole pine, once it's bug-infested, is generally a mature forest. So all that lodgepole, just like they're dealing with in Canada and we're dealing with in the West, that is beetle infested, would be a mature stand under this language. That's the language at issue here, is the definition of a mature forest. That's what I'm arguing about.
But reclaim my
yes,
time.
Sir, of course.
But whether you're in Michigan or in Oregon or wherever,
right?
If you want to put up any timber sales, it has to go through the Forest Service.
Right.
You have to go through the process.
Right.
And those bug-infested areas,
right,
a mature forest, many times they'll allow you to go in and clean
right,
them out. It's a timber sale,
right,
and you're going to bid whatever you think that value is. If
right,
it's going to be biomass or if it's going to be log pole.
Right.
That's what's going to sort of determine the
right,
value of that bid.
Absolutely.
So you still have access to it.
Absolutely, but the point is,
take it and use it for biomass.
But it won't count toward your renewable electricity standard. It won't count toward your biofuel standard. You disqualify it by saying if it comes out of a mature forest, it does not count. That's the language in the bill on page 20.
But if you take a look at the language there, you're allowed under a timber sale to use it in woody biomass in the
right,
language we finally negotiated.
That is true, except that it won't count toward the renewable energy standards. You lose the incentive to do it. It doesn't count. Woody biomass that's converted into a liquid fuel, right, if it comes off of the deal we've dealt with Stephanie Hearst-Sandlin and me and you and others. Remember how they said if it comes off basically federal land, it doesn't count? Most of the woody biomass that would be used for conversion into power and fuel will come out of those types of stands we just discussed, the lodgepole, the dead, dying. The problem is when you come over here and look at the market force being created as renewable energy source, it won't count. You've disqualified it. So all that stuff in the Rockies, I've got 200,000 acres of the Fremont-Wainema National Forest, a lot of which is lodgepole pine that is dead and dying. They go in and clean all that out. They're going to anyway. All those other laws apply. It's just when it comes to whether or not you put that in a burner and generate electricity, if it came off that lodgepole pine forest, it won't count as renewable energy.
See, our interpretation is that all the wood removed from federal land,
right,
all biomass material removed from federal lands is eligible for credit as long as it's not in violation of the timber sale that was put up, sensitive lands. And we go through and when we list them all, what they would be. So we think it's a reasonable, inclusive standard, and it's still going to count. Go ahead.
But if you go to page 20, would you do that? If you go to page 20, line 11,
right, got it.
Then it has that it does not count if they are, or it counts, but they cannot be components of old growth or mature stands. That old growth and mature stand says even if you went through everything you just identified to harvest through all the other laws, once you get that material decked out somewhere, if it came off a mature stand, which is most likely all that lodgepole, you can't count it as biomass. That's the hidden killer in this bill. That's what, it all sounds good up to that point. It is that definition. So you're absolutely right, Bart. The Forest Service still has to go through all those rules and regulations to do all their sales and everything else, all the NEPA studies, all the consultations, all the environmental work. This is the point. When the material then comes out, it won't count as renewable if it happened to come off a mature forest. And I read you the definition of mature forest, which is going to be most of what we're dealing with.
Well, I guess I'll disagree with you on that. But remember
Why?
the hearing we had
Yeah?
in here, when we had the administrator here? We
Right.
said, so tell us, how can you tell if that tree or that biomass came from federal forest, state, or private?
Right.
They can't.
Right.
It's basically a non-enforceable provision.
Well, no, I would say it's not, because line 11,
I take my wood off the federal land, it's
Right.
bug infested. I
Right.
bring it down to my plant
Right.
where I'm putting in other trees from state or
Right.
private land. When it comes out in the end,
Right.
how do you know that's from federal land
Oh.
or from state land or not? They say it's basically enforceable.
Well, if I may, there are two things. First of all, you do have to account for where that came from. I mean, they track logs, for example. You're required to demonstrate there's all that system in place. Second, you also have a provision in here in the bill that says if you have a dual-fueled source, the renewable piece you have to account for differently if you sometimes augment it with petroleum, for example. I don't remember the page of the bill. You have to make that accounting. So if you're the operator of that facility, you are under obligation of this law to account for that difference. That is a requirement. And so I...
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlemen, yes.
I might ask to strike the last word.
Well-
I'll yield to the gentleman from Oregon.
Ge-
to
gentlemen-
continue the conversation.
Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Upton. So,
And would the gentleman yield to me too briefly at some point?
I'll yield to Mr. Barton first.
I just want to answer Mr. Stupak's question that he just asked. This is a political distinction without a real world difference.
Right.
Because Bart is exactly right.
That's right.
If you took two different boxes or trucks or whatever containers of biomass to a location, you couldn't tell the difference.
that's right.
Bart's right, but you've got to certify.
That's right.
You're going to be asked to fill out a form certifying that it didn't come from an old growth federal forest.
Or a mature stand.
Yeah, and if you lie about that, you're going to be subject to criminal penalties and federal prosecution. So Bart is right in terms of just looking at it, but whoever the owner of that woody biomass is, if we don't accept the Walden Amendment, they're going to be forced to lie and then be subject to all kinds of penalties.
No, if the gentleman would yield.
So that's the difference, Bart.
If-
You're telling the truth in the real world, but whoever owns it is going to have to fess up that they got it from a location that doesn't qualify.
And actually, we do, as the federal government does prosecute people who steal logs off federal land or don't account for them properly, as they should. And so you're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman Barton, or former Chairman Barton. Future. That's my whole point. Just as Bart said, you go to the Forest Service, you bid on the contract, you haul out this stuff, it goes into a yard. This bill says if it came off a mature forest, it doesn't count as renewable biomass. That's what this bill says. That's what I'm trying to correct.
And as long as we get, if you yield.
Sure, well.
As long as it was in a timber sale.
Right.
And not out of the sensitive, and it's not moved in excess quantities, you still counts under our definition of biomass.
Unless
and that's where I think we disagree.
No, it does not, because you have a qualifier. Just go back to page 20, line 11.
You're going to have to certify where it comes from.
It actually start at line 8, and it says it describes all these things that are biomass. And that part, my colleague from Massachusetts is right. That's fine. But then it says that are, quote, not from components of the National Wilderness Preservation System, no problem there, wilderness study areas, inventory roadless, old growth or mature forest stands, components of the National Landscape Conservation System, I can tell you stories about that as well, national monuments, national conservation areas, designated primitive areas, or wild and scenic river corridors. We actually, by the way, do management work in most of those areas. I wrote a huge wilderness bill for the southern part of my district, the first cow-free wilderness in America. One of the management goals off of that is to remove juniper, get it back in balance. The juniper that comes out of there, because it's in the National Landscape System, won't count as biomass under this bill.
And in the real world,
it's all biomass.
Woody biomass is woody biomass.
Right.
It shouldn't matter where it comes from, as long as where it comes from is harvested under the pertinent federal and state environmental and forest management rules.
And we are trying to improve the habitat for sage grouse that may well become listed. Part of that management strategy is to remove the juniper off the range. It consumes 50 gallons of water a day. And so that woody biomass from that juniper coming off the range that might be in the NLCS won't qualify. Why not? Why wouldn't we create a market that creates jobs, that uses this stuff that comes out to produce alternative energy that the IPCC says is actually good for the environment, because you're not necessarily burning coal or fuel oil? This all makes sense to me, and I'm struggling with what the problem is here.
I yield to Mr. Stupak if he wants to. You want to respond?
No, I think we beat this one to death.
Well,
I believe we're okay with it. I can see where you're coming from, Greg, but
let me just.
I think we're still okay with it there.
Let me just conclude then.
Go ahead.
Just know when this becomes law, and you go home to Colorado, or you go home to where you have a federal forest, the woody biomass that comes off of that most likely will not qualify. Just know that. Because the definition of mature forest is such that it will disqualify that under this bill.
Does the gentleman from Michigan think that if this bill becomes law without the Walden Amendment, that the implementers of the law are not going to ask the question about where the biomass that's presented comes from?
I think they will ask the question as to this ethanol made from your woody biomass. Where did it come from? What percentage was from federal and things like that? They'll probably do it. When you take the total mix, I think we're going to be okay with it. Also, having been negotiated, I said we did about 8 drafts of this. I'm not naive to think that whatever we put in this is the last say on it. This is the committee substitute. We're still got to go to the floor. We got to go to the Senate. And this has been a tough negotiations we've been doing. There's going to be many opportunities to try to change it again. And I think Mr. Walden raised some good points we should look at further. But I think we've got an agreement on this side that I have to hold to my word and our agreement on this side on this definition. Mr. Markey was looking to be yielded to. I don't know if whoever has time.
Well, the time has expired.
Time has expired.
From the gentleman
Reluctantly,
from Michigan. Is there further discussion of this amendment, or are we ready to vote on the amendment? If we're ready to vote, do you that's what you always say, but you've got 5 minutes and you don't have to use it all.
Watch this time, Mr. Chairman. I simply want to rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Arizona has a vast amount of acreage. Indeed, I think the largest acreage in the nation of the type that Mr. Walden has described. I fear that it fits in precisely the category he described, and that the incentive there to clear it will not exist. We have suffered severe forest fires, and I am greatly concerned about this. I appreciate the work that Mr. Stupak has put into it and his thoughtful comments, and I hope he'll remain open-minded as we go forward. And with the chairman's permission, I'd be happy to yield.
Would you yield on it wasn't just myself and Mr. Ross, others, negotiating this, and while I have my level of comfort where we're at with the definition is in here, because the Biomass Power Association was one of the groups that worked with us to get this definition, and they're supportive of the language in the bill. because we've come a long way. So they're supportive. They're comfortable with our position that while Mr. Walden puts up some valid points, they feel like I do, we have it covered in our definition we currently have. Would I love to see a more broader expansion? You bet. With my district being mostly timber, I'd love to see it. But we've gone as far as we could. Even the association, the Biomass Power Association, supports what we've done in the bill. So, like I said, I'm comfortable where we're at, and I think the fears are, well, you got some merit to what you're saying, but I think we're covered, and so does the Power Biomass Association.
Reclaiming my time, my only hope is that we are covered, and if we're not covered, you will listen to us on that point. I yield to the gentleman from Washington.
Oregon.
Pardon me.
Washington was once part of Oregon, and then we gave it up. I just want to conclude by again reading for you the definition of the definition of mature from the Dictionary of Forestry provided to me by the Society of American Foresters. Just so you know, I'm not making this up. It says that a mature forest is of trees or stands pertaining to a tree or even age stand that's capable of sexual reproduction other than precocious reproduction, has attained most of its potential height growth, or has reached merchantability standards. Note, within uneven age stands, individual trees may become mature, but the stand itself consists of trees of diverse ages and stages of development. You are going to litigate this forever if you try and use biomass off most federal forest lands and have it count toward a renewable energy standard. I realize you've cut the deals. I realize the associations have cut the deals, and they've cut most of your national forests out of the deal, and they've sold a lot of us out.
Chairman, I yield back almost half of my granted time.
Well, thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vote on the Walden Amendment. All those in favor of the Walden Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call.
Okay, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle? No. Mr. Dingle, no. Mr. Markey?
No.
Mr. Markey votes no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher, no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette, no. Mrs. Capps? Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Inslee? Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner? Mr. Weiner votes no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson votes aye. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow votes aye. Mr. Hill? Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Space? Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal. Mr. Deal votes aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck votes aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt votes aye. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer votes aye. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack votes aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania, aye. Mr. Burgess. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Scully's. Mrs. Scully's, aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut, no. Ms. Sutton. Oh, I have you. I apologize. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney is off aye and on no.
Is Mr. Gingrey recorded?
I don't think so. Mr. Gingrey. Okay. Mr. Gingrey votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone, no. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon, no.
Have all members responded to the vote? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote and announce the result.
130 to 27.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes were 26, the nays were 32.
26 ayes, 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair now asks the gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshoo, for what purpose she seeks recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Is it to this title?
It is.
And will the clerk inform us whether it has been filed timely?
2 hours.
It was, Mr. Chairman.
The
It
clerk
is.
will report the amendment, and we'll have it distributed.
Amendment offered by Ms. Eshoo of California, in Title I, add at the end the following new subsection, Subtitle J, Clean Technology Business Competition Grant Program. Section 191.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlelady from California is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm going to be brief in introducing this because I think that it is a clear, succinct idea. We all want a national clean energy businesses to spring up all over the country, region by region. And what this amendment does is to authorize a new program at the DOE, which will be comprised of grants that would be allowed to be applied for by clean technology businesses in order to establish competitions in regions across the country. It's already happening in California. It is starting up in Colorado and in the Pacific Northwest. And there are some really excellent and exciting examples of what is coming out of it. This is, I think, a very important set of bookends in that we can bring together and leverage what private sector and venture capitalists are doing relative to their investments in clean technology businesses and what we can help to facilitate with an authorization from the government.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be glad to.
In the spirit of bipartisanship, cooperation, we're prepared to accept the amendment.
Well, thank you to the ranking member. I'll quit while I'm ahead. And thank you for your support and urge the whole committee to, the entire committee to support it. I think it would be a valuable addition to this effort. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Then the gentleman from then the vote comes on. Sorry, the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Christensen.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
No. We haven't had a vote yet on Ms. Eshu's amendment. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Capps.
Just to offer a brief testimony that clean technology business competitions can really accelerate the growth of clean technology companies and create jobs. Even in its short lifespan in California, these competitions are remarkably successful. 84% of Clean Tech Open alumni are still viable businesses. They have created more than 500 jobs to date, are on track to create over 1,100 jobs by the end of 2009. This is just in California. I just want to talk about one, and just for 1 second, LifeCube is a Santa Barbara-based company directly benefited from this competition. They provide environmentally friendly inflatable shelters that can contain everything a family requires during the critical first 72 hours after a disaster. This competition drives innovation, ensuring that America leads the world into a clean technology future. So I think this is a very commendable program. I think it's really speaks to its success on the limited basis by the fact that it's been accepted by the other side, and I want to salute the author and wholeheartedly support this amendment.
Great. The gentlelady's time has expired. All time for debate on this issue has been completed. The question now comes on adoption of the amendment. All those in favor signify by the sign of aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And I would ask the clerk if that amendment has been 2 hours in its gestation period.
Mr. Bond, is this number 595 at the corner?
Yes, it is. It's on electricity prices increases for residential.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, it is.
Then the chair recognizes the gentleman from,
Do we want to read?
We'll wait while the amendment is, then we'll ask the clerk to report the amendment.
Okay. Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mr. Blunt. After Section 2, insert the following new section. Dispense.
I think we can
Ask
dispense.
unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent that we dispense with reading.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on this amendment, this would require the EPA administrator, in consultation with the Secretary of Energy, to every year prepare and certify a report to the Congress on average retail prices of electricity to residential users. If the administrator would determine that the average retail price of electricity sold to end users in the residential sector in one or more of the census divisions, and there are 9 census divisions in the country, has increased by 10% above the 2009 rates adjusted for inflation, then the provisions of the Act would cease to be effective. And so that's essentially what it does. Rather than we had I put the 9 census regions in rather than the average, because this legislation is going to impact different regions of the country, I believe, in dramatically different ways. Such different ways that you could have an overall average that didn't increase by 10%, but you could have a region that would increase by a percentage well above that. For instance, in the state of Missouri and the census region that we would be in our state, around 85% of all of the electricity is produced by coal. In California, it's 4%. So we're clearly much more dramatically impacted than some average number in the country or than other regions in the country. And so, Mr. Chairman, this just simply would say that if that increase was 10% above the current rate adjusted for inflation, then the Act ceases to be effective, and it would have to be essentially a ninth of the country or one of the 9 census divisions.
The gentleman's time has...
And I would yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Escher.
I thank the chairman. I respect the maker of the amendment, but I'm going to speak against it because the amendment focuses on electricity rates and tries to suggest that the rates are going to skyrocket under the legislation. The substitute actually directly protects against this through allocation of allowances. Under the substitute, 39% of total allowance value goes back to consumers via the local distribution companies, which are the local electricity and natural gas providers. So that provision ensures that consumers will not see a substantial increase in their electricity and natural gas bills. Now, if there's been anything that, that members in various clusters have been discussing as we were looking to shape this legislation, it was to ensure that what you are saying is going to happen will not happen. And that's why what is built into the substitute deals directly with it. And what consumers really care about at the end of the day is their electricity bills, not their rates. Not their rates. Everyone in this country knows that one bill, besides their credit card bill, their utility bill, and what they're paying. So I don't look at the fine print about what my rate is. I look to see what the total cost of my bill is. And the bill also provides really significant support to every state to retrofit old leaky buildings that waste huge amounts of energy and money. And the bill also requires more efficient appliances, which are very important, which save money for their owner every time they're used. I've changed my appliances, and I can see the difference, not in the rate of my utility bill, but in the overall lower cost of what I pay every month. And the bill requires utilities to adopt energy efficiency programs. And so I think all of these things that are built into the legislation are directed at that once-a-month event that everyone in the country, every household experiences, and that is what the cost of their utility bill is, and speaks very clearly to that. So as I said before, I started out by saying I respect the gentleman, but I think your amendment focuses more on rates. I think it's the other way around, and how the bill actually directs itself toward keeping the costs low for consumers. Thank you.
Great.
Yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Blunt Amendment. I want to focus the committee's attention on what it specifically says. It deals only with residential electricity prices. Average retail price of electricity sold to end users in the residential sector. These are your voters. These aren't commercial users. These aren't industrial users. These are residential users, what they pay for electricity in their home. Now, the proponents of the pending bill before us can talk all they want about all these allowances to the commercial sector, the industrial sector, and specific industries. But what this says is, if the retail price you pay in your home by census region goes up more than 10% above whatever they're paying in this calendar year, adjusted for inflation, then the provisions of the Act cease to be effective. Now, if those of you that think you've got this great cap-and-trade allowance system that's going to be painless to the economy and not going to raise rates, if you really believe that, accept this amendment because it's harmless. If retail electricity rates at your constituency at their homes don't go up more than 10% adjusted for inflation, this amendment never goes into effect. If, on the other hand, those of us that think it's going to be catastrophic to the economy and that rates are going to go up substantially, if we're right, this protects your residential consumers from that increase. It's pretty straightforward. Either we're right that this expensive cap-and-trade program is going to maybe allocate winners and losers in the industrial and commercial sector, but it's not going to protect the residential sector. If we're right, this is the amendment that protects people who pay for electricity at their homes or their condominiums or their apartments. Now, we give a 10% fudge factor. That's non-trivial. I mean, you can go up 10% and then adjust that for inflation. So we're not saying you can't have any price increase at retail, at residential, but if it goes up more than that, then the cap and trade ceases to be effective. Now, in Europe, where they've had cap and trade, their residential rates have gone up. Okay? Now, maybe my friends on the majority have designed a cap and trade program that's going to be absolutely painless. I doubt that. But if they have, this will never kick in. But if you haven't, this protects your individual consumers in their homes, apartments, and condos from having to pay because you haven't developed a cap and trade system that doesn't cost a lot of money. So I strongly support this. It is the Residential Consumer Protection Amendment, and we should support it. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. Mr. Chairman, am I correct when we look at the allocation section on utilities, the allocations that we provide in the bill go back to the local distribution companies, and that is going to be used to deal with residential rates as well as commercial and industrial. Is that not true?
The gentleman is correct.
So we do address this in the bill. It's not just commercial and industrial customers that we hold harmless from this. We also hold harmless residential customers with the allocation, a rather generous one, that it goes through the LDCs and to keep these rate hikes from occurring. So I think it's dealt with adequately in the bill, and the amendment before us doesn't just say that we stop a 10% rate increase. It says that we stop our whole efforts to address climate change if it goes up. So I think this, once again, the bill has adequately addressed this need. It targets residential ratepayers as well as commercial and industrial, and I see no need to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. Other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly voice my support for this amendment. And, you know, at a number of the hearings that we had over the last couple of months, there were a number of witnesses who said that this bill was only going to cost 13 cents a day. Well, let's make sure that it does. 10% increase, this will cover them to make sure that there's not a problem. If it's not 10%, if somehow this amendment goes down, I think we ought to do what we did with what we're going to do with Mr. Rogers' amendment. It says if China and India aren't going to agree right away, we'll give you 5 years. What percent should it be? If it's not 10, if that goes down, should it be 20? Should it be 40? Should it be 50%? Where should we draw the line so that consumers will find out whether they're taken care of or not? And there's another amendment that Mrs. Blackburn and I intend to offer a little bit later this evening, and that's to make sure that we have full transparency so that consumers know why their utility bills, why their electric bills are going up. In Michigan, we passed, our state legislature passed a renewable portfolio standard last year. And beginning in June or July, all of us consumers are going to see exactly what that cost is going to be per month. It's going to be on our bill. And yes, I'm going to look at it. And I think most consumers are going to look at it because for the average consumer in Michigan, I'll look at Mr. Rogers here, I think it's going to go up $3.50 or $4 a month to make sure that we have the adequate deal for wind and solar and other issues there. And Michigan consumers are going to know what that cost is. So this is an amendment that lets people know just exactly what it's going to be. And if it's not going to be 10%, should we look at 20 or 50%? And I think you'll see those amendments coming forth if this amendment somehow is defeated. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The chair will recognize himself. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair will recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Braley.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that the language as drafted would exclude all provisions of the Act if this provision would kick in at the 10% level. So that means all of the energy efficiency provisions in Title II, which have absolutely nothing to do with global warming, would be gone. It means all of the other provisions that are part of the bill moving us in a clean energy direction would be gone, regardless of whether they were part of the overall plan to combat global warming and climate change. And so that would be one of the best reasons I know of to vote against this amendment, because it's overbroad. It would go way beyond the scope of what the amendment is intended to accomplish, which is to address the impact of global warming provisions in the bill, and it would basically gut the entire Act, including many other positive benefits, and that's why I oppose it.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
And let's go beyond that. Let's just say, for the sake of the discussion, that a utility or a group of utilities began to construct nuclear power plants. And God forbid some event with a nuclear power plant occurs somewhere in the world, and as a result, nuclear power plants again are not constructed. Well, that could lead to a 10% increase in the rate base of those areas in the country that were dependent upon it. It's happened before. It could happen again. Let's say, God forbid, some international incident occurs in the Middle East that leads to a dramatic spike in energy prices. Well, that as well would be something that was not, in fact, caused by this legislation. Let's just say, for the sake of the discussion, that electric utilities, a group of them, decided to decrease their industrial electricity rates and compensate for it by increasing their residential rates. That, too, would have nothing to do with this legislation. But all of it, as the gentleman from Iowa is pointing out, would lead to a cessation of all provisions in the legislation that would be unrelated to those events. These are the same kinds of comments that were made after the 1990 Clean Air Act was passed. The same kind of comments were made about how high the rates would go. But the reality was that within the years after the Clean Air Act of 1990 passed, on average, electricity rates have fallen 19%. In fact, the electricity rates in the state of Missouri fell 59% between 1990 and the year 2006. On the other hand, the Energy Information Agency projects that electricity prices will rise 3% over the next year and 15% by 2030. So electricity prices have already gone up by 25% in the last 4 years. The status quo is not working. The real threat to consumers is that their pocketbooks could be threatened by events because we haven't put in place a new plan that would give us new sources of domestically generated electricity. So for all of those reasons, I think a no vote is recommended on this amendment. I thank the gentleman from Iowa for the points which he made. And does he wish to continue or to yield back the balance of his time?
Yield back the balance of my yes, I'll yield.
Maybe, I don't know if you can answer the questions, but it may be better if we yield to the sponsor of the amendment. What is a census division? Is that a state?
There are 9 in the country, and they're regional.
Okay. I guess my concern is that, for example, the state of Texas, we have ERCOT, a state, it's all the state of Texas, and yet we have other utilities that serve areas across state lines, so they come under federal law. How would this work in states that, by the census division, it would be difficult to do this? And I guess my concern, too, is that does the EPA ever have the ability in consultation with anyone to modify or change something we actually pass in a rate-setting situation?
Well, there would have been 2 ways, really, to look at this. I'd say to my good friend from Texas. One is you could just have a national average, but the problem is this is not going to have national average impact. And so what this amendment as drafted says is if in one of those 9 regions, if in essentially 1/9 of the country, you have impact beyond what this committee anticipates, that the law no longer would apply. I'd say to my friend from Iowa who controls the time, we could possibly modify this so that only Title III wouldn't apply, where you'd still have many of the sections of the bill, but you wouldn't have the Title III section. The goal here is not to throw out the entire bill, but the goal here is to be sure that residential customers have the protection that the gentlewoman from California and the gentleman from Pennsylvania said they would have, but the chairman explained all the ways that residential rates could go up. And that's what we want to avoid here, a residential setting where rates go up.
Mr. Chairman, if I could get ask for 2 more minutes for the gentleman from Iowa so we could have exchange, and that way I won't have to ask for my time.
Okay, the members hear the unanimous consent request. Without objection, 2 minutes are added to the time of the gentleman from Iowa.
To our colleague from Iowa and from Missouri, I guess my concern is by adopting this amendment, we may take it off of our responsibility, whether it's the regions or the states or as a nation. We didn't have any testimony that said we would lower rates by doing cap and trade or even a carbon tax, if that's since that's what your side wants to do. But I think this may be punted by Congress saying, oh, the EPA is supposed to take care of that. It's actually going to be our responsibility to respond, and that's why I think this amendment may be an effort to cover in the congressional responsibility if we have a substantial increase in rates. In regions, I think it's difficult I'd go down to states even, but that's our job. And so that's why I think the amendment may not be the best for this bill, because I want us to come back and revisit it on a regular basis, which I think we will, over the next 10 years that's effective. And I thank my colleague from Iowa for yielding.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Iowa.
Well, I just wanted to comment on the gentleman from Missouri's point, and I think one of the things that's so unpredictable, and this is something that I've experienced firsthand in my first 2 terms, is we had a massive ice storm event that had an enormous impact on public utilities in my state. A year ago, we had the most powerful tornado in the country hit my district, which had an enormous impact on utilities in my state, followed by the worst flooding that we'd ever seen. And so when you break it down into these census divisions, You can't adjust for natural disasters and the regional impact that could cause these price fluctuations without any regard to the gains that are being made from the attempts to combat climate change. So that's why I am uncomfortable with the language even in a modified form, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Great. Gentleman yields back. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Boyer.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for that purpose.
I needed to respond to my good friend, Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, earlier that you had made comment with regard that sufficient provisions were in the bill to protect consumers with regard to rate increases. And I just want the gentleman to know, I do not know the electric power portfolio with regard to Pennsylvania. I don't know what it is. I could probably look that up. But with regard to Indiana, we are about 96% coal, 0 nuclear, with 3% natural gas, and 0.4% renewables. So we are a highly dependent state on coal. And given how the permits are being allocated 50% to the CO2 emission and 50% to retail sales, we're going to be punished in Indiana. So when permits are handed out to take a state like, according to the Edison Electric Institute, EEI, California, their portfolio, 23% nuclear, 13% large hydro, 12% renewable, 47% natural gas, 4% coal, 1% fossil fuel. So they're very, very low with regard to their emissions. Indiana is extraordinarily high with regard to our emissions. And so when you look at the allocations, what's happening is certain states are going to receive a tremendous windfall with regard to the allocation of the permits. States like Indiana, when we only get 50%, we're going to have to go out and then purchase those out onto the marketplace. And when those are purchased, that is a cost that is borne by someone. So with regard to our state, Mr. Doyle, in Indiana, it might, your comments might be helpful to a consumer in a state that has a good energy portfolio, but with regard to Indiana, we're going to get punished, and we're going to get really high rates.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure, and I'd just like to ask the gentleman, did you take the Midwest states into consideration?
Yeah, I would just say to the gentleman, every single one of my constituents gets their electricity from coal. So the whole purpose of allocating 35% of the total pot of allocations to the electric utilities and to take those allocations and pass those allowances down to the local distribution companies is specifically so in states like yours and mine that are heavily dependent on coal, that these free allocations that are going to the LDCs will help mitigate these price spikes. So, I mean, this is specifically being done to help states like mine and yours against this.
Would you be more favorable if these permits were based on a 100% allocation of emissions as opposed to retail sales?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe the chair can clarify, but it's my understanding is 35% of the total emissions. We're talking about some $35 billion is going to flow down through the LDCs, and that's going to be used specifically to mitigate price spikes in residential, commercial, and industrial use.
Mr. Doyle, I'm referring to the permits. As those permits are allocated, they're allocated 50% based on the utilities' retail sales and 50% based on the CO2 emissions for the utilities. So I'm just saying, would you be supportive then if all of your consumers are 100% coal, mine are 96% coal, that it would be a 100%, we should do a 100% allocation based on emissions instead of retail sales? That avoids this tremendous windfall to states out there?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Mr. Doyle, if you would support that.
I'd like to hear clarification from staff because that's not my understanding.
If the gentleman would yield, this is a carefully crafted compromise with the Edison Electric Institute, led by Duke Power, the largest utility in Indiana, which was the utility that basically argued for this formula for your consumers. So this is Jim Rogers asking for this formula because he felt that it was best, and he was reflecting on Indiana when he was asking for it. So we were deferring here to the Indiana utility as it would then relate to the local distribution, as it would relate to the consumers of...
Reclaiming my time, I would submit that Jim Rogers does not speak for the consumers in Indiana. I'll yield back.
Are there other members seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
On this side? We'll turn and recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Radanovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time, and I too rise in strong support of this amendment. We did have a hearing before this began, and former Vice President Al Gore, the main proponent of this legislation, was testifying before the committee and said that we would be able to essentially move from fossil fuels to a reliance on solar and wind energy, enhance the economy, and reduce dependence on foreign oil, all at 33 cents per household per day. And I find that hard to believe. I think that we've heard estimates that the real cost of this thing per household could be anywhere between $2,500 to $4,500 per year. And I kind of look at this as more of a put your money where your mouth is amendment. If this bill does accomplish all that it does, the last thing I know that my friends on the other side of the aisle would want to do would be to raise rates, residential rates and rates to consumers. But there's a large body of evidence and a lot of people that believe that if you're trying to replace the fossil fuel industry with solar and wind and a few other things without identifying a new energy resource, the impact is going to be place a heavy burden on the economy and the individual consumer. So I think that it ought to be in everybody's interest on this committee to begin to look to ways to ensure safeguards in there that when prices to consumers rise as a result of this legislation, I think that we need to be far less worried about a nuclear accident or any other national or world catastrophe that's going to raise rates, because this bill and the effects of cap and trade are going to do it for them. And everybody ought to be on board on devising some type of a system that speaks for the residential mom and dad in their house paying the electric bills that are going to increase 300% or 400% as a result of legislation like this. So would hope that the issuer of the amendment and folks on the other side, if you want to tailor this to make it work, I think it's all in the best interest of the American people to be protected from this kind of legislation that's going to come down of them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition on the majority side? Then we'll turn back again to the minority side and recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Pitts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I have been in contact with our Public Utility Commission in Pennsylvania as to their thoughts on this legislation, and they are so concerned they've requested to meet with our congressional delegation and are coming down to do that. But they provided us written analysis a couple of weeks ago of this legislation, and they concluded that this would result in a sizable hike in the electric bills of residential customers, among other things. I won't read all of them, but that's a direct quote. They say that they're far from convinced that the negative impacts of this legislation could have on our state's economy are fully understood and appreciated. And the cost estimates are staggering. Take, for example, the recent study conducted for PJM, that's the Regional Transmission Organization, the RTO, to which Pennsylvania belongs, that provides an assumed cost of $60 per short ton of CO2 emission allowances. By year 2013, they said this would result in an annual PJM-wide market impact of nearly $36 billion in higher energy prices and rate increases of over $400 annually for residential ratepayers. And whether we reach the $60 per short ton figure or not, the impact will likely be a nightmare for regulators. Pennsylvania is the fourth largest coal producer in the nation. They distribute over 75 million tons of coal each year. Roughly 7% of our nation's coal supply is in Pennsylvania, and 58% of all of our electricity in Pennsylvania comes from coal. So I think we need to listen to experts. These are the ones in our state who are dealing with these electricity rates and the minutia of them on a daily basis. They're recommending.
Will the gentleman yield?
And yes, I'm sorry.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I also met with Commissioner Powelson. I didn't meet with the other, and Joe and I had talked about having a meeting for the Pennsylvania delegation with our PUC to discuss the legislation. One of the things that came out in my meeting with Commissioner Powelson is that they were basing this report on the draft. They were not knowledgeable nor had seen the chairman's substitute. So a lot of these points that were of concern to them have been addressed in the bill. So what we've agreed to do is have a meeting with our PUC after this markup so that they have the benefit of seeing that the changes that have been incorporated in the bill, and they can reanalyze the draft. And I look forward to hearing their comments once they've been able to see this. But the report that you speak of, and it's the same thing Powelson said to me, was based on the draft, and he had no knowledge of the revisions that were made.
Reclaim my time. I still, after talking to Powelson and the Democrats, not just the Republican, both sides on the PUC, have a belief that this will have dramatic impacts on our residential rates. And I look forward to the meeting as well. But I think a vote for this amendment will protect our consumers against significant increases in our residential electric rates, and I urge support for it.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. First of all, I have two documents, one identified as Mid-America calculations of actual allowances allocated by Waxman Markey, which is their review of the chairman's substitute draft that was provided to public and members Thursday afternoon. The second document is entitled Estimated Cost Impacts of H.R. 2454 on OPPD's generating system and its retail customers. I'd like to submit both those for the record. No objections, so ordered.
Without objection, it will be included in the record.
I'd like to read a few paragraphs of Mid-America's analysis of the substitute that was provided on Thursday. Mid-America's CEO and I met and talked over the weekend. He is a resident of my district, although it serves most of Iowa, so within a few miles of my house. OPPT represents my constituents or provides electricity to my constituents. Very quickly, a few of the paragraphs from Mid-America. First, the methodology used for allocating electricity industry allowances is not based on total economy-wide U.S. emissions in 2005, which according to the EIA was 7.2 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. If we use the 35% figure agreed upon, the electric industry would have been allocated approximately 2.5 billion allowances. Instead, the bill uses a formula that allocates allowances from the total allowance pool of capped industries. That's an important distinction. Then on page 407 of the bill, you will see the table that gives annual allowance amounts for this pool. In 2012, the figure is 4.6 billion allowances. 1% is skimmed off the top for strategic reserve allowances, which increases to 2% in 2020. Then the bill further prescribes that the industry will receive 43.75 of the approximately 4.6 billion allowances in 2012. In other words, slightly over 2 billion allowances. Where that 43.75 figure comes is not clear. That 2 billion allowance figure is a 16% reduction from the 2.4 billion tons of CO2 emitted by the electric power sector in 2005 as measured by the EIA. So it's accurate to say that electric power industry is not getting 90% of the allowances for free. By the way, the allowance allocation for merchant coal generation is subtracted from the $2 billion, as well as an unknown amount for long-term power purchase agreements. Whatever is left, which will be well below $2 billion allowances, is distributed to local distribution companies based on a formula of historic emissions. Going through the entire package, they estimate that their 2012 costs are $900 million. OPPD, again, that generates electricity for my constituents, estimates that the draft that was provided on Thursday afternoon, again, sitting down with a team of lawyers, their estimate is that $54 million in 2012 and increasing to $410 million a year by 2030 in their most optimistic case. Estimated costs based on more realistic EPA assumptions have OPPD costs ranging from $173 million a year in 2012 and increasing to $1.3 billion a year in 2030. OPPD makes the point that that's just on the cap and trade, the allowance section. This doesn't even count the increased cost to meet the renewable electricity portfolio or standard. With that, I yield back.
Great. The gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition at this time? Chair sees no one on the majority. We look to the minority, and I will recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's two great quotes, I think, on this. One was the now President of the United States when he said that the cap and trade bill would, quote, necessarily skyrocket electricity rates, end quote. My friend Mr. Doyle, who stepped out, good friend of mine, also said, even in the conversation, that they hope that these allocations would serve to, quote, mitigate price spikes. It is very clear to anyone who reads the language that electricity prices are going up because of this. In Michigan, and Mr. Upton brought up a great example, not only do we have an RPS fee that's going to be associated with every bill in the state of Michigan, but both of the companies went in, and one asked for an 11% increase, and the other is an 18% increase, and both are before our public commissions today. 11 and 18% increases on their, and on top of that, a renewable portfolio standard fee that's going to be charged to every consumer at the end of the month. 1 in 3 Michigan families are behind over 30 days in their electricity bill. 1 in 3. 1 in 3. What this bill says is we're just not going to crush you. We know you guys can't have big fancy lobbyists and who help negotiate the bill and can discuss very complicated allocations of 35% that really don't mean 35%, that deal with future contract purchases and the fluctuating price. They don't care. They know that they got a refrigerator that they have to have electricity to keep their food cold and fresh for their family. They know that when their kids get on the computer, it costs them more money to do their homework. That's what they know. And they know that they just want somebody somewhere to stand up and say, hey, what about me? What about the little guy? I'm having a hard time making my house payment, and as the statistics show, 1 in 3 houses can't even make their electric bill payment on time. And all we're asking is give them a break, please. Don't do this to them. Because if the whole idea of cap and trade works, you've got to make it more expensive. And these companies can't absorb it all. They've got to find new ways to invest in alternative forms of energy. So if that's what you want, it has to be more expensive. And consumers have to pay for it. We talk about billions of dollars. Where do you think it's coming from? Well, we're going to borrow it from China to try to give to the utility company that has a guaranteed rate of return. Anybody think that's a good idea? And the person who gets up every day and is trying to make his job or her job work, who gets her kids on the bus and drives to work and just hopes at the end of the day somebody's thinking about them because they weren't in the room, I'll guarantee you that. And if you got in the room, you got taken care of. If you weren't in the room, sorry, you're going to pay for this thing. This has real consequences for real families. And all this is an insurance marker. If you believe what you say, this bill means nothing. This amendment means nothing. It won't be a problem. But if you don't, and you do worry that the President of the United States was right when he said electric bills will skyrocket, and my good friend Mr. Doyle said that they're going to have to mitigate spiking prices, okay. I don't think the intention here is wrong, but let's build in a little protection for the little guy, the person who's still trying to build something in America, who's still trying to make their truck payment and their electric bill payment, and try to figure out, after all of that, after their 401k is now a 101k, how they get their kids through school. This is the wrong time to not protect the little guy who's trying to pay these bills.
The gentleman yield?
I will yield. Yes, sir.
I mean, the biggest chunk of allocation, not auction, is specifically going to these distribution companies to pass through to ratepayers so that the things that you're talking about don't happen.
But would the gentleman yield?
Well, let me just reclaim my time. It's very clear, and Mr. Terry did a fantastic job of going through how the 35% really isn't even 35%. And it's submitted for the record. I'll give you a copy of it. And that's the problem when you get all these complicated allocations for people who, this corporation gets this allocation, and if you build this, you get this allocation. And electricity producing companies, you're going to get this based on this with this formula. And I'll tell you what all of that complication means. It means the guy who's paying the electric bill is going to get the shaft. That's what that means. And that's what it clearly spelled out when they broke down the allocation. That's why because it's based on nothing. You've created this allocation cap based on what you think is right. That's the problem. It's not based on real science. You picked the cap, and then you broke a pot of money, and then you decided you were going to take 35%, and oh, by the way, here are the exceptions to that 35% and how you can spend it. And they go to the PUC and say, we're losing money, we're guaranteed a rate of return, you have to pay the bill at the end of the day. That's why, just give them the insurance. That's all I'm asking. Please, give these people the insurance they need.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition on the majority side? All right, we'll turn again to the minority and recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we proceed on this, and I've been looking at, I believe someone made a comment about this being equivalent to the rate of a postage stamp, which, by the way, that per day comes out to about $156 a year, not including costs of goods made in the United States that are also going to be added to that as well. And I guess that doesn't assume that the cost of postage stamps have gone up a third in the last 10 years, 33%. Overall, a part of this we have to understand is, and I want to make sure you have this, if steel mills are being hurt by production, they get some money back. And if families get hurt by this, they get some money back. This reminds me of the great comedian Jonathan Winters. Some years ago, he was oftentimes challenged with being shown a photograph, and he had to make up a joke about it. And they handed him this picture of the Eiffel Tower. And Jonathan Winters said, this is a picture of something they built in Paris so they could put a red light on top of so that planes wouldn't crash into it. And I wonder how this cycle goes and how we explain this to constituents, that we're taking the money away from you so that we can give it back to you at another rate, and that's going to, I mean, it begins to lose it for folks too. I mean, the bottom line comes down to this, that we're still saying we're having to defend a position here where we want to have clean energy. I don't think there's any question on that, but I still wonder about these tax increases and other increases that are taking place here that are going to be a burden back on every family in terms of paying their electric bill, paying more for goods and services of anything made in this country, and that has to be something that we're going to have problems explaining to our constituents. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there any members on the majority side? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Stupak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd yield you my time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me. And it's been some time since we made these points, so I will make the points again, just so that they're introduced from the majority side into the debate. This proposal that we are working from is endorsed by and supported by the Edison Electric Institute, and that includes AEP, Duke Energy, NRG, Xcel, Exelon, Constellation, PG&E, on and on. But it also happens to have the benefit of being supported by NARUC, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. It also has the benefit of being endorsed by the National Association of State Consumer Advocates, consumer side as well. It also happens to be a formula that's endorsed by the Center for Budget Priorities. Those are the people that spend their time trying to figure out how things like this impact ordinary people and their homes. So we've worked very hard, and they all support this proposal because they believe that it does accomplish the goal of protecting consumers. I don't think that we had EEI endorsing anything or supporting anything back in 1990 or 1978 or 1970 when we were going through earlier iterations of the of the Clean Air Act until, unless and until they're completely satisfied. And so just for the record, okay, this proposal supposes something that would not have been thought through by, in each state, the kind of interests here that have a stake in keeping electricity rates stable. And I think that Mr. Doyle has done a good job over and over again in remaking this point, ensuring that everyone understands that Mr. Boucher, along with many other members, spent a lot of time with the affected utilities, but also the state regulatory commissioners and others, ensuring that this formula was a workable one and would, as the gentleman said, make sure that we would not see spiking electricity rates. So I just introduced that once again so that the members can hear it, and my time has expired, and I will now seek to recognize...
Gentleman yield.
43 seconds.
If I may rescind my sending back my time, and there is no objection, then I will yield to the gentleman from Missouri.
Well, I'll try to be quick in my 32 seconds. I thank my friend for yielding. There has to be, if the gentleman's right, if the chairman's right, if there is no impact, then I don't see the harm of the amendment. If there is an impact, I don't think the person that gets a utility bill and we say, well, the consumer advocates thought this would be good, and the regulators thought this would be good, and the power company thought this would be good, I don't think that's going to be a very good answer to that person. So there has to be some percentage where surely this committee would be willing to say if the rate goes up at some level, we'd be willing to do something. I said we could make it apply to only Title III. We're willing to work here, but this is a problem that you say won't be a problem. We say if it's not a problem, what's wrong with coming up with a safe solution? I thank the gentleman.
If I may reclaim my time and just to briefly say that the gentleman from Pennsylvania has already pointed out that those anticipated spikes won't be as a result of this bill. However, they could be as a result of other events that do occur. Those are the types of events that the gentleman from Iowa was making reference to, a litany that I went down as well. But it won't be because of this bill, but then because of some other catastrophic event that occurred, it could lead to a suspension of the entire bill, and that's the problem with the gentleman's amendment. My time has expired, and I will now turn to the minority to look for other members who are seeking recognition. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And this is an important debate. Because of deregulation in the electric utilities in Illinois, we actually saw a huge public outcry. So much that they forced the state legislature to go back and, in essence, rescind some of the legislation. So this could very well happen here. This is an insurance policy. I concur with my colleagues that says if you are right, no harm, no foul. But if you are wrong, as we call for a vote on this amendment, you're going to be on record saying, no, we're not going to rescind this bill if electricity costs go up 15% or 20% or what they did in Illinois, 30 and 50%. Now, votes have consequences, and that's the side that you all want to be on, but let's talk about the caps provision. When Mr. Boucher originally put the counter proposal on what the caps would be, they were to be 40%, which would be 100% of the CO2 emissions. Well, guess what, gang? He didn't get 40%. He only got 35. So there's already 5% of the credits that are going to be pushed on to a rate hike somewhere because it doesn't cover all the emissions. The draft already talks about it. It's only 90%. It's not 100%. It's not. So how is the additional 10% going to be passed on? It's going to be passed on through higher cost. And this is a protection to keep that from happening to the individual electricity user. Now, Mr. Terry, in his analysis, correctly identifies that the 35% is really not a 35%. So the question is, what is the percent? And if it's not 35, what is it? So then you take the original proposal of 40%, which was the Boucher counter, by golly, we're going to get 40%. We're going to cover electricity generators and make sure that the cost price. Then he sold out for 35. Now you check the fine print, and 35 is not 35. All we're saying is you better have yourself covered. And you better have yourself covered with your electric utility rate payers. And this is a 10%. I mean, it gives you room for some increase in utility rates. Up to 10%. I would think that anything over 10% would be egregious, and we ought to relook at the bill. Now, if you all don't think that a 10% increase in utility rates is not bad for your consumers or your constituents, then I would invite you to rural, poor Southern Illinois. As I said in my opening statements, this bill disproportionately harms the poor. They're not buying new generation refrigerators. They're not buying new generation washer and dryers. They're traveling long distances. So any increase in electricity rates hurts the poor. And I'm actually really surprised that the Democrat Party that espouses the fight for the little guy are fighting for the big guy in this bill. You're fighting for the big guys. Big electric, big utilities, EEI, by golly. Where's Big Steel? All the big guys. Who's fighting for the little guy? Well, you know who is? We are, because we have a simple amendment that says if electricity rates go over 10%, we ought to relook at this bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would be happy to yield.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I really don't know what the Democratic majority, what their fear of the Blunt Amendment is. I mean, it calls for increase by more than 10%, then the provisions of this act shall cease to be effective. I'm thinking back on Medicare modernization and the Prescription Drug Act. We had a provision in that bill concerned over increased cost of Part D. That if the overall spending on Medicare reached 45% threshold, then the president would have to immediately notify Congress, and Congress would have to, within a very short period of time, take action to bend that growth curve, to bring that down, because it would be unsustainable. My colleagues, I think I remember shortly after Madam Speaker became Madam Speaker, that this very thing happened. The president notified the Congress and the new majority, the Democratic majority, that more than 45% out of the general treasury was now paying for the tab on Medicare, and not nearly enough coming out of Part B. And the Speaker, as I recall, just simply ignored that provision. So let's pass this amendment, and then you would have the opportunity, assuming that she's still Speaker, of once again ignoring it. And I'll yield back to my colleague from Illinois.
Gentleman yields back his time. I think we've had enough debate on this amendment. Are we ready for the vote? How many members wish to still speak on this amendment? 1, 2, 3. Would you be willing to do 3 minutes each? Okay, how about the others of you? Will you do 3 minutes each? 3?
I would prefer to take my full 5 minutes, if I may, please, sir.
Okay, let's go in order of seniority. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. And
Let me point out, after the three of you, we're going to move to vote.
And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to ask a question of council.
Your time.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the consumer protections that we've been hearing so much about, and I can't find in the bill, and maybe you can help me, where does it say that the consumers will actually get money from the rate payers, from the distributors, rather, in this allocation scheme?
Section 783 says it with respect to the local distribution.
Give me a page number if you would. I've got so many bills in front of me, I don't know where I am. I'm just a simple country doctor.
Well, first of all, you're in the Commerce Committee room, in the Rayburn House office building.
Thank you for that.
No. This is LDC's.
Can you give me the page number and the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes. Section 783 of the Clean Air Act is on page 566.
Okay, I'm with you. So the climate change consumer refund account is what you're referencing?
If the gentleman, is it on page 553 that we're talking about? Is 553 the page that has the
But page 553
Yes.
has section 782, which does say on line 3 and 4 that it shall be allocated for the benefit of electricity consumers.
And how does the money actually get to the consumer?
That's in section 783. Yes, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the distribution, termination of emissions, updating. And then on page 574, paragraph 4, use of allowances, heading over to page 575, it says that emission allowances shall be used exclusively for the benefit of retail ratepayers of such electricity local distribution company.
Again, how does the money actually get to the consumer? Through the distribution company?
Yes, that's up to the distribution company to determine.
Up to the distribution company. Are they compelled to give it?
if the council would yield, it's up to the local Public Utility Commission to ultimately make that determination.
Can the Public Utility Commission be actually forced to turn that money over to the consumer?
In paragraphs A, B, and C, it directs the local distribution companies in terms of how they are to use the allowances. It requires that they be used for the benefit of retail ratepayers. Paragraph B says that they have to ensure that the benefits are distributed among ratepayer classes ratably based on electricity deliveries to each class, and then in little clause 2, equitably among individual ratepayers within each ratepayer class. And then C provides some further limitations and direction on how the allowances are to be used and how the benefit is to go to the consumers. And then paragraph D requires the administrator to prescribe specific guidelines.
Can you tell me what the direct effect on a ratepayer in the state of Texas would be, since Texas is a non-regulated state?
Okay. No, I can't tell you what the direct effect on ratepayers in Texas would be. It would be up to the LDCs and the LDCs in Texas that are regulated by the state.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to the Ms.
Mr.
Blackburn.
Chairman, this is an important point. Can I ask for an additional 2 minutes here?
Objection is heard. But you can ask questions other than doing it in a public setting if you want information. We'll be glad to have our staff answer questions for you if that would be helpful. Ms. Blackburn, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state his parliamentary inquiry.
We have a pending amendment, which I believe is the Blunt Amendment, and every member of the committee that wishes to is under the rules of the committee is allowed 5 minutes to comment pro or con on that amendment. We also have a standing practice that members can strike the requisite number of words to ask questions of counsel. As I understand it, and I may be wrong because I wasn't in the room, Dr. Burgess was asking questions of counsel. Is that not correct? So technically that shouldn't count against his 5 minutes of commenting on the pending amendment.
As I understand it, we've been talking about this amendment, and I have not been in the room the full time, but over an hour and 15, 20 minutes. Not everybody has to say everything about every matter, because we need to move on.
But this is an important thing.
It is important indeed.
This is the guts of the bill.
So you think that Mr. Burgess ought to have additional time?
I think every member of the committee on both sides of the aisle should have sufficient time to ask questions of counsel about the bill. And I also think every member should be given, if they wish it, 5 minutes to comment on any amendment that's before the committee.
Well, we're not going to do 10 minutes per person.
Well, but you got two different issues, Mr. Chairman.
Members have 5 minutes to use as they see fit. I think we ought to give Mr. Burgess another couple of minutes, and then we'll recognize the other two members on your side of the aisle that seek time. And then I'd like to put the question to the members to limit the debate and move on.
I thank the chair for the consideration. I'll just point out, had we had a chance to do this in subcommittee, maybe some of these things could have been resolved. Section C, where it says limitation, an electricity local distribution company shall not use the value of emission allowances distributed under this subsection to provide to any ratepayer a rebate that is based solely on the quantity of electricity delivered. And Mr. Rogers asked a very valid question about who is looking out for the ratepayer in this, who's looking out for the end user. And it looks as if the language in this bill explicitly denies the ability to look out for the end user. The other question that is unresolved at this point is what happens as these amounts are ratcheted down. 40 years from now, it's less than a third of the amount of carbon that can be emitted that is allowed in 2012. This is an important point, and it's going to affect ratepayers and end users for certainly the rest of my natural lifetime and well into the next several generations if something isn't done about this. And right now is the time to fix it and get it right. The Blunt Amendment would do that and allow the ratepayer to be spared the burden that we're going to be putting on them in years to come. And I thank the chairman for the consideration. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Ms. Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do think this is an important discussion that we are having. We did not have time in subcommittee to go through this bill, nor did we get the bill in time to contact counsel and ask some of these questions. So, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we're left being able to ask questions that our constituents want to have answers to right here in committee, and I appreciate getting the time to ask some of those questions. And I am in support of Mr. Blunt's amendment. I think that it is an imperative, and it is absolutely beyond me that I am hearing from some of you, we can't do anything that would stop the work we need to do on climate change. You are addressing climate change as if it is the Holy Grail. What we are trying to help you with is the fact that constituents and taxpayers are saying someone needs to put some roadblocks and some timelines and some check and balances into this legislation, because the way it is carrying out now is there is not going to be anything to stop these rates going forward. Looking at the language that we have just looked at and that council is not able to clarify for us, whether you're looking at section 783 or whether you are over on pages 575 and 576, the American taxpayer is going to see you coming to their pocket time and time and time and time again in order to pay for this bill. This bill obviously is not about making energy more affordable and more abundant. It is about climate change and about the environment. This bill is not about having cleaner energy, more accessible and more affordable for our constituents. It is about making it harder to get and more expensive. I've got a chart that the Rural Electric Cooperative Association did. If you have not looked at this thing, you need to take a look at it. It shows you what is going to happen to rates of rural electric power users in this country once this bill is passed. Now, Mr. Blunt's amendment says, look, if it goes more than 10%, and with all due respect to some of my colleagues, I can tell you people do look at what happens to their rates. And they know that when that rate goes up, they've got to flip that light switch off when they leave that room. So they do pay attention to this. But it shows you that in Tennessee, the rates are expected to go up 17%. This is on this chart, and this is with the auction and $20 a ton cost of CO2. These are their estimates. In Missouri, 23%. North Dakota, 26%. Utah, 28%. So what is wrong with saying, look, this is going to be the little roadblock in here. This is going to be the check and balance. If it goes more than 10%, maybe the steps that are being taken on behalf of climate change need to be addressed, and we need to look at what is going to happen for the consumers. As we have just heard in the limitations, there is not, if I was understanding council correctly, and I will yield back to council for them to go back and review this again. As we started on page 575 and read these limitations to you, you cannot go back. There is not a protection for the individual ratepayer in this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I think that it is going to be necessary for us to make certain that we put protections in this so that we don't see electric rates do what the President said they were going to do, which is to necessarily skyrocket. And Mr. Burgess, I will yield to you the balance of my time for further conversation with legal counsel.
Well, let me just use the brief remaining time. May I ask a question of counsel on the limitations paragraph that I just read? Am I understanding that correctly, that no money will be used to protect the ratepayer?
No, that is not correct. The limitation on the limitation on page 575 says that allowances distributed shall not be used to provide a rebate based solely on the quantity of electricity delivered to such ratepayer. It goes on page.
Let me just ask you then, because just a simple question: how will it be allocated? What is the formula that's going to be used? Where can my constituents go and find that information out?
It goes on page 576 to say, to the extent that the electricity local distribution company uses the value of allowances to provide rebates, it shall, to the maximum extent practicable, provide such rebates with regard to the fixed portion of ratepayers' bills or as a fixed credit or rebate on electricity bills.
So it is entirely up to the electricity distribution company then to make that assignment and assign that value.
The electricity distribution companies are all required to use allowances for the benefit of ratepayers. The electricity distribution companies are regulated by state public utility commissions, which are there to protect consumers.
But in a state like Texas, without a public utility commission, how are my constituents going to be protected, or how would they see that refund come to them?
The LDC, in conjunction with the Public Utility Commission, will be required to see that the benefit goes back to the ratepayers.
Time has expired. I want to recognize
Out that this section is not clear.
Mr. Burgess, you had 5 minutes, you had additional 2 minutes, you had additional time, and it's Mr. Scalise's turn, and I'm going to yield him full 5 minutes, and if he doesn't use it, he can yield it to you. But I think it's only fair that other members have a chance, too, on your side of the aisle as well. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's clear that the sections of this bill that deal with ratepayer assistance are very unclear, very questionable whether or not consumers will actually see any real tangible benefit in terms of offsetting the large increases they're going to get on their utility bills. And I rise in strong support of Mr. Blunt's amendment, because I think this is the only real protection that we've got in place in this bill so that consumers don't get literally forced to have to shut off their utilities. During the summer in South Louisiana, it gets pretty hot. And if you tell some senior citizen on a fixed income that once we get past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they're going to have to shut off their air conditioning because they just can't afford to keep running the air conditioning anymore. I'll tell you what, you don't want to have to get the security forces out here you're going to have to take to get all of those senior citizens and people in walkers coming up here telling you what they think about that kind of provision if you don't give them protection. And so if you look at the language in this amendment, if all of my friends on the other side are correct, this won't be a problem, because we'll never get to a 10% increase because they're saying everybody's going to be okay. But I think what they're not telling you is everybody's not going to be okay. And you don't have to take my word or their word for it, just take the president's word. President Obama said, under his plan, under my plan, this is a quote from President Obama, under my plan of a cap and trade system, electricity rates would necessarily skyrocket. Skyrocket. And then you take his budget director. Mr. Orzog said that according to his testimony, American families on average would pay about $1,300 more in utility costs per year. $1,300. And by the way, that's the low estimate. Many organizations that have done analysis of cap and trade come up with even higher numbers. But let's take the president's own budget director, the low number, $1,300 a year more families will pay in higher utility rates under this bill. Just a few weeks ago, the new CBO director, Douglas Elmendorf, testified.
Mr. Chairman, the committee's not in order. The gentleman from Louisiana deserves the right to be heard.
Gentleman's correct. The committee will please come to order. Gentleman may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The new Congressional Budget Office Director testified just a few weeks ago, and I quote, a cap and trade program would lead to higher prices for energy and energy-intensive goods. And so with all of that, Mr. Chairman, all we have before us is an amendment that says if the rates skyrocket to the point where it's more than 10% over the numbers it was at before, that this terminates, that we say enough is enough, because families will be saying enough is enough. Unfortunately, they don't have the protections. They didn't have all of the...
Is your mic still on?
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield? Back here.
How about yielding to me? I don't know who's asking it.
Will the gentleman yield, Mr. Scalise? Radonovich?
You might want to yield to the chairman because he might give you more time.
Could we suspend the clock until we at least get our colleagues' mic working?
Yes, he has two minutes. We'll let him have 2 minutes. And
I think you've blown it up.
It's been capped.
there is a provision in the bill that if a mic goes out by a member, then the whole bill is not in effect any longer. Yes, yes. Is there another microphone that someone would allow you to use? You're welcome.
You probably kicked it loose underneath. Sometimes.
If I may.
Mr. Scalise, I will set the clock. You have 2 minutes.
The top row's working. Come up, you can use mine if nobody else is.
See, now I'm finding out just how important seniority is around this place. Anyway, wherever I left off when the microphone cut out, I do think that the reason that we need this amendment is because this is the only real protection that regular American taxpayers, the ratepayers out there have. The senior citizen on a fixed income is not going to be able to understand why their rates go up 15%. If their utility rates necessarily skyrocket, they don't have the luxury of saying, well, I'll just pay another $130 this month because my average utility rate's going to go up $1,300 a year. They don't have that luxury. And so then they're going to be forced, like what we've dealt with health care. The reason we need health care reform, there are a lot of reasons, but one reason is you've got senior citizens out there that literally have to make the choice between getting their prescription medication or running their air condition during the summer, or their heating bill, heat during the winter. And so you're going to give them one more tough choice like that where they can't afford these higher utility rates. And so what they're going to have to do is sit down and make a decision. Do I actually run the air condition in the summer when it's 110 degrees with humidity, or do I just turn it off because of this cap and trade energy tax that somebody thought was a great idea, and I'll just have to do without something else that I can't do without? We need to give them this protection. That's what this amendment is for. So I would urge support, and I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Vodanovich.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. I do want to, it's really important to say that the rates, we're talking about the rates to payers. We're talking about their electric bill, their gas bill, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania mentioned about how they'd be protected if that's the case. But it's way beyond that, because the increase of gas and natural gas is going to have a huge impact on the price of food, the price of clothing, the price of toys, the cost of construction of homes, the price for school books. None of this takes into account what we're talking about here. It's all over and above protecting the ratepayer from electricity and their electric and their their utility bills. And so we're not even making a dent in what the impact is going to be on the households. I would think this is the least we could do, is to make sure that their rates don't go higher than what the Blunt Amendment allows. But keep in mind that the impact to the consumer is going to go far beyond their utility bills. It's going to increase in cost to them in every manner in which they live in that household that the energy is delivered to. So I appreciate that time and yield back.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman has spoken on this issue, I believe. Have you?
No, I have not.
You have not spoken.
Not on this one. I think I have on the others, but.
Okay. Well, we're going to recognize a Democrat first, then, and then we'll come to you. And
That's fair.
And I hope it will conclude the debate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I have a point of personal privilege for 30 seconds?
Yes, gentlemen.
The chairman has been very generous in offering to provide food for both sides, and I'm very supportive of that. We found out that the food that we were provided are cucumber sandwiches. Now, I know we're politically correct, Mr. Chairman, but I'm going to order Popeye's chicken for both sides. And if there's some undecided Democrats, I hope you keep that in mind. You know, if
the gentleman is very, very generous, and we did provide sandwiches for both sides. And I know we have sandwiches other than cucumber sandwiches, although I know you like to be healthy on your side of the aisle. But we'll make sure that you have the same thing we have, and members, I hope will find something that will suit their appetites. I understand that Mr. Barton, not realizing we were going to provide food for both sides, has already purchased dinner for his side. So you do have choices over there.
And I'm going to purchase dinner tomorrow night for both sides.
Well, we accept that, and
it will not be cucumber.
And we may then provide the breakfast for Wednesday morning, midnight snack. Members who wish to partake of food, get there before the staffs do, because there won't be anything left if they get it first. Okay, the chair wishes to recognize himself, and I will do it in 3 minutes. Yield myself 3 minutes The bill that's before us provides for an allocation of permits to the utilities for the purpose of holding the ratepayers, protecting the ratepayers from increases in costs for their electric utilities. And we think we've protected the ratepayers in that way. But if we adopt this amendment that's before us, it provides that if the rates for utilities go up 10% in any year, the whole bill is no longer in effect. Now, can you imagine a business person in this country who's going to rely on the terms of this legislation for investments? They want to know what the rules are going to be. And the rules say to them, we want more investment in renewables. We want more investment in clean energy. We want people to go out and be entrepreneurs and figure out ways to hold down the costs overall and still achieve the limits on the carbon emissions. We want to become more self-sufficient in energy. We want to transform our economy with more jobs. You can't do that from year to year where the law will either be in effect or not in effect. We already had a proposal that if China and India didn't adopt the same stringent requirements, poof, the law is no longer in effect. We have a similar amendment here. If electricity rates go up 10%, no longer in effect. That is not the way to make sound policy, in my view. We have disagreements, but it's not, in my view, not a way to make sound policy. You cannot set in motion a plan to make us more independent, to bring about greater jobs, to work on new ways to hold down costs and produce the results we want by having it in effect one year and not in effect another year. So I would urge, without even taking up the full 3 minutes I allotted to myself, that this amendment be rejected. And I now want to recognize the gentleman from Oregon, and I will recognize him for 5 minutes or 3 minutes. Which does he want?
Well, I'll make you a deal. You recognize me for 5, and I'll go for 3.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to use as
I
he
think that
sees
is
fit, and we
my
hope he
right under
doesn't
the
use
rules.
it all.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think you make a very valid point. I actually was in small business for 21 years and 8 months. In the radio business, as you know, we paid fairly substantial electricity rates to run the transmitters. The way I read the limitation may be a little different than some of my colleagues. Limitation on page 575, sub C, limitation says an electricity local distribution company shall not use the value of emission allowances distributed under this subsection to provide to any ratepayer a rebate that's based solely on the quantity of electricity delivered to such ratepayer. So that's a disconnect from the amount of electricity you use from the rebate. It's decoupling, correct? I'd ask counsel. That's the common term, decoupling, correct?
That's not the definition of decoupling. What the bill says is that the value provided to the ratepayer shall not be based solely on the quantity of
the electricity
delivered to the ratepayer.
So you're disconnecting. Well, I'll make the case, and I won't ask you the question. How's that? The bottom line is you are disconnecting from the rebate from the amount of electricity consumed.
Correct. It cannot be, a rebate cannot be based solely on that.
And so then what it does, it says to the extent an electricity local distribution company uses the value of emissions allowances distributed under this subsection provide rebates, it shall to the maximum extent practicable provide such rebates with regard to the fixed portion of the ratepayer's bills or as a fixed credit or rebate on electricity bills. So in other words, we are disconnecting from the amount of electricity you consume when it comes to this rebate and saying we're going to the maximum extent possible, just put a flat rebate back, regardless of the amount of electricity consumed. You cannot use as the sole discretion the amount of electricity consumed. That's correct.
To the extent the allowances are used for rebates, that is correct.
That is correct. And so, in my opinion, you are now creating a much different cost basis out there. If you are a small business and you are in a rate situation where the distribution company is going to issue rebates, it's going to come back on a flat rate, not based on the amount of electricity I use. They cannot use electricity as the sole determinant.
It cannot be the sole amount of electricity cannot be the
And
sole
in fact, the language goes on to say that it shall, to the maximum extent practicable, provide such rebates with regard to the fixed portion of the ratepayers' bills. Says that.
Yes, correct.
So the statute here is encouraging that, saying to the maximum extent practicable, you're going to give a flat rebate back. And so from my perspective, this is a small business job killer provision that doesn't treat small business fairly, because it says you're just going to get we're going to spread this out evenly over everybody regardless how much electricity you use. And if you're in business and you're producing widgets or radio waves, you're going to use more electricity than if you're sitting at home. And I believe this is going to drive up energy costs disproportionately on small businesses, and it will hurt rural communities and jobs. I yield back.
If the council would still
Yes.
have an opportunity to respond.
Yes, under paragraph B, this is on page 575, it is, the LDC is required to distribute the benefits among ratepayer classes ratably. So a small business is unlikely to be in the same ratepayer class as a homeowner.
Now, is that true across the board?
It will be, it will
In every
vary by
state?
the way that the PUCs and the LDCs have set up the way the PUCs have set up the rate structure.
Because I just paid, I don't think I was treated any differently as a small business than I was at a home. I paid Pacificor a monthly bill based on my kilowatt hour usage.
It would depend on the rate structure that the PUCs have set up in the various states.
Right. And so the statement you just made may vary state to state then.
It's up to the individual state PUCs, the way they've set it up to protect consumers within their states.
All right. So I don't know that we have a clear answer then. It's going to, I'd yield to the ranking member.
I just want to ask, these allowances that the LDCs get, in and of themselves, they have no value. They have to sell them to get value, to give a rebate.
They could be, one way to
I mean,
get
they
value
have
would
to
be to
be.
sell them. They could also provide them to an electricity generator as partial payment for electricity.
But if you're going to give a rebate to the consumer, you have to monetize that allowance or you can't give a rebate. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct.
So, they sell the allowances. And
That-
whoever they
that's
sell
one
them
option.
to, that's a cost increase. And whoever they sell them to has to pass that cost increase on in some way. Isn't that correct? Unless they sell them
Yes,
to the
they
federal
would not
government.
necessarily pass it through to the consumer, but they would pass through a cost if they buy the allowance, if they're able to do so.
Gentlemen's time has expired. I'd like to now proceed to a vote on the Blunt Amendment. All those in favor of the Blunt Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairs
we have
in doubt, let's go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Waxman.
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher, no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Miss Eshoo. Miss Eshoo, no. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Green. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, no. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, no. Ms. Chakowski. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, no. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen, no. Ms. Castor? No. Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy of Connecticut, no. Mr. Space? Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Sutton? I'm sorry, Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal, aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, aye. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt votes aye. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bono Mack? Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no.
Have all members responded to the rule? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote. Yes, clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 23, the nays were 32.
23 ayes, 32 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. I want to next call on Ms. Baldwin, but I do want to make an announcement. We did provide food. We are going to continue to go through the markup. Members and staff may avail themselves of the food. And I do want to announce that we didn't just give the Republicans cucumbers, we gave them bologna and salami and some ham.
It really is. It really is all vegetarian.
That'll be corrected. Ms. Baldwin, you seek recognition for the purpose of offering an amendment, is that correct?
That's correct. I have an amendment at the desk to Title I.
Mr. Chairman, to Title I. Point of order.
That would be Baldwin 48.
And has the amendment been submitted in a timely manner?
Yes, it has, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies recognized.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserved a point of order on the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Baldwin of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to speak to her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Energy currently administers 2 distinct technical assistance programs that serve complementary needs. Industrial assessment centers provide assessment services to small and medium-sized manufacturing facilities, while the Combined Heat and Power Clean Energy Application Centers provide assistance and education on the implementation of combined heat and power systems in building and industry. The amendment that I am offering consolidates these DOE-administered university-based centers so that they can, and also organizes them into a nationally consistent network so they can better provide education and outreach to professionals as a way to encourage deployment of existing clean energy technologies. Further, this amendment creates a building center component for a fully integrated approach to better utilizing energy efficiency opportunities. Individually, the industrial assessment centers and the clean energy application centers have proven to be very successful and efficient uses of federal funds. But by coordinating these programs, we can best leverage the strength that they already boast. These strengths include unique understandings of regional energy efficiency needs, strong relationships with local stakeholders, researchers, and thought leaders in the area of energy efficiency, and access to individual region-specific networks of other buildings, businesses, and entities that firms look to regularly for energy-related advice. As a complement to the industrial assessment centers and the Clean Energy Application Center programs, this amendment provides for the establishment of building assessment centers to provide these same strengths, for example, training of engineers, architects, and building technicians in energy-efficient design and operation for the building sector, promotion of high-efficiency building construction techniques and high-efficiency materials options, and identification of opportunities for optimizing energy efficiency and environmental performance in existing buildings. The impact of these 3 Department of Energy programs will be enhanced through designation of no more than 10 centers for energy and environmental knowledge and outreach, geographically dispersed nationwide, that will serve as a hub, a place for one-stop shopping where a variety of energy needs can be coordinated, met, and served by region-specific industrial, building, or clean energy assessment centers. In crafting this language, I worked extensively with the Department of Energy and have the full support of the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and, Mr. Chairman, would yield back my remaining 2 minutes.
Well, would you yield to me?
I would
You have some
be
time
happy
left.
to yield to the Chairman.
Because the Department of Energy supports expertise in regional centers called industrial assessment centers and clean energy application centers. They provide valuable services at very low cost to industry and others in helping them adopt new efficiency approaches, clean energy technologies, best practices, reducing costs and preserving jobs. And I want to commend you for this amendment. I think it's a good one, and I urge our colleagues to support it. Yield back the balance? Do you yield back the balance?
I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman?
Gentleman from Michigan is
Speak
recognized.
last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5
I'm
minutes.
not so sure that our side is so excited about the amendment because of the cost. I know that as I have a number of universities in my district, I have one in particular, Western Michigan University, which has been a real leader on energy efficiency for some time. They've made the change with the light bulbs. They've come in with something that we've not done in this building that I wish the speaker would do, and that is to actually put a monitoring device in all of the rooms. They have, I think, at Western Michigan University, they have some 50-some buildings, and in virtually all the rooms, when somebody leaves, the lights go out. The temperature is adjusted, whether it's cooling or heating, based on whatever is more efficient. They've moved to electric vehicles. They have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money because it's a public university in terms of energy conservation, and it's paid for. It will pay for the installation of what they've done. They didn't need to be told how to do it. They didn't need federal money $50 million a year authorized indefinitely, as I understand in this amendment. They did it. Other universities have come to Kalamazoo, Michigan. They've watched what they've done. They've identified those savings, and it's a laudable goal. But I don't know that we need the money to do this. So we ought to be doing it under existing money, and they ought to be used. They ought to be looking at different college associations and others, so that the taxpayers don't have to actually fund $50 million a year. I don't know how the gentlelady found $50 million a year for this, but we could maybe accept it if you didn't have that $50 million. Why not just?
Would gentlemen?
Yeah, yield to my.
I'd like to ask a
Mr.
question
Barton.
of council. I've gone through this just quickly reading it. It looks like it authorizes $85 million a year indefinitely. What's the cost of this? And I realize it's an authorization, not an appropriation, but several places, one place it says $50 million a year, another place it says $10 million a year.
Would the gentleman yield?
Be happy to.
In total, I think you probably missed one. It was 90 million that is added.
Okay, well, thank you for being honest.
And then, just so you know, the existing centers that this amendment also touches,
They get $30 million
The
instead of $10 million.
CEACs are authorized right now from 2008 fiscal year to 2012 at $10 million per year.
You changed
the
that to
IACs,
30.
the Industrial Assessment Centers, which have an indexed appropriation that were both of these were incorporated in the Energy Independence and Security Act, which is when we last sort of looked at the level of funding. But they're, not specifically to your question, but these are things that pay for themselves because of the efficiency that's deployed through these programs. And I would be really, very much surprised, Mr. Upton, if the universities in your district didn't seek counsel from their regional assessment center, which is in your area at the University of Michigan, I believe the Ann Arbor campus.
Yeah, I actually know that University of Michigan was so impressed with what Western Michigan University did. And again, Western Michigan University is in Kalamazoo. University, the big house, that's in Ann Arbor. University of Michigan was so impressed with what Western Michigan did, they actually sent a team to see what they did. They didn't. I don't know whether they actually needed one of these centers. They actually looked to see what Western did, and they did great things. They didn't, I don't think, actually utilize this center in terms of the progress that they made.
Well, if we accept with what's authorized plus what the change, is the total authorization per year 110 million?
Can you repeat the question?
I said, with what you're authorizing that's new, plus the change in the authorization of existing programs, is the total authorization of this amendment 110 million per year?
No, 90 is my
90
count.
per year.
I defer to counsel, make sure that my math is correct, but that's... It's 50 for the new building assessment centers, $5 million per year for the federal share of some of the training internship opportunities to get more people with expertise in efficiency. It is an increase for the clean energy application centers from an authorized level of 10 million to an authorized level of 30.
So that's plus 20. No, I want to cut it by about a factor of 10. I mean, it's an authorization, not an appropriation.
Would the gentleman yield?
Well, it's not. I'll speak. I'll be happy to yield Mr. Upton's time.
Be glad to yield the gentleman.
Without objection,
Balance
Mr. Upton will have an additional minute so that Mr. Barton can yield to you.
Oh, I'm be happy to yield the gentlelady from Wisconsin.
I know that there was discussion on previous amendments about how we come up with these numbers, but this was in consultation with the ACEE and also Department of Energy folks who were consulted in the crafting of this amendment, and that's their belief is what it will take to get this greater coordination and greater impact of these programs.
Gentleman yields back his time. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Democratic side, and Mr. Stearns on the Republican side.
The last word. I think most of us have not really read this, so I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Of the money that goes, how much goes to the university itself as opposed to funding interns and energy, Secretary of Energy Department employees? In other words, of this money, how much is going to government administration, how much is actually going to be given to the university?
I believe that all of this passes through to these university-based new building assessment centers. Of that allocation, of the $5 million for the internships, that would be passed through ultimately to, with matching dollars, by the way, to the people engaged in those internships.
You say there's 10 regional centers. They all have to be set up with employees, right? Or are they existing?
All of these things are called centers, so I want to make sure we're understanding. The new centers that are authorized in this amendment are not in existence now. They can, DOE can designate up to or no more than 10 centers for energy and environmental knowledge and outreach. They would be dispersed geographically nationwide and are intended to coordinate the activities of the 3 centers within them, the Industrial Assessment Center, the Clean Energy Application Centers, and the new Building Assessment Centers.
Will the money be going to private institutions or state institutions? How will the Secretary of Energy make that decision? Who will make the decisions which universities get what? How would a university seek to get part of this roughly $100 million?
There's a number of criteria that are laid out in the bill. These new centers that are being created have to be based on the existence of either an industrial assessment center or a clean energy application center already at that institution, or one of the new building assessment centers at that institution. And then they, again, have to be geographically distributed throughout the country. And there's a number of other criteria listed in the bill, but it is the Department of Energy that would make those assessments. They would competitively bid.
So a university would have to set up an industrial center before they could actually bid?
The industrial assessment centers already exist.
At all the universities?
No, there are, for industrial, let me just tell you how many there are.
Well, I mean, just
those are, I think,
general.
8 of them nationally. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
26 of them university-based.
The criteria would be they'd set up an industrial center at a university. Both a private and a state university could get money. For example, a private university in Washington, D.C. could get some money as well as a state university, and there's no difference in the criteria. Either one could get the same amount of money depending upon their need. How would a university determine whether one university gets 5 or 10 million? Because it seems like $100 million is a lot of money, but when you spread that across 50 states with all the universities, privates, it's you know.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I don't think every university will get this. There's a certain number of universities that are already involved in this, and this would bring a new building assessment center with the existing industrial assessment centers, clean energy application centers, all under a group of 10 new regional centers for energy and environmental knowledge and outreach based at major universities.
Well,
but not all of them will have it.
Okay, so
this isn't pork. This is for everybody to have one. It's for accomplishing some goals.
So what you're saying is the university will not get money unless they establish this industrial center. That's a prerequisite.
I believe that's
correct. Then university, after that does that on their own dime, then they could apply for the grant and they would get it, and the Secretary of Energy would make the decision whether they get the money and how much. What's this typical profile of a grant? In other words, let's say a state university applies, it has industrial center. How much do you think is there a limit to how much one would get, or is this spread over evenly?
The premise of your question wasn't quite correct.
Okay.
So, for example, industrial assessment centers. The University of Florida has one, for example. Those have been authorized for many, many years. We adjusted the authorization level in the Energy Efficiency and Security Act. That program in this fiscal year is nationwide authorized at $190 million.
I'm just going to finish here.
So if it say the University of Florida wanted then to become one of these new centers, they would apply. It would be a competitive, in a competitive nature, and the idea is there'll be up to 10 geographically dispersed throughout the country.
I would just conclude by saying you could make the argument, convince our side, if you could actually show by spending this money, you would recapture and save money in every university in a period of 5, 6, 7 years, it would pay for itself. Have you done a study on that, or is any analysis of that?
I know that the intent of the existing centers is to have cost-effective energy efficiency strategies deployed and get that, as well as training the next generation of engineers and architects, et cetera, who are going to be able to help us achieve these goals. But I do not have anything specific in terms of the number of years that this could be paid for by the deployment of these technologies.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barton.
I want to ask some questions of the council. The Waxman substitute manager's amendment has a complete Title II called Energy Efficiency, Building Energy Efficiency Programs. Isn't the Section 172 and 173 of the Baldwin Amendment rendered superfluous if we adopt Title II as it is? Doesn't Title II set up a federally mandated energy efficiency building code program?
The centers that the Baldwin Amendment refers to are based at universities but provide expertise that is offered through outreach to the entire community as to how, for example, in the industrial assessment centers, industry can use best practices to achieve energy efficiency. And the new building centers, builders can adopt new materials and new practices to achieve energy efficiency. Building codes are a minimum legal standard to which a building must be met.
But these are federal mandates. Doesn't that override what Ms. Baldwin is attempting to do?
No, it would not, because the building codes that would be part of the federal mandate would rely on the kind of expertise that these centers would develop in terms of how to make buildings that are much more efficient.
Okay. Well, thank you. I want to make a few comments, and then I'll be happy. Yeah.
You're still on your own time.
Yes, I think. I'm at a loss here, Mr. Chairman. We have a program. There's nothing wrong with what Ms. Baldwin's attempting to do here, except that it's going to cost approximately $100 million a year if it's fully funded. Now, we just rejected the Blunt Amendment to try to put a price cap on residential electricity rates. Again, this is an authorization. It's not an appropriation. But $95 million a year is real money. And once you set these centers up, they're going to develop their own constituencies. They're going to be very adept at lobbying the Congress for funding. I mean, I would think that you might want to, I'm not sure we want to do either one, but I don't think you do mandated building codes and then do this also. This is way, way too expensive as it's currently structured. So I would strongly oppose the amendment. I might also point out that she's actually given us two amendments because she creates a new Section 172 and a Section 173, which normally that would be 2 amendments instead of 1. So I think there's a little bit of a problem.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you for yielding. Obviously, this is a laudable goal, and I happen to serve on the board of governors of a university, and every university in the country right now, their endowments have gone down. They've lost a significant amount of money in their endowments. They're having to reduce programs, funding for programs. Some of them have even had to dismiss some professors, like the University of Florida, for example. And all of them want additional money from the federal government for their existing programs. And the question I would have about this is the reality of the appropriators actually appropriating $100 million for a new program to help assess environmentally friendly building codes or whatever, when the real job of a university is to educate students, and certainly this would be one way to educate students, but it just seems to me, while it's laudable, there's nothing wrong with this program, the reality is that the funding is just not going to be available. I
yield back, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment.
Further discussion of the amendment, Ms. Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Baldwin said she had a list of the universities that had existing centers. I would like to yield to her for the purpose of her reading that list of universities.
I'd be pleased to do that. The industrial assessment centers are located at 26 universities. The University of Alabama, Bradley University, Colorado State University, University of Dayton, University of Delaware, University of Florida, Georgia Institute of Technology, University of Illinois Chicago, Iowa State University, Lehigh University, University of Louisiana at Lafayette, University of Massachusetts, University of Michigan, University of Missouri, University of Miami, Mississippi State University, North Carolina State University, Oklahoma State University, Oregon State University, San Diego State University, San Francisco State University, Syracuse University, Tennessee Technological University, Texas A&M University, University of Washington, and West Virginia University. Sadly, not University of Wisconsin, but anyways. With regard to the clean energy application centers, there are 8. 6 of those are, from what I can tell, are university-based. University of Maryland, University of Illinois Chicago, University of Massachusetts Amherst, Washington State University, University of California Berkeley, and Mississippi State University.
I thank the gentlelady for the clarification. I will add to what the ranking member was just discussing when he said there was a duplication in Title II in the provisions that talk about the building codes and how those would be set. Well, I would add that another redundancy with this amendment is in this Mr. Dingell's amendment today, which is subtitle J, dealing with nuclear and advanced technologies. We placed a provision, there's a provision in there that is the Clean Energy Deployment Administration under the direction of the administrator of the administration and the board of directors. So what we have is a third already. Look at what we are doing. You've got 3 entities that are going to be involved with delivering what appears at first glance to be the same type service and have the same expectations, and you're going to have this money, hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to go into something that we have already covered in Title II and also previously in Subtitle J earlier today. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back her time. Any, yes, Mr. Gingrey.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. In regard to this, again, I'm looking at Title II in regard to energy efficiency. and it says Department of Energy would provide funding to states to implement these requirements in regard to both commercial and residential buildings to improve energy efficiency. And as I look at the gentlelady's amendments, I mean, it's already been mentioned, but another $100 million a year, to me, it just seems like that money is no issue. Money is no issue. I mean, I'm not really questioning the worthiness of the amendment and Ms. Baldwin's thoughts behind this, but it seems to me that we're already doing it, and it's just duplicative. And why would we just nonchalantly amend this bill so that we could spend another $100 million a year? For that reason, I'm opposed to it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are we ready for the vote? The vote now comes on the Baldwin amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No. Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
The ayes appear to have it. The gentleman requests a roll call, and the clerk will call the roll. And yes, thank you very much. The point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle.
You're for it?
Mr. Markey. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshue. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor, aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley.
Aye.
Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, no. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, no. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal. Mr. Deal, no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer, no. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Radonovich, no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, no. Ms. Bono Mack? Ms. Bono Mack, no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, no. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, no. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, no. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? You there? I'm sorry. I had some more. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, aye. Mr. Green, I'm sorry. Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Ross? Aye. Mr. Ross votes aye.
Have all members responded to the roll? Any member wishes to change his or her vote? If not, we'll tally the vote.
I can't believe I did this. Okay, so what, did you agree with Kayla?
That's what I understand.
30?
I understand that the caterers brought all
The good stuff to your
this,
side.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on that vote, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 19.
30 ayes, 19 noes, the amendment's agreed to. Who do I go to? Mr. Terry, for what, the gentleman seeks recognition for an amendment to this title?
It is titled MPB 2593.
And will the clerk inform us whether the time
Where did you say that?
frame is,
MB2.
the time limitation
Oh, 519, I see it.
has been met?
It's also gasoline price increases title.
Is that okay with this council?
Ms. Davis,
Yes, it was received in a timely manner.
will you report the amendment?
Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mr. Terry.
Without objection, the amendment's considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to have unanimous consent to add 5 words after the comma in $2,009 in paren, comma, to add as a result of implementation of this act, comma.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, with this act covering all areas that emit or industries that emit CO2, includes all fossil fuels, which also includes gasoline, which is part of everyday life. It's ubiquitous to our culture. We need it to go to work. We need it to take the kids to school. We need it to move goods and services. And the studies that I've seen show that there will be substantial increases in the cost of gasoline at all grades. And what I would like to do with this amendment is to suspend the act if the price per gallon hits $5 per gallon. Now, at the current time, according to the Energy Information Administration, the current price per gallon national average is $2.29. I can tell you in Omaha, when I filled up on Sunday afternoon at the BP Amico on the corner, for the higher grade, it was $2.35. So the $5 that I've put in here as the trigger is double what the price per gallon is. So it has to have a 100% increase before it's triggered, and has to be the result of this act. Now, I just want to quote from one heritage study that came out this last week. Actually, it came out Monday. That is a result of the revision, the substitute that was released on Thursday, that showed that as a direct result of this act, that gasoline prices per gallon would go up 74%. So I've kind of put it on the outside of that purposely. But frankly, we all lived through last summer when gas hit $4 per gallon and the effects that it had on our everyday life. Families were making choices, cutting back on driving. I think the end result is that people started using or began using their car less, to the tune of about 15%. And it's stayed pretty static there. The Heritage says that because of the increased prices, we can see another 15% drop in usage, which I'm sure is part of the end game. But it's also because of the higher prices. This is going to affect small businesses, but I'm focusing here on the family budget. They don't want price of gas back at $4 or $5. So this is to eliminate the risk. It's to hedge against the huge increases that some of us feel are coming because of this act. So I would encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me on this. It should be of little risk, but maybe of some peace of mind to our constituents, that we are not going to allow the price of gas to go over $5 per gallon because of this act. So at that point, I will yield back the rest of my time.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. Are there any members on the majority side seeking recognition to speak on this amendment? The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've listened very carefully to the amendment, and I'm in opposition to the amendment. There's no question that America is addicted to foreign oil. That goes without saying. That is a tremendous problem that we all face. The bill that we have before us will help solve that problem. It will move us away from our addiction to foreign oil. It will help us build a clean energy, low-carbon future. And it will help America lead the world in creating the technologies for energy independence. But this amendment, as I understand it, proposes to press the eject button on our clean energy program if someone thinks that this bill has a certain effect on gasoline prices. The amendment is really just an attempt to undermine this bill. And so, Mr. Chairman, let's look at the facts. According to expert studies by the EPA, the per-gallon gas price changes that might result from putting a cap on emissions from fuel are very small, about 2 cents a year over the life of the program. Last year, and we all remember this, we saw gas prices go up by $2. And where did those dollars go, Mr. Chairman? To hostile regimes overseas that are trying to hurt our country. But for 2 cents, we can move to a clean energy economy. We can do something about the dependency on oil that chains us to the whims of OPEC oil ministers and exposes us to the price escalating effects of the growing Chinese demand for oil. We need to be a lot more concerned about the $2 a gallon increases that come from staying hooked on oil than 2-cent increases from moving off of it. Let's be clear, Mr. Chairman, an amendment like this would send a signal to American industry not to invest in developing ways to cut our use of imported oil and make our cars more efficient. And so, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yield? The gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield.
I thank the gentleman very much.
Yes.
And I can't agree with the gentleman more. If the price of a gallon of gasoline is going over $5 a gallon, that's the very reason why we need this bill. We need to create a whole new way of domestically producing energy here in the United States. That's what this whole electric vehicle revolution is about. It's using renewable energy so that people can plug in this next generation of vehicles at home. It's why we're putting so much money into carbon capture and sequestration, so that coal can play a role in generating low-carbon electricity, so that people can plug in their car at home. We right now are in the eye of the storm. $4 a gallon gasoline a year ago. Now, it helped to induce a recession, from which we are now recovering. The price of a gallon of gasoline went up 7 cents last week. We don't have a lot of time to put in place a plan that avoids sending us back to where we were last spring at $4 a gallon, much less $5 a gallon. This is our opportunity to put in place a plan for the future. That's what this debate is all about. It's about green energy jobs, but it's about energy independence. We produce 8 million barrels of oil a day in the United States. We import 13 million barrels of oil a day. OPEC has us where they want us. OPEC can increase the price of oil anytime they want on us because they are the marginal supplier of oil to us and to the world. That's our weakness. Our strength is that we are the technological giant on the planet. Our strength is that we have a chance here to put together a revolution in renewable energy fuels, in electric vehicles, that will break our dependence upon oil and drive down dramatically the amount of oil that we import, and as a result, dramatically reduce the likelihood that we will see the dramatic spike that we saw in oil prices last year. That's really what this whole debate's about. We don't want to see the price of gasoline go over $5 a gallon, but if it does, that only reinforces more the need for this legislation, more the need for us to put in place a way that we use our technological genius. And it only reinforces more why it was so important what happened on the White House lawn today, where the President, with all of the auto company executives, announced that their goal now is not 35 miles per gallon by the year 2020, but now 35 miles per gallon on average by 2016. That's the kind of action we need to take. We need to use our technology to reduce dramatically. The auto executives are on board. The auto executives are saying they want to move towards this electric vehicle future that we have included in this bill, but we have not seen the understanding of the depth of this problem yet.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman from North Carolina.
Well, it's my time, and I believe it has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. I appreciate that. All I was going to do was ask you to provide me the site on that EPA statistics.
I'll get my staff to get it to your staff, sir.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very supportive of the Terry amendment. My question would be, how many U.S. industries do we want to bankrupt in one markup? the automobile industry is on its knees, and this announcement today that they've accelerated the CAFE standard mandate from 2020 to 2016 is not going to make the automotive industry more robust. We've already got one in bankruptcy, Chrysler. You're probably going to have General Motors in bankruptcy within the next month or so. Bless their heart, Ford Motor Company, which didn't take advantage of the loans, didn't ask for the loans, is apparently in strong enough shape that it doesn't yet need federal assistance, and I would emphasize yet. Now we have an amendment by Mr. Terry for the refinery industry. Mr. Green and Mr. Gonzalez, and maybe others, I don't know, but I know those two have been working like Trojans to get some allowances for the refinery industry. And my understanding is that they got 2% for 2 years beginning in 2014. Now that may be erroneous, and they may have done better than that. But the Terry Amendment simply says if gasoline prices go above $5 a gallon because of this act, and keep in mind that right now they're a little over $2. They've been as high as in California several years ago. They were up over $4. The average in the country was a little below 4 before they declined. But if they go back over 5, we'll suspend this act. Now, we keep being told that nothing that the majority is doing is going to cause price rises anywhere. We're somehow going to defy the laws of economics, and we're going to have a cap on CO2, man-made CO2, that starts, I think, in the first year at a little over 4 billion metric tons, goes up for a couple of years, and then over the next 30 years declines down to about 1,000 million tons or 1 billion metric tons. But somehow no prices are going to rise anywhere. Now, we learned from council that these allowances that are given to the local distribution companies, somebody's going to buy them, but that's not going to cause a price rise anywhere. So all Mr. Terry is doing is saying in something that for most Americans is a basic necessity, gasoline that they use to go to work, to drive their families to school, that the commercial sector uses to provide gasoline and diesel for trucks and all this stuff, that if you guys are wrong and prices do go up, once gasoline reaches $5 a gallon, we're going to suspend the act. That's an insurance policy. That's a price cap. If we can put a cap on carbon, we darn sure ought to be able to put a cap on gasoline prices under this bill. It's beyond me that we can't accept this amendment, because if there are very few people in the United States that don't use gasoline in their cars or trucks on a daily basis. And this, to me, is one of the more important consumer protection amendments. I strongly support it and hope that we would adopt it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to yield back.
Great. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my friend from Texas, referring to Congressman Gonzalez and I as working like Trojans. My worry about, though, is this amendment might be that Trojan horse that will sack the city. I have to admit, I've sat in Congress for a number of years and watched gas last year go up to well over $4 a gallon around the country, maybe even $5 a gallon. But I didn't see any amendment like this that all of a sudden said, okay, let's start doing different things. This amendment only says that if we get up to $5 a gallon, then including taxes, then we're going to not worry about carbon sequestration. I guess we could say the same thing about benzene and other things that we have. That's what worries me, that this amendment will put an artificial barrier on it, when frankly, that gas could go up to $5 a barrel based on the world market for crude, and that's where it was almost last time. I think California may have been close to $5 a gallon last time. I know in Texas we were at, $4, and I tell people, even though we have refineries all in my district, we don't get a discount, except for our state taxes are just a little bit less than maybe other states. But that's why this amendment's not a good amendment. It sets one issue up, and it's interesting for my colleague. Price controls is something when the Republicans had majority for 12 years didn't want to talk about, and now because we're talking about carbon sequestration or environmental issues, we're going to talk about $5 a gallon. And again, that's why I think that we may get $5 a gallon even before this bill is effective, and what's going to happen to our constituents at the same time. What we need to do is not import 60% of our fuel, or our crude oil, and produce it domestically, or have alternatives on how we get around the country. And hopefully this bill will get us to that point.
Will the gentleman yield on that point?
Be glad to.
So how does this, can you show me the provisions in here that allow us to develop America's great energy reserves?
Oh, I've been frustrated with that for many years, but last Congress was the first time in a Democratic Congress we took off the control of outer continental shelf drilling. Oh, geez. Okay, I've been there. But
no, the question was in this bill.
The
question was in this bill because
I don't know of any wells off the Oregon coast. But let me reclaim my time. We had that battle last year, and this Congress, a Democratic Congress and Senate, did away with the moratorium. But
and the
Republicans
president
were in control for 12 years, and we never talked about it. Never talked about it. Never got a bill out. We did get a bill out of the House. Maybe we even got it out on Anwar, but the Senate wouldn't pass it. So, but that's why I don't think this amendment is ingenious in drafting. But and Congressman Gonzalez and I have been working to make this bill work for all of the country, and not just the coast, and also the Gulf Coast. But that's why I think that gas may get to $5 a gallon next year, and it may not have anything to do at all with cap and trade. Maybe we ought to provide this where we suspend everything if it gets to $5 a gallon.
Gene, will you yield for 1 second?
I'll yield.
I added some words that said as a result of the implementation of this act. So it wouldn't be because of world pressures. It would be as a result of this act.
Well, Lee, and that gets to the point, if $5 a gallon is so bad, why shouldn't we do that for everything, including
if you would agree to
make that amendment, we might accept.
Yeah, Gene, I'll do unanimous consent for $3, $2.50.
Mr. Green, would you yield, if I may?
Yield back.
Who else?
I would. One of the arguments in the bill.
We do drink wine in Texas.
We'll do that. We'll talk about global warming. One of the bragging points on this bill was going to reduce our reliance on foreign oil. So I don't see the price of gas going up to $5 because of whatever happens on imports.
Well, my argument is that 60% of our oil right now comes from imports. And so it's a world market price on crude. And if $5 is such a major issue because of carbon, why don't we make $5 for anything? And for any reason it goes above, because our folks couldn't afford $4 last year, and but the market did come back down.
No, the point I'm making is that the bill was supposed to eliminate our dependence on foreign oil, so I don't see it going up to $5 for that, if that's indeed the.
I'm hoping it does, maybe 10 years from now or so, that we will see less foreign oil imported. Of course, at the same time, coming from where I do, I want to also see more domestic production.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment kind of speaks to why Republicans and Democrats have really been talking in dual universes. And it talks about, and I really have great respect for Mr. Markey and his impassioned approach to this debate. But this whole markup, why we're having such a hard time, is the basic premise of climate change, and to fix it, you're going to charge for carbon, and we're saying that that additional cost for carbon is going to affect constituents. It's going to affect ratepayers. It's going to affect gasoline.
Now, in the debate of energy security, which is what Republicans stand for, we want an all-the-above energy portfolio. We wanted the Outer Continental Shelf, and I'm glad my friend Gene Green lauded the opening up of the OCS, but that was a Republican victory because of the Republican energy protest. It wasn't because the Democrat majority wanted to open up the OCS. And if everybody wants to debate that with me, I'll be happy to debate that. That's what we did because we had an approach that we wanted lower gas prices. We wanted our consumers to pay less. We wanted to have people not burdened by high energy prices. And who gets killed the most? There are 102 counties in the state of Illinois. I represent parts of 30. It takes me 3 hours to drive from one part of my district to another. That's small town, that's rural. We have big trucks. You've heard me say this all in the last Congress. We have big trucks. We have working trucks. We have to drive long distances to schools, to health care, to buy groceries. We're not from the rich parts of this country. And what this bill is going to do is hurt the poor, rural Americans who rely on low-cost fuel to get from point A to point B. 2 cents a gallon increase for a year? You have got to be kidding me. And if it is 2 cents a gallon, then you shouldn't mind this amendment. But this is another safety insurance policy that says to our voters, to our constituents, that if your gas prices go up to $5 because of carbon, we're going to amend this act. I think that's a good bet because, and if you believe what you say, this amendment does not hurt you. If you represent rural America, where they drive big trucks to work, you need to support this amendment. If you have people that drive long distances to school, to health care, to get groceries, travel 3 hours to get from one point of the district, but if you live in suburbia and you have mass transit and you're from the wealthiest districts of this country, then this isn't going to affect you. That's why this is an important amendment. I will support it. I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members on the majority side seeking recognition to speak on this amendment? The gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate the distinguished ranking member. He cited the auto industry is on its knees, and this is true. The auto industry is on its knees, but a large part of the reason is that they insisted on building gas-guzzling cars. Well, now they've got religion, and they're going to build more fuel-efficient vehicles. But the fact is that gas prices are volatile, they're going to spike, and if Americans burn less gasoline, the prices on average will be less. If we don't pass this bill, prices will be more volatile, if consumers are going to get hurt in a periodic fashion. Another point I'd like to make is that if gas prices do go up to $5 a gallon, it's going to be very difficult to distinguish the market forces from the forces of regulatory impact. So I don't think this amendment makes sense. I think it's going to hurt consumers. It's going to keep gas prices volatile, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm not aware of a study yet that shows passage of this bill will reduce the cost of energy. If somebody has one of those, I'd love to see it. And so what it really amounts to is a national energy sales tax. And people are going to pay more. It's just a question of how much more and whether there are any emergency exits off this high-speed freeway that this bill's on. And I think that's what troubles me most. Like my colleague from Illinois, my district's 70,000 square miles. I wish it only took 3 hours to drive one direction across it. Now, I happen to, here in Oregon, drive hybrids on both ends. You can't put a trailer hitch on a Ford Escape hybrid. They don't allow that. Okay? It's physically impossible, I guess. I tried. They rejected me at the dealerships. They can't put it on a hybrid. So as you develop all these new cars, and we've seen some of them on display out here, the three-wheel electric one and this and that, Understand there's a whole bunch of America, rural America, that still needs workhorse trucks to haul workhorses and to haul cattle and to haul the other commodities that feed people all over the globe. They're going to pay more. They're going to pay a lot more. There are some on the other side of that. I simply don't like people that drive big trucks, big diesel dually trucks. You hate them. I don't know, you hate them individually, but as a class, you want them all in small, fuel-efficient something or others that may not actually do the job. And as a result, we're going to have people, they're going to lose their jobs. And I think that's what troubles me most about this. I hear a lot about the green jobs. The study out of the University of San Juan Carlos in Spain, from their experience, showed for every green job they created, they lost 2.2 other jobs. National Association of Manufacturers says you're going to lose a couple million manufacturing jobs in America. And a lot of the green jobs are being created out there, and they're in my district, and I don't have anything against renewable energy. I'm actually a pretty big advocate of it. But a lot of them are just installing the windmills, and then you leave. So a lot of the initial jobs are in installation, and then they're gone. What we lose permanently are the manufacturing jobs. Now let's turn to energy. Because the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Markey, made the point about how we need to use technology to develop all these new renewable biofuels, and we're going to have all this new renewable biofuel. And I have repeatedly, some of you may have noticed, talked about woody biomass. Woody biomass, I've got people in my district, scientists, engineers, all the kinds of people that we think America is all about, trying to turn woody biomass into renewable fuel. And they can do it. And when they do it, if that wood comes off the federal forests, you all in the energy bill in 07 said it doesn't count as renewable fuel. I tried to change that in my amendment, and you gleefully voted down. The chairman of the subcommittee, who on one hand says we got to have new energy, new renewable biofuels, get off petroleum, on the other hand votes down the very amendment that would incent woody biomass to be converted into a liquid fuel source and count as renewable biofuel towards the nation's renewable fuel standard. Somebody explain to me how you can have it both ways? How can you have it both ways? You can't. But what you are going to end up with is an enormously expensive cost on Americans that are struggling. When it comes to the rebates on energy, we're just reading through this bill. Looks to me like you just socialize the rebate program and then stick it to anybody that still uses energy as if they're evil. And I don't happen to believe that's the case, because a lot of manufacturing uses a lot of energy. But you're not going to, your make work pay tax credits and things are distributed evenly, even though, as my colleague from Tennessee has pointed out pretty clearly, and the data show, the energy costs aren't distributed evenly. Some regions of the country, actually mine, probably aren't going to get hit as hard by higher energy as a result of this national energy sales tax bill as other regions like the Midwest. And even in the Northwest, it depends upon how much of your power comes from hydro. And yet, even hydro is discriminated against in this bill, and it's probably the most renewable, carbon-friendly energy on the planet. But, try and install new hydro if it affects the elevation of the water behind a dam at any location or time, it doesn't count? Can somebody explain to me how that suddenly makes the hydro non-renewable? And why you put that in your legislation? Anybody? You can't answer the question because there's no logical answer to it. It's politics. The deals have been cut, and the bill's before us. You can change it, though. There's still an opportunity. We'll have amendments to make it better.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes himself. And I do want to point out that we can have differences of opinion. We can think that there may be different consequences from policy decisions we make. But I don't think it's fair to attribute to one side of the aisle or the other hatred for any one class of people or people who work for a living. And especially, I don't think it's fair to Democrats who have always fought for working people. I must say, I just take exception to the idea that you would say the Democrats hate people who drive trucks. Now, this bill is attempting to make sure this country's national security is protected. So we're not dependent on having to bring in oil from countries that do not wish us well. We want new economic development in this country, and we think we'll get it from the legislation that we are offering. You can disagree with that. You can disagree with it. I don't have any problem with that. And you can offer amendments. And in fact, this amendment is the same amendment that we've already voted on at least 3 times. If China doesn't have a bill equivalent to ours, the whole legislation's out the window. If electricity prices go up too much, the whole bill's out the window. If gasoline prices go up too much, well, the whole bill is out the window. I think you're making a point, but I think you're making the point in a way that we ought to move on. The point's already been made. I just think that we ought to be very careful how we talk about each other's opinions and recognize that we do have strong differences, but it doesn't mean that there's some in this committee, Democrat or Republican, that like one class or dislike another class. Every time anybody says we ought to do something for working people, I always hear people say, "Oh, those Democrats are engaging in class warfare." It's not appropriate as part of the debate, and I would hope members would refrain from that. I yield back the balance of my time, and I'll recognize the gentleman from Arizona, higher seniority, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've been debating whether or not this legislation will raise the cost of energy here in America, whether it's electrical energy or gasoline, as we're debating right now. Somehow, it seems to me that Mr. Murphy said it quite correctly earlier, and that is that it's pretty clear that what this bill does is it imposes additional costs on energy, on the emission of carbon dioxide. Currently, the emission of carbon dioxide is free. This imposes additional costs. The notion that it is not going to raise the cost seems bizarre. It seems to me a little bit like an Alice in Wonderland world. The entire goal, I submit, to raising the cost of carbon dioxide emitted when energy is produced is to raise the cost of that energy and to discourage the consumption of that energy so we produce less carbon dioxide. I don't see how in anything other than an Alice in Wonderland world you can have it both ways. It seems to me the President of the United States, a very eloquent gentleman, was very candid. He said bluntly during the campaign that the costs of energy were going to go up and going to go up dramatically. Indeed, I thought that was the purpose of this legislation. And during one of the hearings that we had on this legislation, I believe we had a panel of somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 or 13 witnesses. I asked them a series of questions. One of the specific questions I asked was, do each of you agree that the passage of this legislation will cause the cost of energy to go up in price to the consumers? And the answer from each and every single one of them was yes, it will. Indeed, that was the design. Now, I understand that through negotiation, rebates have been negotiated or adjustments have negotiated, and there's an attempt to offset or to cushion those increases and to cushion them with regard to certain industries which have overseas competition or which produce excess carbon compared to other industries. Indeed, I spoke with Mr. Doyle. He said they carefully crafted it to protect 41 different carbon-sensitive, import-sensitive industries. The point I want to make is there'd be no point in negotiating those kinds of soft landings or those kinds of offsets if indeed the cost of energy weren't going to go up. The second point I want to make is the point I made to him at the time, which is what happens to industry number 42? We negotiated rebates or soft landings or adjustments for 41 industries, but what if we missed on industry number 42? There's a report from Heritage dated yesterday, written by several of their scholars, William Beach, David Kurtzer, Karen Campbell, and Ben Lieberman, all of which analyzes this legislation and talks about electricity rates rising by as much as 90% after adjusting for inflation, a rise in inflation-adjusted gasoline prices by 74%, a rise in residential natural gas prices by 55%, a rise in the average family's annual energy bill by 1,500%. it seems to me that it's pretty clear that the goal of the legislation is to increase energy prices, to discourage the use of energy which produces carbon dioxide, and to encourage us to move to other fuels. How can we sit here in the room then and say, well, these things aren't going to go up? Gasoline prices won't go up, electricity won't go up. I don't understand how we can have it both ways, and I don't understand how we can say that we're going to make everybody whole with taxpayer-funded rebates. And I agree with the gentleman, we should refrain from personal comments, and I happen to have a Ford pickup truck. It's not a dually, and I don't think the Democrats in my district dislike my Ford pickup truck, but I am deeply worried about the impact of this legislation on my pickup truck driving and on all the other pickup truck drivers, and for that matter, on all of the other people in this nation who have to pay for their energy prices. And quite frankly, I do think it is a valid point to say that when you raise energy prices, you do disproportionately affect those who can least afford it. At least in my district in Arizona, people drive till they can qualify. What that means is that the lower income people in my congressional district have to drive way out of town from their jobs to find a home that they can qualify for. They drive older cars, they drive less fuel efficient cars, maybe not after they get to rebate their car and turn it in, although I'm not sure $4,500 will let them all turn in their car, and they drive longer distances, and I think we're kidding ourselves if we do not think this will disproportionately affect those Americans. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Rogers. Did
Thank
you
you,
seek recognition?
Yes, yes, thank
Gentleman's
you.
recommend.
I was a little bit surprised, and it's maybe not the sense that we're frustrated, Mr. Chairman, but we're frustrated. And it's some of the things I heard even said in the debate, in this argument, in this debate, tells me that we're just two completely different places on something that we think we could be common ground. I mean, we've got our own bills to reduce the dependency on foreign oil, brings clean options, but it has to have everything. It has nuclear, clean coal, wind, solar, biomass, all of it. And this bill picks winners and losers for that, and it picks winners and losers for families and winners and losers for businesses. And when the subcommittee chairman said that where the recession is out, we're out of the recession, I think he actually used the word recovered, there was 539,000 jobs lost last month. And that tells me that maybe in Washington, D.C. we're doing fine, but I'll tell you, back home, people are hurting, and they are hurting bad. And if that isn't the continuation of a recession, I don't know what is. 539,000 job losses? And he made a valid point. He said, when prices got up to $4.50, it accelerated our recession, put people out of work. Absolutely it did. So all we're saying is, hey, let's not go down that road again. We've been there. We've had families lose everything because of it. Let's put a little insurance chit for the person who gets up in the morning and has to drive, on average, 40 miles to work. About 40 miles. That's the American average. And when we do that, we're investing in their ability to have a home. This is a social contract of which you are all violating. And that social contract was, listen, we know that if we provide an incentive in the tax code, you can go out, buy your own home, and own your own home, and you get to pick the neighborhood. And if the schools aren't good, you ought to be able to try to move around and find and have that ability to have that little white fence and that grass in your yard and raise your kids to the standard of which you want. And if that means you have to drive a little bit further, you make that choice. You make that choice. But what you're saying is we don't want you to make that choice anymore. You don't get to pick your schools. You don't get to pick that house with the white picket fence. We know better than you because we're pretty darn smart. We're members of Congress. That's what you're saying. And the gentleman from California absolutely didn't take 1 second to understand the car industry. Not 1 second. The only cars that the big three, and by the way, the foreign companies who were coming into the market here were making lots of money on were pickup trucks and SUVs and minivans. And what was the big investment from our foreign producers who came into the markets by building, say, a big truck plant in Texas? It was a truck plant because they made money doing it. So we ought to be just honest about what we're saying. We're saying is we're going to tell you, America, what kind of cars we want you to drive. I don't know if that makes us feel better or not. But matter of fact, you mandated to these car companies that they had, in order to meet the formula, they had to sell a certain number of small cars, even if they didn't make money doing it. How are we doing? Oh, that's right. One's in bankruptcy, one is on its way, and the other one is on its last leg. And, oh, by the way, our foreign competitors aren't doing very well either. This has huge impact to somebody that has no control over what's happening in their lives right now. They have got to get up tomorrow morning, and they got to fill up their car, and maybe it's a minivan because they got 3 kids, and after work, mom is going to take somebody and drop them off and pick up their neighbor's kids and get them to soccer camp or get them to the cheerleading school, and oh, by the way, she's going to get groceries and come home and cook dinner, all of which we've now made more expensive for her in her average daily.
Will the gentleman yield to me?
I would absolutely.
What are you doing for those people that have to spend a lot of money on gasoline? You're going to make the bill go away so that people who have jobs developing renewable fuels lose their jobs. The people that are working on making houses more efficient, they'll lose their jobs.
I'll reclaim.
But we all ought to be together on this, not trying to play one up.
I understand, but let me reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman. I understand your point, but the point is we have provided a great opportunity to unleash American innovation, and we've already seen that against Europe, we beat them with American innovation. This bill abandons American innovation. And we ought to say, let's do it all. We deserve to honor that social contract for those families who made those choices. And I'm not talking, they're not living in big houses.
Would the gentleman
yield? How have you unleashed a great ingenuity for American, as you just claimed?
And all of the above energy plan, Mr. Chairman, and we've got several that
we haven't even seen that yet. Please share it with us.
It's in the Republican alternative.
We have it in the Republican alternative, Mr. Chairman. You'll have a great opportunity to either pick American innovation and saving the folks who are struggling today, or this big government mandate that didn't work in the housing industry and it didn't work in cars, but somehow it's going to work in your electric bills.
I would ask unanimous consent that the gentleman be given one additional minute.
Without objection.
Would the gentleman yield to me?
I would yield.
I'd like to ask a question of the distinguished chairman, since that's the third or fourth time that you said that these Republican amendments that we're offering repeal the entire act. Would the gentleman accept the Terry amendment if we amended it to only suspend Title III of the Act and let everything else stand? Title III is the cap and trade portion that's going to cause all the price increases.
Well, that may or may not be true. Price increases in gasoline have gone up enormously over a year ago, and we didn't have cap and trade in place. What we had was a world market that went way up. What we have is a lower price now because of a world economy that is going quite downward. So why we should suddenly stop the limitation on carbon emissions, stop the limitation on carbon emissions if the gasoline prices go up, what we ought to do is try to make sure that we minimize the cost of while at the same time we limit carbon emissions.
Reclaiming the last 1 second, I assume the answer to that is no, then.
That's correct. Your time has expired as well. Further discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me see who wishes to speak on the amendment, because I think we've got a pretty clear idea of it. Mr. Gingrich, I'm going to call on Mr. Upton first because he's senior to you. So the two of you, and then I would like to then put the matter to a vote. Mr. Upton first.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may not use all my 5 minutes, so if someone on our side wants a little time, perhaps that'll happen. I guess it comes down to this, the frustration that I share with Mr. Rogers and really with Mr. Dingell and Mr. Stupak, too. Our state is really hard hit. And as I look at our region, the reliance on coal, the reliance on the auto industry, the jobs that we lost, particularly in Indiana, that we share that same thing, Ohio, Illinois, we are in real trouble. And with all the hearings that we had over the course of the first couple months of this year, I kept hearing that there's really no economic harm, little or no pain. This was going to be a good thing for the consumers, and it might be as little as even less than a postage stamp in terms of the additional costs. And we'll accept that if it's true. But if it's not true, we want an insurance policy. We want an off-ramp, is what it's called. And that's why Mr. Rogers offered the amendment that he did. China and India, if they don't comply, just like the EU, they want us to come up with the same scheme so they don't lose jobs over here. So we had that debate for a long time, and it failed. But tomorrow we'll come back to it again, because I one of the amendments that's going to be filed is that they don't comply within 5 years. It'll be lifted. We'll get the off-ramp. We had a long discussion on Mr. Blunt's amendment. 10% increase in electric costs. We're told in parts of our district, parts of our region, electric costs may go up by 40 or 50% almost overnight. That amendment failed, but tomorrow we'll have another amendment along the same lines. Maybe it'll be 50%. And if that fails, maybe it'll be 100%. We're going to find out where that bar is. I'm going to have an amendment maybe later tonight if we have time to cap it at 10% unemployment based on this bill. I can tell you that in most of my counties, we wish we had 10% unemployment because we're way over that. And so is Michigan. And that's where our fear is. Now, last year, we had a big debate on oil prices, and I supported Mr. Stupak's amendment on price gouging. We had a big bill back in 2005. It was a bipartisan bill led by Mr. Barton with Mr. Dingell's support. And when that bill got to the floor, we had dozens and dozens of amendments. And there was one amendment that was defeated that would have provided incentives for more refineries in this country. One of our concerns, knowing that the price of oil is driven by supply and demand, is that we have both. That we can use the OCS, the Outer Continental Shelf, that we can have additional conservation efforts, that we can look at new sources of oil, whether it be tar sands or oil shale, coal to liquid, a whole number of different things. And we also have the refinery capability. It wasn't always that we had to import refined oil. We do today. And one of our concerns is because of some of these requirements that are in this bill that we're going to send some of these refineries away from our shores. They're not going to be in Mr. Green's district. They're going to be in some other country. And what happens then? If it increases costs as a result of this bill to more than $5, we're going to make some changes. So, again, this bill, this amendment follows the same line as the other amendments. We're going to find out where that bar is. And if it's not $5, is it going to be $7? Is it going to be $8? At what point do we tell American consumers enough is enough? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Mr. Gingrich.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And actually, my comments are very, very closely aligned with the gentleman from Michigan. And the point is, at what point would you agree, would the majority agree, to sunset this plan, at least, as the ranking member said, Title III of the plan? Is it, if it's not 10% increase in electricity prices for the average American, is it 25%? If it's not China and India cutting down on their carbon footprint and pollution as much as we do, is it 50% of what we require of ourselves, or even 25%? At what point do we reach that sunset? And I agree fully with Representative.
Would the gentleman yield? The gentleman yield for a question?
I will. I'll yield in just a few minutes, Mr. Weiner. Let me make my point. When the Democrat majority occurred and Ms. Pelosi became Speaker in January of 2007, she was the first witness before the Science Committee, a witness of one. We were not really, we on the minority side were not permitted to ask her any questions. And her signature issue clearly was this cap and trade and global warming issue. Several weeks later, former Vice President Gore presented before the Energy and Commerce and Science Committee a joint hearing as a witness of one, shortly after receiving the Inconvenient Truth documentary Oscar award. And it was the same thing, and it was clear, and it's clear to me today as I listened to comments from Mr. Markey a few minutes ago when we talked about the price of gasoline, average price at the pump, getting up to $5, and his remark was, well, that's the whole point. You know, that's what, it was almost like he was saying that's what we wish for, because at any cost, we're going to a green technology, and we're not going to use any fossil fuel, and I think that is ridiculous. Ranking Member Barton made the comment that, well, how much destruction are you going to accept in this economy? How many bankruptcies of how many industries before you throw up your hands and say, this is not working? And there has to be a point at which we are willing to look at that. And I'm not seeing that here. It's almost like we're going full speed ahead no matter what the devastating effect on the economy might be. The hell with that. We've made up our mind. It's going to be a green economy and green jobs. I call them subprime jobs. And we're going to wean ourselves off fossil fuel no matter what. And oh, by the way, we're not going to allow any drilling off the outer continental shelf. We're not going to utilize shale because it causes 1 scintilla increase in carbon dioxide footprint. This is crazy. And I think that this is the whole Mr. Chairman, the whole viewpoint from this side of the aisle. There's some good ideas. We need an all-of-the-above energy policy, but not green at any cost to the total exclusion of any fossil fuel. And with that, I will yield to my friend from New York.
I thank the gentleman for Georgia. I think the problem is we have different ways of calculating the cost. Would the gentleman agree that the present amount of money that we American citizens are pumping into the pockets of Ahmadinejad in Iran is unsustainable? Would you agree that our support of the Saudis by our dependence on fossil fuel is unsustainable? At what point does that reach so high that you say, I'm going to vote yes on this bill?
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Weiner, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. And we can solve that by the all-of-the-above energy policy that we talked about for a full month, the month of August last year, while maybe a lot of people were on vacation.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
I'll be glad to yield.
Do you personally, you yourself, have a copy of that amendment? The all-of-the-above plan?
The all-above plan, I absolutely do.
Would you mind if I won't share it with anybody. Would you mind if I see it? I'd like to see that. I mean, let's bring it up here. Let's have a discussion of it, because right now it seems like a fairly abstract.
Reclaiming my time, I think, Mr. Weiner, you will have an opportunity, and I'll yield to the ranking member.
Well, we need to be honest here. We're not under oath, but I think it pays to be honest. The Republican alternative that I introduced last week has the all of the above in it, but that particular the production incentive package is not germane to this committee. And so the Republican alternative that we will bring to the desk sometime tomorrow or Thursday, depending on how the markup goes, will not have that in it unless the chairman is willing to rule that it's germane to the markup. Because if we brought it up with non-germane amendments, the entire alternative could be ruled out of order. I'm just being honest. We've got it. It's been introduced, but the Republican alternative that we're going to put at the table will not have that in it because our production incentive stuff is not in the jurisdiction of this.
Would the gentleman yield, or can I strike the last word?
Well, my time, I'll reclaim, but my time has expired, and
but we'll share it. I can share it with you.
Gentlemen, will be given an additional 1 minute so you can.
I guess the reason I raise it is we've now had repeated attempts at basically the same amendment with some variations of what triggers the bill being stopped. And in several occasions, this alternative has been referenced. It might be instructive for us to begin that discussion. Let's see what the alternative is, and we'll have a discussion of the alternatives. At least that is moving what you seem eager to talk about onto the playing field so we can consider it. Germaneness, non-germaneness, it's not what you're going to eventually offer. I think now might be a constructive way to move forward. We've basically seen the outcome. The votes are pretty clear on this thing. You've made the point, but you've referenced this, all of the above. Let's bring it. Let's take a look at it. Maybe you'll win some Democratic votes, and we can start amending that as the base bill.
Time is up.
I don't know how you.
Now we will proceed to a vote on the whose amendment?
Terry.
Mr. Terry's amendment. All those in. Well, I think we've completed the discussion, and I've asked members to respond who wanted to speak on this, and if I'd certainly be happy to have you have 2 more minutes, but I don't want that to be used as an excuse for another round here.
No, I understand.
Well, without objection.
All right, Mr.
Without objection, the gentleman will be recognized for 2 minutes, and we will then proceed to the vote on the pending amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I appreciate you.
That'll be the order.
Mr. Chairman, you remember when Secretary Chu came here to testify, and I asked him this question. I said, Mr. Secretary, last September you made a statement that somehow we have to figure out how to boost the price of gasoline to the levels in Europe. Well, at that point, the levels in Europe were $8 a gallon. So when I hear this debate, I'm reminded that the Secretary of Energy agrees with you on your side that even if the cost of gasoline goes to $8 a gallon, this will be good because this will force Americans to cut back on gasoline, and I don't know how they're going to survive because your bill does not have the diversification and the transition so that these people can make it. Well, as it went further in this debate, the Secretary went on to talk about how economic climate would change and it would be completely unwise to increase the price of gasoline, he admitted. But he'd like to reduce the price of gasoline, but he says it could go up. And he mentioned alternative fuels, forms of fuels, biofuels, that can lead to separate source or independent source of transportation. So I pressed him a little bit, and I said, well, you don't really, honestly, in your heart of hearts, think that the American people will be satisfied with $8 a gallon? And he said, well, honestly, no, I don't think so. But I pressed him further, and I said, well, don't you think it was really silly for you to even talk about that huge amount of expenditure here in America to follow with Europe? And he said, yes, I do. So I think my point is, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Energy at one time thought $8 a gallon. We're talking about $5 a gallon. And I'm saying from this perspective, if it's not just your members, Mr. Chairman, it seems to be the administration has the concept that it's okay to go to $8 a gallon to force Americans to somehow sacrifice. So with that in mind, I sort of substantiate some of the statements we're saying on this side, which we're repeating again and again, which is basically, you folks don't seem to care how expensive gasoline gets, because in the end, you think it's all going to be solved by solar cells and wind, and you don't even recognize there has to be even a bridge, a transition. So I think in that respect, Mr. Chairman, I think the point's well made. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now proceed to a roll call vote on the pending amendment.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman? No. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher, no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette? DeGette votes no. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle? Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Weiner? Mr. Weiner votes no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson votes no. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? No. Mr. Melanson votes aye. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen, no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space? Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal, aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shadegg? Mr. Shadegg, aye. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts votes aye. Ms. Bono Mack? Ms. Bono Mack, aye. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mrs. Scalise, aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes aye. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle votes no. Mr. Gordon? Mr. Gordon votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow votes aye. Mr. Space? Mr. Space votes aye. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes aye. Okay.
Any other members wish to be recorded? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Any Republican wish to change his or her vote? How about the Democratic side? If not, the clerk will tally the vote.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes were 25 and the nays were 31.
25 ayes, 31 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Now to go to the Democratic side, the gentleman from the Virgin Islands.
Can I have a parliamentary inquiry before we do that? And it'll be brief.
Yes.
Mr. Weiner asked that we introduce the production incentive portion of the Republican alternative. I've asked my staff if that's easily separatable, and it is. It's about 80 to 100 pages. If it were to be introduced tomorrow, clearly it's not germane. Would the chairman be willing to allow it to be introduced and debated with the understanding that it will be withdrawn after the debate?
The chair would want to have further discussions with you about the process because we have been here a very long day and have not made a lot of progress. So there's a possibility. I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition to offer an amendment, and as I understand it, this amendment is to this title and it has been submitted in advance. Could you turn on your mic?
I'd like to reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, gentleman from Louisiana reserves a point of order. Ms. Christensen, you wish to offer this amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mrs. Christensen of the Virgin Islands.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment. I can't hear you. Is your mic out too? Yeah, the light is on.
Yep.
I hear something there.
I think we found one.
Yeah, good.
Great. Well, I'm offering this amendment because of the heavy dependence of the territories on diesel and our inability to have made any meaningful reduction in the emissions from it because of our limited resources to do so. Reducing emissions from diesel engines is one of the most important air quality challenges, not only in the territories, but in the United States. Most, if not all, of the territories' heavy machinery and school and other buses are operated by diesel engines that don't fully meet EPA's clean diesel standards. We could have done more to reduce these emissions if we had access to the diesel emission reduction grants and loans that were authorized in the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Extension of the diesel emission reduction provisions to the offshore areas, as we are seeking to do with this amendment, will not only help advance current commitments to reduce air pollution, but will make great strides to protect our community's health and that of future generations. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Congressman Sablan, not of this committee, from the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas for his strong advocacy on this issue, and I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her
I
time.
yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Barton.
I rise in neutrality right now on the bill, on this amendment, excuse me, and I have a question for the gentlelady. The staff on the minority side has been looking for several hours. We can't find a section 791.9 of the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Could the council or the author of the amendment define for us where section 791.9 is in what act? Because it does not appear to be in the Energy Policy Act of 2005.
It was added by Public Law 110-255, Section 3, subsection A.
And what law is that? Because it's not as it's referenced in this amendment.
It's an act called to authorize the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to accept as part of a settlement diesel emission reduction supplemental environmental projects and for other purposes. And this public law amended what was enacted in EPACT 05.
Well, I would ask that the gentlelady withdraw the amendment so that we get it clarified what we're talking about. We'll accept it once it's correctly cited.
Gentlemen, yield to me.
Be happy to.
Why don't you accept it, and then we'll make sure that the code sections and all of that are correct. If you don't have a disagreement with policy, and if we have a problem and you want to come back to the committee, we can come back and revisit it.
I'll accept that with the chairman's understanding that before, if and when this bill gets out of committee, we'll fix it. And we're not opposed to the policy. I think she's just trying to make sure that
the territories are included.
With that understanding, I'd ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read, subject to further discussions on the language and the structure of the amendment, to be sure it meets with the concerns that members may have.
Technical citations.
Technical citations.
Then we'll support the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Down here.
Yes.
Just to speak in support of the amendment.
Well, I ask unanimous consent the amendment be accepted. Do you want to speak on it anyway?
Yeah, just briefly.
Well, the gentleman's recognized. How brief?
For me, it'll be very brief.
Well, we'll have to use.
I'm
your
speaking
10
in
minutes.
support. You might want me to take the whole 5 minutes since I haven't been supportive of anything else.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to applaud the gentlelady. During one of the markups, I went to the Diesel Technology Forum. Congresswoman Matsui and I are the authors of the DERA Act. It's been very, very successful in cleaning up diesel emissions. I applaud this move to make sure other partisan entities of our country fall into it, and I applaud the gentlelady, and I just want to extol the virtues of that piece of legislation which we passed, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back the time. All those in favor of the Christensen amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. We'll now go to the Republican side. Gentleman from Michigan seeks recognition
Chairman,
for what purpose?
I have an amendment at the desk, and it seems like it was put there 2 days ago, but it was sometime this morning. Relevant to this title, relating to unemployment numbers.
Will
10%. I don't know.
Will the clerk inform us whether this amendment has been
It
presented
has.
in a timely fashion?
It has, Mr. Chairman.
Will you please report the amendment?
Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mr. Upton. After Section 2,
I would ask
insert
unanimous
the
consent that
following.
it be considered as
Without
read.
objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the
And
gentleman
I'm
from
going to
Michigan.
ask another unanimous consent agreement, so if you listen to this carefully, the amendment says 10%, that the bill will be, like we've done before, that the average unemployment rate for the prior year, if it reaches 10%, it shall cease to be effective. And I'm going to ask unanimous consent that that number 10%, where is it?
But you want to change it
May
to
not
add
be-
those words.
I'm gonna try to save, this is not the right amendment, the one that they did. I'm sorry. The amendment that they passed out is not.
You want to do that one? It says Upton at the top.
Yeah, this isn't the right one.
You'd rather like this one better?
No, I like mine that I was gonna introduce.
Why don't we report whichever one they'll accept?
You wanna accept this one? No, it's. It says Upton on the top.
Has our clerk identified the amendment that Mr. Upton really, really wanted to offer?
It has an off-ramp at 10% nationally. That's not this one.
Is it at the desk?
It's been there since this morning.
Are you talking about the Midwest? Or are you talking about the...
National unemployment rate at 10%.
Oh.
And it has Upton on it. And it's at the desk. And it's been at the desk for 2 hours.
Could we have our clerk take the amendment from you briefly just to compare? Because we have like...
You have it? Maybe for the moment, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to another member to ask for amendment. I'll come back in the queue just to save some time.
Okay. Mr. Space, are you ready with your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You wish to be recognized on it. I presume it's an amendment. May I presume it's an amendment that fits to this title?
You may.
And is it one that's been at the desk for more than 2 hours?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Who would we recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, before you speak, let's get the amendment reported, see if we can do that, and have it distributed.
No.
This one also says Upton at the top.
Mitch.
Which one is this? Okay. We're having the amendment distributed. Would the clerk report the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute offered by Mr. Space.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Ohio will be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is designed to expand the opportunities to deploy carbon capture and sequestration technology on existing coal-fired power plants. The bill itself provides generous incentives for companies to engage in aggressive CCS technology in the way of a allowance bonus. And while we're very happy to see that provision in the bill, we feel that it does not adequately account for existing large generators who wish to retrofit their facilities to provide for partial CCS technology in the output of electricity. This amendment is designed simply to reward those electrical generators that do engage in CCS with bonus allowances for retrofitting existing facilities. We think that that's the most feasible and practical way to ensure rapid development of this new technology. And as far as we can see, it is perfectly in line with the goals and intent of this legislation to move in the direction of CCS technology and the utilization of coal-fired generation. Yield back.
Yields back his time. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Barton.
I have several questions. We're not automatically opposed to it, and we predisposed to be supportive, but we want to make sure we understand it. And I can ask this of the author or the council. Is the space amendment specific to one plant, or is it a generic amendment?
It is a generic amendment, not specific to one plant.
Not specific to one plant. And on page 2 of your amendment, in the retrofit applications, in the paragraph number 2, where you talk about a certain percentage of flue gas no longer applies to flue gas, but the entire product. We don't understand that. Can you explain that?
And I'll do my best to explain it, and then certainly I'm willing to defer to counsel. So the basis of this amendment is to stay within the framework of the original bill in terms of the amounts of electricity being generated that would be eligible for CCS bonus allowances. We've attempted to remain consistent with the intent of the bill. That language is designed specifically for those retrofitted plants that are not generating all of their power through CCS technology. There's still the 200 megawatt limitation that exists in the original bill. So if you've got a 1,000 megawatt plant that wants to retrofit and do 20% through CCS, this amendment permits that. It just factors in all those ingredients in a consistent fashion throughout the amendment. This legislation is, we have looked at this very carefully and certainly are mindful of concerns that members may have, but we see no problem. We think this will encourage the development, encourage deployment, and if this technology is going to be developed, it's going to be developed in this fashion by existing plants that can do it at scale. They're going to be sequestering this carbon on site. There are a lot of reasons as to why they cannot, and it's not practical to think that they would, convert or retrofit the entire operation over to CCS technology, because of the integration between the CCS technology and the plant's operation. It's too risky. If there's a problem with the CCS, the whole plant shuts down. It requires massive amounts of real estate. It's essentially, if a plant were to go completely retrofitted to CCS, they would have to double the real estate. Many plants just don't have that option available. This legislation is designed to allow some of those plants to do it. We know of one plant down in West Virginia, the Mountaineer plant, that has made a significant investment in this process. We think it would be a shame to penalize companies that have been ahead of the curve.
You intend this would apply to any existing coal-powered plant in the country?
Any existing coal-fired plant in the country. It's very unlikely that any small manufacturer, relatively small manufacturer of electricity would, in fact, take advantage of this, because if you don't have scrubbers, it's impracticable to expect that CCS technology will be utilized, and only the larger plants have scrubbers. So really the threshold is at about 600 megawatts, so it's very unlikely that this would be something.
I don't see Mr. Boucher in the room, but he's the author of the CCS bill that I'm a sponsor of, and the language in our Republican alternative, if not identical, is almost identical to his language. Is Mr. Boucher comfortable with this? Do you know? Have you talked to him
I
about it?
don't wish to speak for him, but I do have information that he is comfortable with this language and supportive of the amendment.
Gentleman yield. We've been informed that Mr. Boucher has had a chance to review this amendment and is supportive of it.
Well, I have to admit, I'm a registered professional engineer, but I'm not an expert in CCS technology, and I'm certainly not an expert in retrofitting of existing coal-fired power plants of 1 gigawatt cumulative generating capacity. But
well, maybe Mr. Shimkus would like
our new friend from Ohio certainly seems to understand it, and he seemed like a sincere young man, so I'm going to say we'll accept it.
I thank the ranking member.
Any further discussion
Mr.
of this
Chairman,
amendment? Who seeks recognition?
Chairman, I just want to ask a question to the author.
Gentleman's recognized.
Is it safe to say that that what this amendment does is applying the same standards of new coal-fired plants to retrofits?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What it is doing, in a sense it is. It's making those retrofits eligible for that bonus allowance that would be available for new plants that go completely CCS, which we anticipate in the future. These are for early retrofits that, again, are fundamentally important to the development of the technology over the next 4 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
We ready for the question? All those in favor of the space amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Upton, are we ready?
I am ready.
You're ready. Is our clerk ready with the Upton amendment?
Before they had the national figure? Does it say national? All right.
It does say national.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I may ask that since the amendment is only 2 sentences long, I might ask that it be read. I'm going to have a unanimous consent to change the number from 10 to 15%, but I'll wait till it's read.
Right. He's using this one. Okay.
Clerk just will report it, so we'll have it before us.
Amendment to H.R. 2454 offered by Mr. Upton. After Section 2, insert the following new section and make the necessary conforming changes in the table of contents.
Without objection, it will be considered as read, and further, without objection, the number 10 will be changed to number 15%.
Yeah.
Without objection, that'll be the order. And the gentleman from Michigan is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a number of us have said for much of the day, in our region of the country, there is not a bigger issue than unemployment, particularly in my state, which has had the terrible distinction of having the highest unemployment rate in the country for some time. We've been told that this legislation has little or no economic harm, that allocations have been made to cushion the blow, but in remarks that John Engler made this last week, the head of the National Association of Manufacturers, he said that the enactment of this bill could possibly lead to a permanent recession. In Michigan, a study was done by the NAM, and they said that the primary cause of job losses in Michigan would be lower industrial output due to higher energy prices, the high cost of compliance, and greater competition from overseas manufacturers with lower energy costs. The impact on energy prices, it said most energy prices would rise under the proposal, particularly for coal, oil, and natural gas. Manufacturers would be especially hard hit as they consume 1/3 of all energy in the U.S. Higher utility bills and gasoline prices would take their toll on Michigan's economy and would impose the heaviest financial burden on low-income households. State budgets would be adversely affected. Our former committee colleague, Sherrod Brown, now a senator from Ohio, who opposed cap and trade last June on the Senate floor, said that the president's plan, President Obama's plan, would lead to an increase in energy costs and would drive American firms abroad. And he said this, it really does say to manufacturing, go to China, where they have weaker environmental standard, and that's a very bad message in bad economic times, in any economic times, end quote. Job losses in my state this year may reach 239,000. So what this amendment does, in order to save some time, we moved it from 10 to 15%. I appreciate the chairman's unanimous consent agreement that if the nation's unemployment rate reaches 15% because of this act, we will suspend the bill, which is pretty much what we've tried to do with the other provisions that have not received a majority of votes for much of the day, whether it be increase in energy costs, whether it be increases in utility costs, whether it be other countries, particularly the other large emitters, whether they comply or not. We're saying, in essence, that if this bill increases unemployment up to 15%, a number that none of us want to ever see in our state or certainly in our country, because of this bill, there's going to be an off-ramp, and it will at that point be suspended. So I would ask my colleagues to support that, and at this point I would yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess we may have some questions about the drafting of it, and I'm glad it's a short amendment. In the last sentence, if the administrator determines in consultation with the Department of Labor that the unemployment rate for the prior year meets or exceeds 15% by unanimous consent, as a result of the implementation of this act, the provision of this act shall cease to be effective. 15% as a result of this act. So
right.
We're at 8.5% now, maybe 9%.
They would have to determine that the increase was because of this bill versus...
I'm just thinking out loud that if this act caused 15% unemployment on our 9% now, we'd be at 24%, which is Depression era. I think we would see a new Congress if that determination is made, whether we have this amendment or not.
Glad to have the gentleman's support.
You just broke the code.
And I think that's...
Chairman Barton, would you like to respond to that?
Well, I can't imagine that happening. I'll reclaim my time. That's my concern about, I guess, a lot of these amendments. This bill.
I would make
Mr. Upton, if you want him to yield to you, ask him to yield.
Sorry.
Okay.
With the
Let me finish
gentleman,
my argument, Fred, and I'll yield
Texas
to you.
has the time.
I got plenty of time. I guess my concern with a number of these amendments is that over the next few years, this bill has some benchmarks that we're going to get to. At any time during the next 10 years even, Congress could revisit this. And if we see anywhere near the horror stories of $5 a gallon gas or 15% unemployment based on this bill, I think Congress would be derelict if they didn't revisit it, no matter who's in charge. And so that's why I think some of these amendments sound good on politics, but in actually reality, it doesn't make much sense. Because if to your bill, we would have to get, if we went to 10% unemployment right now, which is terrible, I think 8.5% is bad, and 15% on top of that, it would be literally 1933, and there was a new Congress in 1932 because of the policies of in trying to deal with the Depression. With that, I'll be glad to yield, Fred.
the intent of this is that it would be 15% total, not 15 on top of the current rate of 9.
Well, the way I read it says 15% as a result of the implementation of this act. I think if you read it, and I don't know, we may ask the staff for their interpretation, but I think that's what the bill
but
the
it
amendment
says, if the gentleman yields, it says that the employment rate for the prior year meets or exceeds 15%. It doesn't say
as a result of the implementation of this act. And I think that's why I'm reading 15%, or if it's 15%, then 8.5% what we have right now, which hopefully we will lower over the next few months. But, Mr. Chairman, that's why I oppose the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Further discussion of the amendment? Mr. Shimkus, do you seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, speaking in support of the amendment. Thank you. I guess what we're trying to find out is if we're going to make benchmarks for carbon emissions out to 2050, why can't we accept one amendment on job losses? Why can't we accept one amendment on energy cost increase? If we're going to have all these benchmarks, as my colleague from Texas said, we got all these benchmarks, why don't we have one benchmark for the ratepayer? Why don't we have one benchmark for the employed or unemployed worker? Why don't we have just one benchmark that says, by golly, if costs increase, we're going to take care of the little guy? We got benchmarks again for the corporate titans who went behind the closed doors to cut these deals. We've got benchmarks for them out to 2050. We don't have a single benchmark for the single individual ratepayer, nor do we have a single benchmark to protect for job loss. Not one. Just goes back to the other debates. Who's sticking up for the little guy? The individual in rural America who has to drive long distances. Who's sticking up for the guy who's going to lose their jobs? We've had Dr. Gabriel Calzada Alvarez from Spain. He talked to us and said, America, are you crazy? We've got 17.5% unemployment in Spain. And you want to model your aspects after us? You've got to be kidding me. For every one green job, we've lost 2.2 regular jobs. That's why this debate is so crazy. All these benchmarks for caps throughout the ages. No benchmark for the little guy. No benchmark for the ratepayer. More gas price increases. More job losses. You guys don't want to protect them. We're giving you chances to vote. You won't take us up on it. No, it's not going to affect them. It is going to affect them. We're betting that it will. Why don't you just accept one of these amendments? 15%. Fred could have stayed with 10. Fred, I would ask you to move it to 23%. We're trying to figure out how much job loss can we put in a benchmark for you all over on the other side. 50%? 60%? Is there any benchmark for the worker that we can put in this bill? Is there any increase in electricity rates that we can put in this bill that you would accept? Anybody? No takers?
Yield to me.
I would yield to you, Mr.
There is no benchmark that you could say has only one solution, and that's the elimination of the law. There ought to be other thoughts as how we can deal with this problem. Your only solution to any benchmark is to have the law evaporate. That is not thoughtful.
If I were claiming my time, Mr. Chairman, the amendment says if these job losses are a result of this act, directly, and
Gentlemen,
we've got an administration that supports cap and trade. We'll have Department of Labor folks who will be in your camp. If they say we've lost 15% to 23% unemployment, then they're pointing out the fallacies of this bill. But you guys won't even accept an analysis. Why don't you counter with an amendment that says we will at least look at it if unemployment reaches 23%? You're not even accepting the premise that you do accept the premise that there's going to be energy increases because you've got a portion of this bill to mitigate the increase. You've given out these caps to try to mitigate the effects of increased costs. All we're saying is let's have a benchmark for the little guy. Not the guys who went into the back room, who cut these deals, not the CEOs. How about the little guy?
But the gentleman yield?
No, I will not yield right now. Because what I would like to get a premise is that
My colleague from Texas says we've got these benchmarks. I think that's real telling. We've got benchmarks for everybody but the person who's going to pay the fare. We bring up electricity increases. We bring up gas increases. We bring up job losses. But y'all don't seem to want to address the issue that faces the poor in this country, and I'm sorry about that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Sarbanes.
No.
How's that? Yes. I'd oppose this amendment. The other side is taking down and it's making it up, and it's taking up and it's turning it down. And here's what I mean. The benchmarks that you keep talking about, our premise is that if we don't do this bill, we're going to hit these high gas prices again, because the only way we're going to reduce our dependence on oil is to move in a different direction. And that was the experience of last year. So we look at these numbers you pose, and for us it's a reason to redouble our commitment to this bill, because we believe, and we think the evidence demonstrates, that if we don't commit to what's in this bill, we're going to be back again at those high gas prices. If we don't commit to what's in this bill, we're not going to create the millions of jobs that this bill has the potential to create. We're not going to create those new economies, this new clean economy, clean energy economy. That's what the little guy wants. They want jobs. This is what they want. This is a jobs bill first and foremost. It's a job that will create fuel efficiency and fuel economy so that the person who needs to get in their car and drive great distances, as we heard about before from Mr. Rogers, can do that at less expense. So this is exactly designed for the little guy. And I think that, I'm not sure I quite understand the way this bundle of amendments has been drafted, whether it's what Mr. Green surmised, that when you're talking about 15% unemployment, you're putting that on top of the current unemployment rate, and so you're talking about 25%, in which case I think he's right, the world turns upside down and it becomes meaningless, or whether it's what I interpret it to be, which is you're saying the point at which we go over 15%, then your provision would take effect, or the point at which gas prices go over $5 per gallon, your provision would take effect. But if that's the case, it could be that the unemployment rate got to 14.99% for reasons wholly unconnected to this bill. And somebody determined that based on this bill, it kicked it over to the 15% threshold, and then suddenly we'd scrap the whole bill. Or the gas prices would get up to $4.99 per gallon for reasons wholly unconnected to this bill. But that 2% push that the economists have concluded is the only marginal impact that this will have on gas prices at the pump would push you to $5.01 and then have the triggering effect of completely eliminating this program and this bill. So I think it's not drafted very wisely from that standpoint. None of these amendments are, to the extent they're going to get rid of this commitment, which is all about reducing gas prices over time because you have alternative sources of energy, and making sure that the jobless rate comes down because you're creating these new economies. And so for those reasons, I would oppose this amendment just the way I oppose the other amendment. And I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Ms. Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do speak in favor of the amendment, and I'm glad that Mr. Upton brought this amendment forward, because retaining jobs, creating jobs, are something that we are all very, very concerned about. And we are indeed concerned when we hear from other countries that, like the report from Spain that Mr. Shimkus referenced, that they have actually lost jobs. Now, as we have gone through this entire process over the last several months of looking at cap and trade and looking at the European trading scheme, I would like to just ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, do you have studies or access to studies that show that countries have actually grown, had a net increase in jobs after they implemented cap and trade? Because it seems that what we continue to hear is that you lose your manufacturing jobs, you lose your energy-based jobs. If it has to do with steel, if it has to do with cement, if it has to do with electric power generation, you're going to see jobs lost, a net jobs loss. So it is of tremendous concern to me that we are not hearing from the other side of the aisle that they want to put some markers in here. They are averse to having checks and balances to make certain that we don't end up with a piece of legislation that becomes a division of our federal government that is all of a sudden too big to fail, and we can't go in here and have any checks and balances. We need to put that in place, and we need to do it now. We don't need to delegate that to some administrator of some administration or some secretary. This is something that we are tasked to do on behalf of our constituents. And our constituents are very, very skeptical of what the outcomes will be from this legislation. So I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back the balance of her time. Ms. Eshoo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment, and I'd like to say a few things about why. First of all, if you read the bill, and because you're concerned about the little guy, read about the 15% break for low and moderate people that are in the bill. This is a classic debate about the past versus the future. This is really about the New Deal in the 21st century. And I haven't heard one member use the following word, the children. What the hell kind of a future are any of our children or theirs going to have if we remain wedded and stuck to the past, to an oil past, and keep that as an oil future? It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable, and we know that it's not. This bill does take our country in a new direction, and that may be frightening to some, but it's far more frightening not to understand that we have to change, that we have to shape our future and America's destiny. Because if we don't, our children are really doomed. Our children will be doomed. They will not be able to sustain what you all want them to inherit based on your debate tonight. I respect your thinking. I don't agree with it, but I respect you. I respect you. But I think, with all due respect to you, that you're on the wrong side of history here. You're on the wrong side of history. My children think we've done a lousy job in terms of what they've inherited so far. So each title of this bill is a step into the future. And I think that we need to be bold because the situation calls for it. But, all this business about the little guy and clinging to the past, my God, the average person in this country wants us to shape policies that are going to catapult us ahead. Today and the past are not good enough for them anymore. So I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for their sincerity. But boy, is there a difference in the way we think. And I think the debate, not only around this amendment, but others, are highly instructive. And I think I've
gentlelady-
Will
I'd be
gentlelady
glad to
yield?
yield.
I
I'd be
thank the
glad to yield to
gentlelady
Mr.
for
Markey.
yielding. You know, this is very consistent with what has happened since January 20th in the inauguration of President Obama. There was near uniform Republican opposition to his job stimulus plan, a very negative characterization of it that was made, even though it was obvious that it had lifted the hopes of the American people and given some real sense that there was a way out of this economic morass that the preceding 8 years had unfortunately put our country into. Here we know that much of what we're suffering from is our excessive dependence upon imported oil. What we're trying to do is to put in place a plan with some predictability that will elicit massive amounts, some economists believe upwards of $1 trillion of private sector investment into this sector that will create millions of new jobs. But instead of embracing that, it is clear that, like the near uniform opposition to the President's stimulus plan, they intend on taking the same tact here, and I'm sure they will in other economic policy areas before this year is done, and that is their right. But it's a very pessimistic view of the future. It almost guarantees that we wind up with $5 a gallon gasoline. It almost guarantees that we wind up with very high unemployment because we either have a choice here of reenactment, which it's clear is going to be the case on this bill as it was on the stimulus bill, or it's reconciling to the dilemma which we have in this country and carving out a new path, a predictable path that can unleash private sector investment in this sector as it did in the telecommunications sector after the 1996 telecommunications.
Will the gentleman yield?
That is, unfortunately, the choice which is being made. I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me, and I yield back the balance of the time.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Time has expired. Mr. Barton?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. I speak in support of this amendment, and I want to state the reasons why. First, I want to bring members' attention to page 420 of the chairman's substitute, where it talks about the emission allowances by calendar year. Beginning in 2012, for the U.S. economy, the cap is 4,627 million metric tons, and that increases in 2014 by about 400 tons, increases a little bit more in 2016. I assume those are the refinery allowances that Mr. Green and Mr. Gonzalez have negotiated. Then it begins to decline, and it eventually, in the year 2050, declines to 1,035. Now, the best number that I have for the man-made CO2 emissions in the United States in the year 2005, which is the baseline year, was a little over 7,200. So there's 2,600 million metric tons of CO2 that's disappeared. I don't know if that's been given away. I don't know if it's in reserve, but it's not in this bill. According to the press reports and according to some of the gentlemen on your side, on the majority side, that have spoken today, even with all of these allowances that are being given away, there's still at least 15% that are going to have to be auctioned, beginning, I assume, in 2013, maybe 2014. Now, that's going to cost money. The Heritage Foundation, and we've asked CBO to score this bill for the first 5 years. Hopefully that score will come out in the next day or so while this markup is still going on. But the Heritage Foundation's quick analysis of the new bill that's now in play says in the year 2012, which is the first year you have a cap, the U.S. economy is going to lose almost 2 million jobs. And again, the Heritage Foundation says on average, every year, the U.S. economy is going to lose 844,000 jobs. Almost 2 million the first year, and a little under 1 million every year. Every year. Now, they may be right, they may be wrong, they may be off 50% either way. There may be other analysis that come out in the next few weeks. We've only got 3 days, apparently, to mark the bill up. This amendment, the Upton Amendment, is pretty straightforward. It says if the unemployment rate exceeds 15% cumulatively, you suspend the act. Now, if it doesn't, nothing happens. If it does, and he even added as a result of the implementation of this act, and it's the Obama Secretary of Labor, and the Obama EPA administrator that have to prepare the report to Congress. It's not the Bush administration, it's not the Reagan administration, it's not the Ford administration, it's the Obama administration. Now, at some point in time, the majority that supports this bill really needs to support one of these amendments. We've tried to protect our workers against jobs going to China and India. The majority has said no. We've tried to protect our workers against high gasoline prices. The majority has said no. We're now trying to protect our workers against generically losing their job because unemployment goes up to 15%. The majority should say yes to this one. There ought to be some cap. We're into this big cap and trade debate. Let's have some cap on how high unemployment can go to protect the worker. Now, these are union workers and non-union workers. These aren't Republican workers. These are every worker in America. And as somebody has pointed out, if 15% is not the right number, maybe it should be 20%. But there should be some number that the majority is willing to accept. I mean, we cannot have you can't have it both ways. Either this thing is going to be hugely expensive and unemployment's going to go up and prices are going to go up, or we're going to have this green revolution and there's going to be peace and love and we all live in the Garden of Eden. But you can't have it both ways. We ought to vote for the Upton Amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further debate? If not, let's go to the vote. I think all the members have heard all the arguments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, seek recognition? Do you want to pursue your point of order?
To speak on the amendment.
You wish to speak on the amendment. Who else wishes to speak on this amendment? Mr. Scalise will be recognized to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with something called the rule of holes. What the rule of holes says is if you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you do is stop digging. And so what this amendment is trying to do is say, if we've determined that after looking at this cap and trade energy tax, watching the implementation and reviewing the effects, if all of these grandiose ideas of how many millions of jobs are going to be created don't pan out, if in fact we lose 15% more jobs in our country because of cap and trade, then the first thing we should do is stop doing cap and trade. Amendment doesn't take effect if they create all these millions of jobs we keep hearing about. Of course, in Spain, they heard that same argument. They heard how many wonderful jobs it's going to create, and after years of implementing cap and trade in Spain, they've now actually done a study. They're actually phasing it out because they realized for every one new job they created, they lost 2.2 jobs, and of those jobs they created, 9 out of 10 of them were temporary. So in essence, for every one permanent job they created under cap and trade, they lost 20 permanent jobs in their regular section, in their regular economy. Now, according to this amendment, we would say if we lose 20 jobs for every one job we create, that's not the bill that they're telling us it is. It's not a bill that's creating millions of jobs. It's a bill that's running off millions of jobs, and then we should stop doing this because it didn't work the way that they said. Now, I know there's some people here that think that if a bunch of politicians in Washington say something, then it's going to happen. There are a whole lot of families out there that know a whole lot different. And if there's any question about whether the people that are actually bringing this bill, the supporters of the cap-and-trade energy tax, look at their bill. 55 pages so far that I've read through of this bill, 55 pages are dedicated to job loss. They have 55 pages of this bill, and maybe I'll finish it by the end of tonight at the pace we're going, but I've already found 55 pages in this bill that deal with workers that will lose their jobs because of cap and trade. So clearly they're acknowledging that jobs will be lost. As they're saying here in committee, millions of jobs will be created. It's going to be wonderful. Well, if that's the case, why did they dedicate 55 pages in their own bill to job loss? And maybe the worst part of it is the last page. Go to page 818 of the bill. It said the establishment of a waiting list for workers in the event that the requests for assistance exceed the spending limit. They're acknowledging that even after all that they plan on spending on unemployment that will be created by cap and trade, they still acknowledge they may not be able to take care of all of the unemployed workers. They might have to create a waiting list. So you want to talk about children? Look at the impact of this bill on children. When their parent goes home and says, hey, you know, those folks up in Washington, D.C., Congress had a brilliant idea to create millions of jobs for your generation. Problem is, they got it wrong. Imagine that. Congress may have, in about a 5-day period, wrote a 1,000-page bill, biggest overhaul of energy policy in our country's history in 5 days, and they actually got it wrong. And because of them getting it wrong, they dedicated 55 pages to me being unemployed. Now, do you think that kid feels good about that? What about the guy that goes home and says, they dedicated 55 pages to me being unemployed, and I happen to get laid off later than everybody else, and now I'm on the waiting list. I don't even get help for being unemployed because of Congress's crazy actions, just like what they did in Spain. We don't have to look at reinventing the wheel. History shows you what can happen if you do something like this and you don't look at the consequences. They've looked at the consequences and they've said, yeah, there's probably a real good chance a whole lot of people in this country will be laid off, and so they dedicated 55 pages to what happens to all of those people that lose their jobs. And all we're saying is, why don't we add that number up to 56 pages? We're just adding one more page to the 55 pages of how to deal with the unemployed people. But what we're saying is, for those unemployed people, don't create a waiting list for them. Don't create a bunch of government programs for all these people you're putting out of work. Stop putting them out of work. Just stop putting them out of work. Your great idea didn't work. Let's go to a real energy plan where we create good jobs, we become energy independent by using our own natural resources and using that to fund all of the alternative sources of energy, not running jobs off to all these other countries that you then need 55 pages to go and deal with the unemployment and the job losses that will come. So I would support the amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are we ready for the vote? Chairman. Mr. Gingrey, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to speak on the amendment.
A gentleman willing to speak for less than 5 minutes, or you need the full 5 minutes?
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman is willing to speak for less than 45 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for...
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the bottom line here is that this side of the aisle is willing to accept a new deal. We just don't want a raw deal. And if a new deal that starts in 1932 is not working by 1939, we want to have a chance to have a sunset and get the heck out of that raw deal. And that's what this is all about. That is all this amendment is all about. We want you to admit that there is a benchmark at which you would finally throw in the towel and say, this is not working, this is not a new deal, this is a raw deal for our children and our grandchildren, and let's go in another direction. And I yield back.
Let's proceed to a vote on the Upton Amendment. All those in favor of the Upton Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll proceed to a roll call vote.
No.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Gordon votes no. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Green. Ms. Daggett. Ms. Daggett votes no. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Deal. Mr. Deal, aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack, aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher votes no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Melanson votes no. Hold on. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Where's Ms. Brown? You see him? Sorry. Mr. Barrow, I apologize, votes no.
They're coming for you guys. I hear them in the hallway.
Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow votes no. I'm sorry. Mr. Barrow votes aye. I apologize.
He heard them.
Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan votes aye.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, we'll tally the vote.
Only Democrats who voted aye. Not belong. Anyone else? Okay. What's the count? On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 21, the nays were 34.
21 ayes, 34 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Baldwin, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, I have an amendment at the desk and would like to offer actually 4 amendments en bloc in the interests of moving things forward.
4 amendments. Are all these amendments to this title?
They are all, as I understand, all amendments to this title, and all have been filed the requisite amount of time. May I announce which 4 they are?
Yes, please.
All right. Baldwin, 55. Inslee, 46. Rush, Low-Income Energy Efficiency Grant Program, and Schakowsky, Office of Consumer Advocacy.
This goes with you too? Oh, each of these is a different amendment.
Is there objection to offering these amendments in block? Hearing none, that will be the order. The clerk will report each of the amendments.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Baldwin. On page 35.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. What is the next amendment?
Amendment offered by Mr. Inslee of Washington.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read.
Amendment offered by Mr. Rush of Illinois.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read.
And an amendment in the to the amendment in nature of substitute offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Baldwin, Chair recognizes you for 5 minutes, and you may then yield to the other authors of the.
Mr. Chairman, may we dispense until we get the amendments? There are 4 of them. I just ask
Okay.
for a moment, please.
Let's have all the amendments distributed.
Thank you, Mr.
They're on the way. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I am offering ensures that solar water heating and solar light pipe technology qualify as energy efficiency technologies when FERC prescribes standards and protocols for defining and measuring electricity savings under the new combined efficiency and renewable electricity standard. Solar light pipe technology is energy technology that displaces energy demand in a way that can be accurately verified. The Energy Independence and Security Act describes the energy derived from solar light technology as direct solar renewable energy. These technologies present a relatively new and effective way to provide emissions-free energy. The light pipes, like the ones constructed at Orion Energy Systems in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, use direct solar energy to illuminate the inside of buildings, thus eliminating the need for electrical light fixtures during many daylight hours. This results in maximizing available energy savings and significantly reducing carbon emissions, saving U.S. companies millions of dollars every year. Equally important, the construction and installation of solar light pipe technology would support thousands of good-paying jobs. By including solar light pipe technology and other direct solar renewable energy in the bill, countless companies will be provided an opportunity to utilize this technology. With that, I would yield time to Mr. Inslee to discuss his amendment.
Thank you. We have a small, hopefully non-controversial amendment which would authorize the National Bioenergy Partnership. This is an existing program, but it's never been authorized. These programs essentially are administered by use of the governor's offices, state or nationally. They help the distribution of information both for development of technologies in bioenergy and for marketing. This is a wonderful little program that helps small businesses get up to scale in the development of bioenergy. That includes cellulosic feedstock research and development of low-carbon biofuels. It includes technical assistance for deployment of methane digesters and biogas generators, and sustainability research on woody biomass harvesting and wood pellet fuels. It's a great program. It's limped along. This would authorize it and allow us to get it going on a more full-time and consistent basis. Thank you.
I would now yield time to Mr. Rush to describe his amendment.
Thank you, the gentlelady. Mr. Chairman, this program, the Low-Income Community Energy Efficiency Program, is a vital program that authorizes the Secretary of Energy to make grants to private, nonprofit, mission-driven community development organizations. These organizations may include community development corporations and community development financial institutions that will provide financing to businesses and projects to improve energy efficiency. Additionally, this funding will help identify and develop alternative, renewable, and distributed energy supplies, provide technical assistance, and promote job and business opportunity for low-income residents and increase energy conservation in low-income rural and urban communities. These grants will also provide capital to minority-owned and women-owned businesses and finance entrepreneurs looking to create new jobs, new technology, and economic development opportunities in communities that are far too often overlooked. Mr. Chairman, this program is vital, and it brings capital to communities that I represent. I yield back.
I would now yield time to Ms. Schakowsky to describe her amendment.
This amendment really is for the little guy. It would establish an Office of Consumer Advocacy within the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, an office that would represent the interests of America's energy consumers. For too long, no one at the federal level has been watching for abusive rate hikes on consumers, particularly on senior citizens and small businesses. Most states already have established offices of consumer advocacy that stand up for the ratepayer. Consumers have faced higher prices and limited, if any, choices. State consumer advocate offices have worked diligently to protect consumers. However, they have limited resources. In addition, because so much energy activity is interstate in nature and so much of the energy business has moved interstate, the state advocate offices are not sufficient. The office created by my amendment would collect data, investigate services and rates, monitor and review customer complaints, and represent customers before the Commission in other proceedings. Also, it would publicly disseminate information and issue reports and recommendations. In addition, the amendment would establish an advisory committee to that office that would review rates, services, and disputes and make recommendations. The committee would include state utility consumer advocates to ensure that consumers are protected at the state and federal level. The advisory committee would also include a non-governmental consumer advocate. A federal energy consumer advocate would be an independent watchdog over a variety of important issues that come before the FERC
and before other agencies. This amendment was drafted in consultation with FERC, so it doesn't duplicate any of its other services, and it will provide essential protection for consumers. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my remaining time.
Time has expired. Mr. Barton.
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'm going to move to divide the question. You've got 4 amendments that have been offered in block. We didn't object to that. But on review of the 4 amendments, the minority is willing to accept the Rush Amendment and the Baldwin Amendment. And we think that they are either meritorious or at least innocuous, so that we can accept them. But on the Inslee Amendment and the Schakowsky Amendment, the Inslee Amendment is authorization earmarking, which I thought members on both sides of the aisle were opposed to, and the Schakowsky Amendment is duplicative because 40 states already have consumer advocates, and it is very unclear how adding a national consumer advocate in the office of the Federal Power Commission would do anything but muck up the water. So
will the gentleman yield to me?
Be happy to yield.
Let me put unanimous consent that the committee consider the Rush and Baldwin amendments in block separately from the Inslee and Schakowsky amendment. And if that's without objection, that'll be the order. And I'd like to now put the question for the Rush and Baldwin amendments. All those in favor of those 2 amendments say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendments, the 2 amendments are agreed to. Now we have the Inslee and Schakowsky amendment to be considered together. Do you wish to speak against those amendments, or are you ready for the vote?
Well, I have spoken against them.
Okay.
I'll yield back my time, but there may be other speakers who wish to speak against them.
Any further discussion of it? If not, yes.
Mr. Chairman, my comments will be directed initially to the Schakowsky Amendment, and I'm trying to get this straight. We're going to set up an office in the FERC that's designed to hear consumer complaints against utilities that have raised rates because of this bill. That's what we're doing. We're setting up a office in the FERC to hear the little guy's complaints about the raised rates by the utilities who are passing on the rate increase because of the cap and tax bill. So we're going to go after the utilities for which we've charged this, and that's what this federal agency, we've had a lot of talk about the public utility commissions in the states, which are supposed to be doing that, and all throughout the day you all said, don't worry, we've got the Public Utility Commission for the states there protecting the little guy, but now we have to have a federal office to do the same thing. And in reading the text of this, bring complaints on behalf, represent and appeal on behalf of energy customers on matters concerning rates or service of public utilities and natural gas companies under the jurisdiction of the commission. So we agree rates are going to go up. We agree there's going to be complaints. Now we're going to have a federal commission to go after the utilities who've raised rates because of this bill. I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Ms. Schakowsky?
Well, I'd like to just let the gentleman know what the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission does, among other things. Approves the siting and abandonment of interstate natural gas pipelines and storage facilities, ensures the safe operation and reliability of proposed and operating LNG terminals, ensures the reliability of high-voltage interstate transmission systems, monitors and investigates energy markets, uses civil penalties and other means against energy organizations and individuals who violate FERC rules and energy markets, For example, the FERC was involved in the California electricity crisis, investigating allegations of electricity market manipulation by Enron and other energy companies. So there's a wide variety of activities where those of you who have been wanting to look out for the little guy, we set up really a consumer advocacy office within the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on all these matters, a place for the consumer to go when they have a problem with things that are under the jurisdiction of FERC, which are beyond rates, but it could be about abusive rate hikes on consumers. And we provide a place where we have special advocacy for the little guy. And I would say that it's completely in line with the arguments that you're making, and something that everyone ought to support. Thank you.
Ken, yield to me, will you?
And I would like to yield then to Mr. Inslee.
I want to briefly respond to Mr. Barton's comment. He suggested that the biofuels partnership amendment I've offered is somehow an earmark. I can't understand that argument. This is about as far as an earmark as you can get. This program, it exists in all 50 states. It's administered by largely by the Governors Association. It will not go to any particular district. If I was going to do an earmark, it would go mostly to Mr. Doyle's district, so I could perhaps get in the baseball game this year because he's a coach. So I just want to assure my comrades in arms that this is not an earmark, it's an authorization. We should pass it.
Gentlemen, yield?
Certainly.
What is the Pacific Regional Biomass Energy Partnership led by the Washington State University Energy Program, if that's not an authorization earmark?
Well, that program basically serves essentially the whole country, and I will take a long time to explain this. Well, no, it is not, because it's serving the whole country.
Washington State University Energy Program is not an authorization. That's who's going to lead it. That's
if you excuse me, let me answer your question. This bill, there are 5 centers of partnerships. One is called CONEG. It serves Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Vermont. The second is the Council of Great Lakes Governors. It serves Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, and Wisconsin. The third is the Southern States Energy Board that serves Alabama, Arkansas, District of Columbia, Florida, Georgia. I won't list the rest of them. The fourth is the Western Governors Association. It services Arizona, California, Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. And the fifth is the Pacific Regional Biomass Energy Partnership, led by the WSU, Washington State University Cougars Energy Program. It serves Alaska, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Washington. If this isn't earmarked, every single thing we've authorized, including the DOD budget that serves all 50 states, is an earmark. Come up with some good argument here.
That is an argument. Then you should remove the names and set up a regional national bioenergy partnership and dictate the 5 regions of the country. You're earmarking.
Gentlemen, the time is in the hands of Ms. Schakowsky. Do you wish to yield or yield back your time? I know Mr. Blunt is seeking recognition. Without objection, the time will be yielded back, and Mr. Blunt is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard all day how we don't need to be worried about unemployment. We don't need to be worried about utility rates. We don't need to be worried about residential utility rates. We don't need to be worried about gas. And now we find we've got to have a whole new regimen to be concerned about all of those things. But I'll yield the time to Mr. Barton.
I just want to point out there may be one positive reason to put the Schakowsky consumer advocate at the FERC. The current chairman that's been appointed by President Obama has publicly stated that he opposes any new nuclear power, any new coal-fired power generation, and that in his opinion we can meet the electricity needs of America purely by conservation. So perhaps we need a consumer advocate in the FERC to protect the country against the chairman of the FERC. That might be one reason to support this amendment.
Gentlemen, yield back the time. Why don't you yield to Mr. Shadigan?
Oh, I would. Shadigan? I yield. Well, I have questions for counsel. Apparently there's some confusion about the meaning of the language on pages 1,
line 17 through 19, on page 2, line 1 through 3, I'd like to ask council. It says that this office may bring complaints on behalf of, represent, and appeal on behalf of energy customers on matters concerning rates or service of public utilities and natural gas companies under the jurisdiction of the commission. My question of council is, does this mean that this office could bring a complaint on behalf of a customer who gets electricity from, for example, the Western Power Authority, which has generation capacity in the western United States and which sells electricity throughout the western United States and transmits that over power lines in the western United States, and I believe is under the jurisdiction of what is referred to here as the commission, meaning FERC. Is that correct?
I apologize. I was finding a copy of the amendment as you were citing the page and line numbers.
Page 1, lines 17 through 19. Page 2, lines 1 through 3. Who are the consumers on behalf of whom the office may bring these complaints, and against whom may they be brought?
This intended office would represent the consumers that the Natural Gas Act, the Federal Power Act, was enacted to protect. As both those statutes have a fundamental purpose of consumer protection, those are the consumers who are served by the regulated entities regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission under those statutes.
And if they are already protected by the Arizona Corporation Commission, or if they are already protected by the Residential Utility Consumers Organization in the state of Arizona, is there anything in this act which stops them from bringing a duplicate consumer protection action against those entities?
This entity would only work in the proceedings conducted at FERC for FERC-regulated entities, and FERC does not have duplicate proceedings with the Arizona Public Service Commission or other state commissions regulating the state-regulated utilities.
Okay, and then, so then who are the consumers that this is referring to, or the customers? Energy customers.
It might well be Arizona Public Service Company paying a wholesale rate for power that is under a FERC-regulated wholesale tariff.
So it would allow Arizona Public Service Company, a regulated utility, to have a matter brought by this office on its behalf against WAPA.
In general, Arizona Public Service represents itself and doesn't need this office, but does it?
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out who does need this office. I appreciate that point. Can you give me an example of a consumer, a small business, or a residence that would be able to take advantage of this language?
Certainly, that would be up to this office to determine what they perceive to be the consumer interest in any particular proceeding, and to the extent they identified that interest, to represent it.
Well, it says, on behalf of energy customers on matters concerning rates or service of public utilities and national gas companies under the jurisdiction of the commission. Well, I guess my question to you is, are any small businesses or residences customers of public utilities and natural gas companies under the jurisdiction of the commission, or are only utilities and gas pipelines customers of those utilities under the jurisdiction of the commission?
Will the gentleman yield on that
I'd like to get council's answer, and then I'd be happy to yield.
Okay.
The consumer's interests are represented at the commission in a number of ways, and a number of parties participate in the commission's proceedings as direct customers, as consumer interest groups, and this office would be intended, as I understand the amendment, to identify what is perceived to be the consumer's interest in the same way that state consumer advocates' offices attempt to do so and represent those interests in the proceedings of their commissions.
I appreciate what you understand their intent is. I would be happy to yield to the chairman. I would still like to hear the name of a small business or of a residential customer who could be represented.
The FERC handles the wholesale power, and in California, businesses and consumers were gouged by Enron Corporation, and FERC took no action. Had this office been in place, the small businesses and the consumers in California could have gone to this office to seek some redress because FERC was not responding.
And they are, those individuals are customers of a utility under the jurisdiction of the commission? As this language?
Yes.
Thank you,
My
gentlemen.
understanding.
I yield back.
Are we ready now for the vote on the
I have one
Inslee and Schakowsky amendment? Mr. Terry.
I have a question on the Shinkowski amendment. Does the customer consumer advocate have what would their real powers do in representing them? Would they be able to help the consumer with lawsuits?
Why do you say that's not true?
Would they be able to help overturn a FERC decision? I'm going to ask counsel.
Could the gentleman yield for just a minute? And I
Sure.
think I can answer and give you some examples, for example, that might answer your question. The FERC has collected over $6.3 billion from California electric market participants by facilitating settlements. FERC is also working with Canadian energy officials to facilitate processing of a proposed Alaska natural gas pipeline, which would bring natural gas from Alaska's North Slope to the lower 48. As I mentioned earlier, was involved in the California electricity crisis, investigating allegations. So this would be an example of an investigation of electricity market manipulation by Enron and other energy consumers. So they were able to take their case to the FERC that then did the investigation. Just examples.
But they wouldn't, the advocate wouldn't have the power to develop a lawsuit on behalf of the consumer against Enron?
All of these activities, as I understand it, take place in front of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
How about decisions by FERC? For example, if we pass an amendment here giving FERC siting power on transmission lines, can a consumer that ostensibly would be impacted hire or go to the consumer advocate to get FERC to overturn that, or find out a way to sue FERC to overturn that? Go ahead, Janice or counsel?
Consumer advocacy offices, as they operate in the states where they operate, attempt to identify the general consumer interest.
How would it operate here under the wording of this amendment?
Well, they would essentially be in the place of another party before the commission in its proceedings, representing the general consumer interest rather than the specific interest of any particular party that is represented in those proceedings.
So, for example, with LNG siting, where FERC would have permitting priority, the community was heard once, FERC decided differently. Can the community or its constituents then hire the advocate to then advocate for them against FERC, even though they already had a shot for that at a proceeding, prior proceeding?
Well, they would be subject to the same procedural rules as any other party. They would not get two bites at any particular decision, and they would not represent individual consumers. They would not be hired by consumers. They would be public servants working in the commission to identify the general consumer interest and assure that it was represented to the commission for the commission's decision making.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the
Under
gentleman.
current law, in electricity, FERC has jurisdiction over wholesale transactions in interstate commerce. Wholesale transactions in interstate commerce for electricity. You're going to set up a consumer advocate's office that would be a consumer advocate for large power companies and states that engage in wholesale electricity transactions across state lines. Retail rates and retail transactions are regulated, if at all, at the state level by the state PUC commission.
Will the gentleman yield?
Claim back my time, yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Also on page 2, when it talks about the responsibilities of this advocate, representing the consumer at hearings of the commission in judicial proceedings. But the way I read this, they also would have the authority to represent consumers at hearings or proceedings of other federal regulatory agencies and commissions, which I would interpret to mean any federal agency in the federal government. How would you interpret that? On page 2 on line 9.
That's what the language says.
So this would not be applicable only to FERC. This would be applicable to any federal agency or commission.
Well, I would interpret that as meaning that to the extent a FERC proceeding or a FERC issue were picked up at another federal agency, such as, for example, if a gas market issue became an issue at the consumer.
Well, you know, once again, it would get down to judicial interpretation because the language clearly states at hearings or proceedings of other federal regulatory agencies and commissions.
The time has expired. Is there further debate? Who seeks recognition?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
I move to strike the last word. And I would ask my friend from Washington a question, because I'm trying to, as I read your amendment, I mean, I read this, and this is something that I think is good. If we want to really engage and support the private sector for institutional physical infrastructure necessary to promote development of sustainable biomass fuels, bioenergy technologies, I don't have problems with that at all, Jay. I just don't understand how you could have voted against the Walden amendment and then offer this amendment. So help me understand. I'm out in the Midwest. We got corn. I don't have forest. So help me understand how you could, when Mr. Walden sought to help me reconcile that. How do you vote against Walden and then offer this amendment?
Well, there are certain questions you probably wish you hadn't asked, and I think if you give me your last 4 minutes, you'll probably decide you wouldn't want to ask that question. But the answer is that my friends across the aisle seem so enamored with benchmarks now. But I don't remember them saying that you were going to put benchmarks.
Wait a second.
When now you ask me a question, if you'd like me to answer it, I will answer it. Would you like me to answer the question?
I don't think it has anything to do with benchmarks.
Well, you asked me a question, friend, and if you'd like me to answer it, I will. And if you want to go home and take a vote on this, I'll do that. Which would you prefer? Either one's fine.
Well, then I'll reclaim my time.
Fine with me.
I ask you a very simple question, and you want to talk about benchmarks. I look at your amendment and go, Jay, your amendment makes sense. What I can't reconcile is, how do you vote against Walden yet offer this amendment? So and I'll ask that specific
If you'll
question.
ask me and give me your remaining 3 minutes, I'll answer your question. And the reason is your benchmarks are so outside of the realm the way you make legislation. Let me give you an example. When we had the Enron crisis, and we went on a bipartisan basis to the Bush administration asking them to solve this problem for the little guy whose rates went up 1,000% in the West Coast. And we went to Vice President Dick Cheney, and we pleaded with him to do something about it. Mr. Vice President, please set a benchmark that if the rates remain so outrageous that you'll do something about it. We didn't get any benchmarks from the Republican administration to do anything about the Enron situation. When we had the Bush tax cuts...
All right, I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I don't know what the hell Bush tax cuts and Enron have to do with this specific...
What it has to do with is when you adopt legislation, you don't try to predict the entire future. If you want benchmarks, I suppose we could put benchmarks in that if this does what we think it's going to do, which is to create twice as many jobs as we even think it will. I'm much more optimistic than many of my colleagues. Should we put a benchmark in that if it creates more jobs that will adopt a tougher cap? No, because it's just too difficult to get the crystal ball out. All I know is we're going to have Congresses in the future. If this thing goes sideways, future Congresses can deal with it. If it's better, they can make it even tougher.
All right, let me reclaim my time. No, wait a second. This is my time. I still don't get it. I asked a very simple question, how you reconcile voting against Walden and offer this amendment. I think this is a good amendment. I just can't, please close the door. Please close the door. I can't figure out how you vote against Walden and then offer this amendment. I look at this and say, okay, My wife and I, not long ago, went from Denver and drove up towards Breckenridge onto, Vale. And I see, as I come over the first ridge, I see forest as far as the eye can see, and it's dead. It's dead. At some point, if that catches fire, Breckenridge is going to be gone. And I look at that and say, why can't we go in and go get that wood? And when I look at as whoever drafted this, and I listened to Mr. Stupak talking about this negotiation, and Mr. Walden here came and he tried to provide a definition with regard to what is a mature forest stand. And Mr. Inslee, you voted against that. And then I look at this and say, if you are so concerned with regard to protecting and maintaining institutional and physical infrastructure to promote the deployment of sustainable biomass, how could you have voted against what Mr. Walden was doing?
Let me ask.
That has nothing to do with Enron. It has nothing to do with Bush tax cuts.
Would you like me to answer your question?
Please.
When I go to the Wenatchee National Forest, as I did last summer, places I've been going since I was 6 years old, there are thousands of acres of dead and dying trees because of a budworm. And it's caused by climate change because now the winters aren't cold enough. They are not cold enough to kill the beetles that are killing our trees. Now, one of the reasons I'm voting against some of your amendments is I believe that they will not be of assistance to stop the thing that's killing the forest that both you and I love. That's a reason. May not be good enough, but I hope we can pass this little amendment that apparently we both agree on. Thank you.
Well, that was more helpful, Jay. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I'd like to now proceed to a vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question for council, if I might, please.
Let me just ask how many members wish to speak on this amendment? 1, 2, 3. I would like to request that we limit the time to 3 minutes each. Without objection, that'll be the order.
No, I'm reserving the right to object. In fact, I object. I don't know.
Okay. Mr.
I'm coming
Fields
into this.
recognized. You willing to accept 3 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'd like to go back to the Schakowsky amendment, back to the section 3 under duties, starting at line 17 on page 1, going through the bottom of page 2, line 11. My first question is, it talks about complaints being brought on behalf of energy customers on matters concerning rates and services of public utilities and natural gas companies. Are those currently subjects of litigation in federal court under current law?
Under current law, in both the Natural Gas Act and the Federal Power Act, there are special provisions for complaints to be brought by consumers alleging that a natural gas company or a public utilities rates are unjust and unreasonable, and the Commission will then entertain such complaints. This provision would give this Consumer Advocacy Office the same power as other representatives before FERC on that matter.
Specifically looking at subparagraph I, it gives them the right for judicial proceedings in the courts of the United States. Do they currently have the right to bring those complaints in judicial proceedings of the United States?
This gives me an opportunity to correct my prior answer in terms of which is Clause 3, but it applies to Clause I too. The only instance in which this Consumer Advocacy Office would appear in a judicial proceeding in the Court of the United States is under the subparagraph A language that restricts that to being on matters concerning rates or service of public utilities and natural gas companies under the jurisdiction of the Commission. So to the extent that this consumer office participated at the Commission in a regulatory proceeding regarding a natural gas company or a public utility, and that decision was appealed to court, as frequently happens, the consumer office would be able to participate in the appeal as well. But it is restricted in the courts and in the other federal agencies and commissions to those matters that are related to the rates and service of the utilities under the FERC jurisdiction. So it is limited. It would not bring a complaint directly in a federal court, but if there were a complaint proceeding at FERC that were appealed, it could continue to participate. It would not have to drop off.
So we're not creating a new federal cause of action?
No.
Only a question of who can act on behalf of whom?
This would allow this office to act on behalf of consumers through the entire process at FERC and beyond an appeal.
And you're saying the judicial proceedings would only be an appeal, in effect, of the initial rulemaking powers or the initial proceedings before the commission?
This language clearly limits this office to appearing in federal court only when it concerns rates or service of public utilities and natural gas companies under the jurisdiction of the commission.
Thank you.
Ms. Blackburn, are you willing to take 3 minutes, or do you want your whole 5?
Mr. Chairman, my question was specifically about the
No, I want to recognize you. How much time do you want me to recognize you
I
for?
can go with even less than the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize you for 3 minutes, and if you give back some, that's okay, too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My question dealt with the judicial proceedings and the clarification that Mr. Deal was just seeking, and I appreciate having that. I think the only other question I would have for counsel is going down to line 17 of page 2, C, where it says investigate independently without duplicating any commission investigation or within the context of formal proceedings, the services provided by, the rates charged by, and the valuation. So my concern would be, and my question would be, under this and with the, could they instigate an investigation and then on behalf of a ratepayer and then carry that investigation into a court and represent them from your reading from this?
My reading of the language is they could initiate a separate investigation of the services provided by, the rates charged by the companies that FERC regulates.
Okay. And then carry that into a court.
They could
Okay.
investigate.
All right, thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Walden, to close the debate, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to the Inslee Amendment, and I do so because of, in part, the issues raised by my colleague, Mr. Booyer. And I want to raise here, perhaps somebody, Nathan, if you want to, hold this up. This is an example of what we're talking about. This is an overstock stand. It's in Northern California, and it's a stand that needs to be reduced in terms of the mass there to deal with fire risk. That's one strategy for adapting to a drier, warmer climate. Now, this photo was taken before the thinning took place. Now, let's go to the next one, please. This is what they're trying to get to and manage to. This is an old-growth stand, all right? This is to adapt to climate change. This is, according to the Pacific Northwest Research Station, their science update on how you adapt forest management. Now, part of the argument I'm making, we can put that one down, this is what they're trying to manage. You open up the stand, it allows the old-growth trees to become healthier, survive bug infestation because they're not stressed. Indeed, if you've got climate change, you have warmer temperatures, drier climate, more drought, more risk. My argument of my amendment, and I'll continue to offer various versions of it in the days and nights ahead, is that material that they took out to get this stand in balance should count as renewable energy if it's put in some sort of device that either turns it into a brick like this, or a puck, or is burned as pellets to heat a school like they're doing, well, actually a hospital in Burns and a school in Enterprise. Now let's go to the last one here. This is what you get when a fire goes through a forest. This is called a forest fire. And the debris that is left, this is out in Harney County, where, by the way, they have more than 20% unemployment right now. There is a company, perhaps represented in this room, that is interested in siting a biomass facility to take debris like this off the Malheur National Forest and burn it efficiently, cleanly. EPA's looked at all this. You can go find all the data on how they do this, and produce electricity. What holds them back? They can't get a guarantee of supply off the Malheur National Forest. Even though at the current rate of treatment, the Malheur National Forest will take 28 years to catch up with the overstocked stands, kind of like the ones I showed you in the first picture. Now, I guess, with all due respect to my friend from Washington State, those folks don't need universities and others to go spend $5 million or whatever it is. They're ready to put people to work in a county that's got over 20% seasonally unadjusted unemployment. This county, by the way, is, if you lose your job in Burns, it's like driving from here to Philadelphia, from here to John Day to get a job. That's the nearest community. These are really rural areas, okay? Surrounded by national forests that we're the stewards of, and we're doing a crummy job of that stewardship. And then you put in law provisions that prevent these folks from taking the material that has to come out to get in balance to deal with climate change and put it in a modern, efficient, new technology, new energy device to produce electricity, to heat a hospital, and reduce their carbon emissions substantially because they're not using petroleum products now. All the things you say you want, you vote against. And we get high unemployment. And you get forest fires. And we don't get ahead of the problem. The Wenatchee Forest is full of bug infestation. By the way, the material that would come off of that as they thin and take it out, because that's a mature stand forest, won't qualify as renewable energy, won't qualify as a biofuel if they turn it into that. So you don't create the incentives, you don't create the jobs. That's why I'm passionate about this. Come walk in our shoes.
Gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, certainly, sir.
So you will vote against Mr. Inslee's proposal to set up a national bioenergy partnership with 5 regions to try to bring the private sector and the government together.
Right.
Because he voted against your amendment?
No, that's not it, and reclaiming my time. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because the answer he proposes is to go borrow $5 million from somebody, we sure as God knows doesn't have it. You're going to have to go borrow it. It's going to be more to the debt, to create a whole new government and infrastructure system where, frankly, we've got the material. You've got the private sector ready to invest. They'll do the right thing for the forest, the ecology, the environment, the habitat, the jobs, reduce forest fires, do all the right things, create markets, and put people to work. And my time's expired.
We'll now proceed to a vote on the 2 amendments in block offered by Mr. Inslee and Ms. Schakowsky. And we'll go right to a roll call vote. All those in favor of the amendment will vote aye when their name is called, or those opposed will vote no.
Accepted this too, and then
For both of them? Are these in block?
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman votes aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey votes aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone, aye. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Inslee. I'm sorry, Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green passes. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Castor?
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes?
Aye.
Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Space? Mr. Space votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton votes aye. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, no. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, no. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal, no. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, no. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, no. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts votes. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Bono, Ms. Bonomack? Ms. Bonomack votes no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, no. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, no. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, no. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, aye. Anyone here?
There's Ms. Bonomack wishes to
I'm sorry.
respond to the roll.
Ms. Bonomack, off, no, and on, aye.
Have all members responded to the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote.
No.
Bless you.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 36 and the nays were 20.
36 ayes, 20 noes. The amendments are agreed to. Let me tell the members, I think that you deserve a great deal of credit for the deliberation today. I think we've made a lot of progress. We still have quite a ways to go. And I want to announce that we will now proceed to take one amendment on the Republican side and one amendment on the Democratic side to Title I, and then we will end for the evening. Tomorrow we will come back and we have been here, I guess, 12 and a half hours, or at least 12 and a half hours since we started this morning. Tomorrow we'll come back at 10. When we come back at 10, I will recognize a Democrat amendment and a Republican amendment on Title I. I would urge members to try to consolidate as many amendments as possible so that we can move as quickly as possible. And then I will recognize members in Title II, and we'll have amendments to Title II for 3 or 4 hours, and then we'll move on from there. So I just wanted to alert the members to what my expectations would be for tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just want
Martin?
to ask a few questions, what you just said. Certainly, it's appropriate to try to consider amendments on other titles, but I want to make sure that members that have amendments to Title I won't be precluded at some point in the markup from coming back to that title, because we still have about 40 amendments to Title I.
The members won't be precluded from offering amendments to Title I. As I indicated earlier, when we go by a title that doesn't close out amendments, it puts them off for later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's see. We now will recognize an amendment on the Republican side of Ms. Blackburn. I believe you have an amendment at the desk. You're seeking recognition to offer an amendment, and is that amendment to Title I?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is.
And will the clerk inform us whether the amendment meets the time qualification?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Blackburn. In Section 1,
Without
add the
objection, the
following.
amendment will be considered as read, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady from
Thank you,
Tennessee
Mr.
for 5
Chairman.
minutes.
And this amendment has been distributed and is on the members' desk. It deals with disclosure of cost in consumer bills, and Mr. Upton joins me in this amendment. And we've had a lot of discussion today about needing to get information to consumers so that they will know what is in this legislation. And the need, we just talked about the need for having a consumer advocate and protecting consumers. Well, this is a way that we can take a proactive step in making certain that consumers have the information that they need, because they need to know, we all agree, consumers ought to know when they're purchasing something what it costs them and what the price is for items on that they are going to purchase. And the legislation that we have been talking about today with cap and trade, great discussion about whether we're going to see it yield a savings or whether it's going to yield a cost. And we know that our consumers potentially can see a significant increase in what they are paying for services. So these cost increases that are passed along to consumers and businesses in their utility bills, in their manufactured products, at the gas pumps, that will be reflected on their bill, so that they will know what this legislation is costing them. And the amendment would require the EPA administrator to put forth regulations that would require the disclosure of all those items on the bills. Now, the amendment would require the administrator within 6 months of the date of enactment of this legislation to bring forth regulations that would require utilities, motor vehicle providers, manufacturers, food providers be required to show the cost of compliance with the Waxman-Markey bill in each utility bill, at the fuel pump, on all of the manufactured products. Put it on the label, put it on the food label, so that consumers will know what the true cost is of this legislation. I think that this is the way to take a proactive step and get that information that consumers are going to want to know about the cost of enactment of the legislation. And at this time, I will yield to Mr. Upton. Oh, he left.
Sorry, I just want to join in support of this. I would note that we do a lot of this in Michigan already. As I said a few hours ago, in Michigan, when we passed the Renewable Portfolio Standard mandate, our customers are going to know exactly what those costs are. And I think that that's important for consumers across the country to know what this bill will cost them. And I'd like to think that we might be able to save a little time and pass this by voice. It's a good amendment, and I join a good lady from Tennessee in support of it. I yield back to the gentlelady.
I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Be happy to yield.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. I think it's one of the most important amendments we've heard all day. During the evening, we've heard a number of complaints that all of the prior amendments have suspended the effectiveness of the law, repealed the law if unemployment went up or electricity prices went up or gasoline prices went up. And there's been consistent objection, indeed eloquent objection, that that's not an appropriate way to legislate and that we ought to offer some other remedy. It seems to me in an era when transparency is so important and when consumers deserve to know what they are paying for, that this is kind of the rock bottom minimum. We have pledged to the American people that we were going to be open and straightforward with them about costs. There are many analyses of those costs from various competing sources. As I've mentioned earlier in my comments tonight, the Heritage Foundation has put out information talking about how much prices will go up. I think the least we can do to disclose to the consuming public the various costs added by this legislation. Americans need to be able to engage in an informed discussion and to know how much the prices are going up on the various goods they're buying so that they can make a cost-benefit analysis of the evils they're avoiding in terms of increased greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, and to realize what they are paying to avoid those in order to protect the environment, at least as alleged by the advocates of this legislation. It seems to me that if we don't disclose those costs to them, they cannot make an informed decision. I join both the gentlelady from Tennessee and the gentleman from Michigan and support and commend this amendment and thank the lady for yielding.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who seeks recognition on the amendment? Mr. Markey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I speak in opposition to this amendment. Let me begin by saying that the EPA has already estimated the cost that will occur from this bill. The costs are quite small. The EPA estimates that the cost to a typical household will amount to 27 to 38 cents per day for the entire household, and that is without taking into account energy efficiency provisions in the other parts of the bill. EPA has estimated that the cost of gasoline will be about 2 cents per gallon increase for each year. Last year, gas prices went up $2. And where did that $2 go? Well, it went into the pockets of hostile regimes all around the world who use that money to fund armed efforts against us and against our allies. The truth is that this will be a huge imposition on businesses across the country. This will put an incredible administrative burden on companies, on utilities, that will not, in fact, outweigh whatever benefits the minority hopes that the consumer will, in fact, derive. So you already have an estimate from the EPA, if that's what you're interested in. But if you're interested in imposing an incredible administrative burden on every single company, every single product, in terms of its need then to be subdivided into the actual cost, then you'll wind up raising the costs of all of these goods that you intend, obviously, on informing consumers about, and perhaps the cost of that should be advertised to the consumers as well, because I fear that it would be greater than any of the costs that would be imposed by the effects of this bill. And by the way, when more efficient automobiles are made, when homes are better insulated, when appliances consume 50% of the energy which they consume today, all of those benefits as well will be derived by the consumers in our country. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. I think it really is just meant, once again, to go right to the heart of the opposition of the minority to the legislation. But the estimates have already been made, and if you want them, the EPA has them available.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will be glad to yield.
If you believe that the cost will not go up, or will not go up meaningfully, or indeed will go down, then why would you oppose disclosure of that information to consumers?
When a small business in any of our districts are manufacturing widgets, how in the world are they going to be able to determine what the cost of the legislation that we are now considering had on the production of that widget? The cost to that company in discharging the responsibility placed upon that company's CEO will obviously be an additional business expense that will exceed whatever information is derived from that effort. And so it's ultimately a counterproductive proposal which the gentleman is making, because what you're really looking for is the macro result, I hope, and that's what EPA has already done. Otherwise, you're going to have millions and millions of businesses being forced to make this calculation, and the cost will be astronomical. I yield back to
If the gentleman would yield.
Sure.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be glad to yield, yes.
I thank the gentleman so much. The EPA estimates that you're referencing are not what we're addressing in this. What we say is that the administrator would put in place, within 6 months of the date of enactment of this legislation, rules that would require the utilities, the motor vehicle providers, manufacturers, to make known what the cost of this legislation is. Now, there is already retail transactional software that can compute this. So it is not as if you're giving them some type mandate which would be difficult to meet. There is software that can go in and compute this for them. So I think
if the gentlelady would let me take my time.
Yes.
Your amendment actually says manufactured product label. So that would be the manufacturer of every product in the United States. Food label, that would be every farmer or
reclaiming my time.
Producer of goods
not
in
your
our country.
time.
And so you would spread this across, the way it's written, millions of small business people in our country who would then have to put together a compliance program that would ultimately cost, God knows what the number would, but it would be in the tens of millions of dollars for the American business.
Mr. Markey's time has expired. We'll now go to the Republican side. Mr. Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Markey, EPA made estimates. These are estimates, not actual. It's interesting to note that the majority put forth this bill without getting a CBO estimates. Now, he quotes the EPA. Now, there's a couple modeling flaws that were used by EPA in getting these estimates. The most egregious one is they assumed 150% growth in nuclear, 150 gigawatts in additional nuclear power. Now, I don't see anywhere in the bill where they could make that assumption. They also assume, another assumption, that India and China will basically reduce their emissions by 2015. And they're onwards. Now, I don't think that's a credible estimate. They also believe that customers will get rebates from these allowances. They also talk about the recession. They actually assume that the current recession will put a permanent damper on economic growth. So I guess my point is that EPA's estimates are flawed, and there's in fact 7 of them that are flawed. And so when you look at them and you say, as Mr. Upton indicated, Michigan is already implementing this, so it's not a huge administrative effort. And frankly, I think everybody in my state, when they get their utility bill, they like to see what the costs are, just when they get their telephone bill. How do those different incremental costs go in a composite way to the total? So how hard would it be to have the utility company tell you why the utility is going up if it's due to renewables?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I think that if the gentleman suspects the methodology used by the EPA in determining what the macro costs will be, what confidence could the gentleman have in the EPA under this amendment?
Well,
put together
the difference
a methodology for every manufacturer, every company in the United States.
The difference is they would not be estimating. They would actually...
Within 6 months after this law passes.
Well, they would have actual data to use. Now, the mandatory reporting rules that you support already require manufacturers and others to collect this information for their company. Isn't that true, Mr. Markey?
Excuse me, could you repeat that question, please?
The mandatory reporting rules that you support already require manufacturers and others to collect this information for their company. That's our understanding.
Is that so?
So if in effect that's true, together with the need for our customers to have a realistic appraisal of what's happening, I think this is a very reasonable amendment. And I think everybody on the other side would say, look, we're in favor of food labeling. That has not been a big problem. We'd like to see our utility costs broken out. We'd like to see our phone costs broken out. Why not see what the cost of the renewable would be?
Thank you.
Surely you couldn't be against that, even those consumer advocates.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be glad to yield.
Thank you. The rules that are included in this legislation only cover the class of emitters, and those are the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. What this amendment calls for is every manufacturer of every manufactured product, regardless of size, every food labeling company, regardless of size, all across the country. So you're creating a broad-based program, which was something that we deliberately avoided in terms of targeting the largest emitters for coverage under this legislation.
Well, I think the gentleman is sort of making a compromise here, and he's saying he could support it perhaps if we just covered certain entities or major emitters. Another thought is, you know, when we talk about automobiles, they tell the content of automobiles. I mean, I think across our spectrum in our economy, we see, well, manufacturers are telling the consumer this information. And it appears in a small way that you've already instituted in the bill this mandatory collection. So, I mean, perhaps if you object to it being, as the bill points out, on utility bills, fuel pumps, manufactured products label, food label, maybe there's just one or two items that you would agree to, and that would make it acceptable to you. Is that possible?
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. This amendment doesn't pass a laugh test. Let's just see what this amendment says. In 6 months after this law is enacted, we're going to have the administrator of EPA promulgate regulations to require that the cost of compliance with this act, borne directly or indirectly by utilities and all the others, will have to be disclosed. Well, some of those costs are not going to be incurred for many years, if not decades. We didn't put everything in place at once. We wanted, for example, to have a period of time in which we have utilities operating, burning coal, and then at some point, many decades down the road, there'll be carbon sequestration. I don't know how they could possibly, in 6 months, try to figure out the cost of compliance. Not just cost of compliance, directly or indirectly by utilities, motor vehicle fuel providers, manufacturers of products, providers of food. Now, and then you have all this is going to be disclosed. I can't imagine what kind of bureaucracy would have to be created to try to do this job. In fact, I can't imagine any bureaucracy that can do this job. You can hire lots of people to do a lot of analyses, but you're not going to get an answer that's going to be in any way give any information. Then there's going to be a requirement that the price paid by consumers resulting directly from this act shall be disclosed on each utility bill, fuel pump, manufactured product label, or food label. Now let's see, a food label. You go and you buy a processed food. It comes in a package. It's frozen. Now, the cost of freezing it, the cost of transporting it, the cost of the ingredients, and how long they were, what the transportation costs were for those ingredients to be taken from one place to another. You can go on and on and on trying to figure out how this administrator at EPA is going to have to figure out how to deal with this mandate. Now, what is the cost of our growing reliance on foreign oil? That's a huge cost. Consumers might want to have that. information disclosed to them? What is the cost of the failure of the Securities and Exchange Commission from regulating the markets under the Bush administration, when that agency pretty much went to sleep to let big corporate traders do whatever they wanted to do? Well, we know some of the costs, the collapse of our economy. But somebody should try to give us some assessment of those costs and disclose it to the consumer. What is the cost of the outing of a CIA agent by the Bush administration? Oh, well, it meant a lot, because people within the CIA had to worry what the consequences were going to be to them. What were the costs of torturing prisoners? Maybe the American people would like to know that. What is it going to mean for our
gentleman
troops?
yield?
No, I'm not going to yield. What was the cost of FEMA? We have a couple of members here from Louisiana. What was the cost to your constituents of FEMA not being able to do its job because the head of FEMA was some crony, and then even after he left, FEMA was so deprived of funds and leadership and ability to do its job. So you could ask for costs that are very relevant from a lot of different points of view, and we could set up huge bureaucracies to try to figure out those costs. But to what purpose? This amendment would ask a new bureaucracy to figure out, 6 months after the enactment of this law, all these different costs to each of these different utilities and motor vehicles and others. I just think that there's no purpose in this. This amendment, like so many of the other amendments we've heard today, is just to try to drive home a theme. People should be scared. People should be scared of this law because this may result in the collapse of our economy, of huge unemployment, all these other things that nobody's been able to establish. If it's such a scary act, why is it being supported by the utilities, the EEI? Why is it being supported by the auto manufacturers? Why is it being supported by so many of the other business communities, especially those who were part of the U.S. CAP? I just think that what we're seeing is a lot of obfuscation by the Republicans about the legislation and trying to drive scare tactics home. My time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm going to recognize you on your own time because I've exceeded my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Barton.
I rise in support of the Blackburn Amendment and seek recognition. Speak in favor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cranky, cranky, cranky. We've had a good debate today. Points have been made on both sides. There is a theme to some of the Republican amendments, we'll admit it, and that theme is not to scare the American public. That theme is to drive home that there are going to be costs to this. There are. In the testimony before... And
benefits.
Well, that's a debatable proposition, but at the appropriate time tomorrow, we can have that debate. I will grant that on your side you think you perceive there to be benefits, and if you'll grant on our side that we perceive that they're going to be real cost. We didn't have any testimony that didn't say that this act, if implemented, although that we didn't have the actual cap and trade allowance system that is now in your bill, wasn't going to have cost. Now, we've tried to put some price cap protection on various aspects of those, what we think will be real cost increases. We don't know what those costs are going to be. The Blackburn Amendment just simply says whatever it is, the American people have a right to know it. This amendment doesn't say suspend the act. It's just a transparency amendment. That's all it is. 6 months, you've got a valid point. 6 months is not a reasonable amount of time. But you could take your remarks against Blackburn Amendment, strip out the word Blackburn, and put in the Waxman Amendment in the nature of a substitute, and we'd be making almost the same speech. So you know, it is scary to think about some of these cost increases that are going to come down the road. It's very scary. Again, we've asked the CBO to score it. Hopefully they'll score the first 5 years, and we'll have it available before this markup concludes sometime this week. But I will point out that the EPA analysis, if you talk about doesn't pass the laugh test, the EPA analysis doesn't even attempt to cost Title II and Title IV of your amendment. It assumes a huge number of nuclear power plants being built in this country. It assumes compliance with Kyoto by the signatory countries at a time certain. It assumes an offset compliance internationally that is almost guaranteed not to happen. And so if you make all those assumptions, you can talk about $10 a ton emissions. But if you include some of the things and you use reasonable assumptions that the EPA didn't do, which the EPA even admits that some of their assumptions are questionable, you're not going to get $10 a ton. You're probably not going to get $20 or $30 or $40 a ton. You're going to get somewhere between $50 and $100 a ton. And at $50 to $100 a ton, the cost of this on an annual basis, even in the early years, is over $100 billion a year. So excuse us if we say, let's have a transparency amendment that exposes what these costs are. The American people have a right to know. One thing that we know on the Republican side is this is not a free lunch. You know, it is going to be costly. It may not be as costly as some of us fear it to be, but it is definitely going to be costly, and there should be some transparency. That's why this is an important amendment. And if you want to change the compliance date so that we have a little more time to get the data, if you don't trust your own EPA and you want to let the EIA do the data collection and review, those are amendments that we would certainly accept. At least I think the author of the amendment would accept. But the basic premise of transparency and accountability to the people who vote for us and elect us to represent them, that's not a laugh test, and we make no apologies for it. So I support the amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I've got only 9 seconds, but I'll be happy.
That's all it'll take me. You know, the chairman said it was laughable, and I read down here where it says any increase in the price paid, that means it's been paid. He says if it's not enclosed, or if it hadn't been incurred, you couldn't report. Well, hell no, you couldn't report it. It hadn't occurred. So you at least belong in the giggle gallery, Mr. Chairman, if he's laughable. I think that you read these here, it shows that he paid it by consumers resulting directly from this act shall be disclosed. That means when it says price paid, that means it's been paid. And it means it's been incurred in all likelihood. So I don't really see anything laughable about this. I think this is a bill that would give some idea of what's happening and report to the people and let a little light into the situation. And I'll take it back. I don't really think you belong in the giggle gallery.
Thank you. Are we ready for the vote on the amendment? Gentleman from Louisiana.
Chairman, thank you. Requesting time in support of the Blackburn amendment. Mr. Chairman, I liked her description of it so well. I want to yield time to Ms. Blackburn. I'd like to hear her talk about it again. So I yield my time to Ms. Blackburn.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Mr. Chairman, I think that you were beginning to hit on where so many people that we are talking to have concerns. And you said that it is hard to equate this tax, but that's where they're going. People know this is going to be an energy tax. They know they're going to be paying more. You mentioned the frozen food that they would buy at the store. Absolutely, they know it's going to cost more to plant that crop, to harvest that crop, to go in and prepare that crop so that it becomes a food item, a processed food item that goes to the grocery store. You have that additional cost for transportation. You have additional cost to cool it when it is in the store, and then they're going to take it home and they will incur cost. So they know that every step of the way they're going to be spending more because of this cap and trade bill. They realize that. What we want them to know is to be able to figure it out, to be able to say, this is what the cost is. And I can assure you, there is methodology and there is software that will handle what your savings is and what your cost is on retail transactions. There is equipment that can be used to help. Manufacturers are labeling. They are working through the process of how many calories are in a bite, how much every single ounce of something costs. All of that labeling is transparent. When you go to the grocery store, if you went to the grocery store with me on Saturday over to Publix, you could go in and see how much per ounce everything that you want to buy is going to be. We're saying add something to this. Let them know what the additional cost that comes from the Waxman-Markey compliance is going to be. Let them see how much they are going to be paying for this. They have the right to know because they are the ones that are paying the bill. And we feel that that element of transparency is important for the consumers in order for them to appreciate the costs that they are incurring. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia still has the time.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time and yielding back my time.
Yes, Mr. Gentleman's.
Those of us in Washington, when we introduce legislation, of course, we always feel like the benefits are going to be great. And the benefits may be great from this legislation. But I think the gentlelady from Tennessee has a good point, and that is we should focus more on the cost. Now, we don't know what the compliance cost of this legislation will be. But during the 13 hours we've been here today, I went through this bill, every page, and I found out that we are authorizing to be appropriated in this bill $2.8 trillion. In addition to that, we sell the allowances. It's going to be somewhere between $657 billion and $1.7 trillion. In addition to that, that does not include the $7,500 that will be available to anyone that has a mobile home manufactured before 1976, and they're in the poverty level of 200% or below. It does not include those costs. Does not include the cost of the civil penalties of up to $1 million a day. Does not include the criminal penalties of up to $100 million on certain violations. So we don't know the compliance costs, but we can know the actual cost of appropriated funds, selling the allowances, buying the mobile homes, and all of that. And I say that simply because the benefits may outweigh that. But I think it is important when we pass this legislation, when we discuss this legislation, that we do focus on these costs. And the numbers that I mentioned didn't include the $90 million that was authorized by the building centers that we're going to establish around the country. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Are we ready for the question? Mr. Sarbanes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll just be 2 minutes. First off, with respect to the specific amendment proposed, I agree with you and Chairman Markey that it would create a crushing administrative burden across the country. I also think it's unfair to compare the measurement that Ms. Blackburn wants to do to what the EPA is trying to do, because although I'm not an economist, I think if we had economists here, they would say that you can build models that will tell you what the aggregate impact of legislation of this kind might be across the economy, but you can't build models that will allow you to take it down to the level that's being proposed with any kind of certainty. So I think the exercise, even leaving aside the administrative burden it could create, the exercise is probably a futile one, and for that reason I would urge that we reject the amendment. But on this larger theme that we've been hearing, I just wanted to make a comment, and that is there's a phrase I like, which is that, you know, it's very difficult to predict the future. We're all struggling with that here. But there's a phrase that the best way to predict the future is to create it. We're trying to create a new future here when it comes to energy. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to achieve this transition. But the scariest thing of all is to stay where we are. And I think the American people understand that implicitly. We cannot stay where we are. We keep getting caught in the switches because we haven't moved forward. And it's going to be hard. And Mr. Scalise talked about 55 pages of this bill that talk about the impact on American workers. Well, that's because we care what happens in a transition. We're not going to leave anybody behind. The allowances that you've chosen to distribute in ways that will try to ease the impact are because we don't want to leave people behind in what's going to be a difficult transition. But that doesn't mean we don't need to get to that new place. That's what this is all about. So, yes, it's tough, but Americans are very resourceful and resilient people. They're up to the challenge. That's what we hear every day when we go around in our districts, and that's why we have to proceed forward on this bill. I yield back.
Are we ready for the vote on the amendment? Let's proceed to a roll call vote. I suspect we'll get there.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green, no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette, no. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon, no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin votes no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Weiner? Mr. Weiner, no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson, no. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson, no. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow votes no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen, no. Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Okay. Is she here? I didn't hear her. Okay, well, we'll come back to her. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space? Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal, aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck votes aye. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer votes aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts votes aye. Ms. Bono-Mack? Ms. Bono-Mack votes no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye. We missed you. Ms. Castor? Votes? Ms. Castor? Are you voting? Votes no. Ms. Castor votes no. Where'd she go? Anybody else? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. That may be it. Mr. Ross, I never see you. Mr. Ross votes no.
Have all members responded to the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 18 and the nays were 35.
Without objection, Mr. Murphy will be recorded on the vote. How do you wish to vote?
Mr. Murphy votes aye. So Murphy, Pennsylvania, aye. Mr. Chairman, the vote is 19 yeas and 35 nays.
19 ayes,
35.
35 noes. The
No.
amendment's not agreed to. Now I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Florida. I understand you have an amendment. The amendment pertains to this title, and it has been available for 2 hours. Is that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
At least. The clerk will report the Castor amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Castor.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, which I am introducing jointly with Representative Inslee, clarifies that states are not prohibited by the Public Utilities Regulatory Policy Act from pursuing the kinds of renewable energy incentive programs that we know work well. I want to recognize the important work of my friend, Mr. Inslee. He has been a leader in pursuing policies that remove barriers to the deployment of renewable energy, and we all appreciate his efforts. One of the most effective types of renewable energy incentive programs is the feed-in tariff. Under this concept, folks who wish to install a renewable energy device like a solar panel or a business like wind farms in concert with the utility are guaranteed that the energy produced will be purchased at a reasonable set rate of return. So as they make their investment to generate power, they know they will be able to sell that power at an attractive rate. Several states are considering adoption of feed-in tariffs. California has been a leader on this front. State legislatures in Washington, Minnesota, Michigan, and Illinois have looked at this issue. This amendment clarifies the law to allow states that choose to do so, that choose to adopt feed-in tariffs as part of their renewable energy efforts, it says they may do so. This amendment does not tell states they must adopt a feed-in tariff, and it doesn't even say that states should adopt feed-in tariffs. It just allows them to do so and clarifies a disputed part of the law. In my home state of Florida, the city of Gainesville became the first city in the United States to implement a feed-in tariff for solar power in February. I note that the city of Gainesville is located in my good friend Mr. Stern's congressional district. Gainesville's program has already met with a resounding success, with applications for the program meeting the cap for the next several years. But Gainesville now is becoming a destination for new jobs, clean energy jobs for solar installation companies who are hiring Floridians and rapidly rolling out more solar for our state. So this is a very narrowly tailored amendment that says only that PURPA does not stand in the state's way if they make that choice. And I'll yield to Congressman Inslee.
Thank you. I just want to point out a couple of things. Part of this bill, we are really in a race with other countries. And other countries have found out that a little policy called a feed-in tariff can be spectacularly successful. In Germany, over 300,000 jobs have been created in large part because of the feed-in tariff, which simply gives businesses the stability of a fixed rate for their electricity and individuals. They now have 15% of their energy from renewable sources. In contravention of some of the folks who've said about Spain, you look at the Spanish experience. I'll cite a fellow from the Spanish country, a little county called Navarre, where they've adopted this, where they have said they've had great economic growth, debunking the Heritage Foundation study that has been cited. But most importantly, I would refer members to a new study from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. This is the federal government national NRA laboratory, and they did a study about this feed-in tariffs. And they basically concluded that this system of giving a fixed price for electricity can be as or more effective than any other single thing we can do. And the beauty of it is that once a business can go to a bank and say, I've got a fixed contract at a fixed price, it creates huge economic opportunity. It has in 40 other countries. We are behind those countries in the adoption of this policy. All our amendment will do will allow local governments to move forward should they desire to do so. This is experience internationally we know has worked. We just want a free country or our counties and cities to move forward, and I commend this amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there members seeking recognition? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to try not to be cranky. It is late. This is apparently our last amendment. This is probably the worst amendment we've seen today. I say probably because some of you on your side would say some of ours have been pretty bad, and some of us on our side would say some of those that you have offered have been pretty bad. But this amendment gives the state legislature or the regulatory authority in a state the ability to set a rate for the sale of electric energy by facility generating electric energy from renewable energy sources above the market. I mean, it's a rate-making authority above the market. Now, we're going to have a debate tomorrow on the definition of renewable. We're going to try to include a definitional change from renewable to clean energy and include nuclear and clean coal and some others. But under the current definition for renewable, with the exception of biomass and perhaps wind power, almost every other renewable in this bill is going to be at an above market price. Solar voltaics is, pick a number above the market right now. I mean, 1,000% above the market. In Spain, where they have something similar to this, solar voltaic is guaranteed a price about 600% above the market. I mean, I don't see how with a straight face, this amendment can be offered, and you can still claim that you're not going to raise prices. This is guaranteed. This is the guaranteed price increase for electricity generation. I mean, there's no other way to look at this. And to add insult to injury, it says, notwithstanding any other provision of this act or the Federal Power Act. So all the things that Mr. Doyle has attempted to do, and Mr. Green has attempted to do, and Mr. Boucher has attempted to do to offset or mitigate some of the potential price increases, this one amendment undoes every one of those. The only saving grace is that we just don't have enough renewable energy yet in this country that it's going to be a big percentage of the total energy mix. This is a strong no, Mr. Chairman. I mean, a strong, strong no. With that, I would yield to Mr. Stern.
Well, your time has expired.
Oh, I'm sorry. I yield back. I thought I had 2, but I'm negative 2 minutes.
Yeah. Anybody on the Democratic side, we ready for the question? Mr. Inslee?
Just very briefly, I want to note that Mr. Barton's honor that I had brought the worst amendment today has guaranteed my reelection in the 1st Congressional District. I just want to
I said probably now. I wasn't definitive. I'll give you the probably.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Stearns.
Strike the last word. The gentlelady had mentioned my hometown, my Gainesville, which is in my congressional district. I would say to her, I've had businesses in Gainesville. Their utility rates are higher than they are in Ocala, higher than Leesburg, higher than Clay County and Jacksonville, Bradford County, Stark. I think what you're proposing as a mandate, as Mr. Barton pointed out, is wrong. Now, Gainesville is doing this voluntarily. If Gainesville wants to do it, fine. Let every city in America do this voluntarily. But not to do what you've done, which is bring in government agencies, the federal, and put federal mandates and force communities to do it, I don't think it's a...
And will
The gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Not quite yet. So, I mean, if Gainesville's doing this and they want to do it, fine. But I can assure you that they're paying higher cost businesses than the businesses in all the other communities. Now, Gainesville is a little separate community because it has the University of Florida and it has the Veterans Hospital, it has Shands Teaching Hospital, it has a huge amount of built-in infrastructure. But I suspect that it's increasing the cost if they're having to, the utility company is forced to buy it back at a predetermined rate which is much higher. Now, I don't know that for a fact. Perhaps you can confirm that. Is the Gainesville utility buying this back from homeowners at a predetermined price that is much higher than the going rate?
So will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'd be glad to yield.
Yes, the Chamber of Commerce of Gainesville is strongly in favor because while the rate structure is a little bit different, the value here is the best value going in energy production because what it is going to do is unleash a whole new market for new jobs. You have solar installation companies now locating in Gainesville near the University of Florida. Will reduce pollution. But the beauty of this is that we're not mandating anything. We're just saying now with the renewable energy standard that comes in, utilities will have a greater incentive to to produce energy based on renewables. We're not mandating anything. We're saying this is an option for utilities and for states. They don't have to do it. We're not even saying they should do it. But it's an option, and it will be a very valuable option to the communities that take the lead. And after extensive debate in the city of Gainesville and public hearings, they're leading the way, and they're going to lead the way in job creation as well.
Reclaiming my time, I would say that perhaps your amendment is not even needed if the city of Gainesville is doing this, as you say, successfully, and you're saying other communities could also do it successfully, then why is there need for federal
Yeah, the gentleman will yield.
Sure.
There's an argument over the law, and council might want to address this as well. Some states have acted, like Minnesota. Others, like Iowa, thought that the federal PURPA law preempted them from moving forward with the feed-in tariff concept. So that blocks new wind farm businesses and solar entrepreneurs. This just clarifies the law that nothing in PURPA prohibits utilities and states and municipal utilities from pursuing the renewable.
All right, just reclaiming my time, I think I'll ask council then, if we did not have this bill, could the 50 states in America voluntarily do this, adopt renewable energy incentives? Yes or no?
No, not under current federal law. The Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act in Section 210 adopted a standard for the purchase of cogenerated power and renewable energy that was set at the avoided cost that the utility would otherwise pay for power. That avoided cost was deemed to allow an incentive to provide that kind of energy.
Could under this bill, a state which can do it voluntarily, could they do it in such a way that the utility would pay it back at the market rate instead of an increase above the market rate, so that the utility would buy it back, but they wouldn't have to add more cost because they're paying higher percentage for this than the market rate is? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Well, without legislation similar to this provision, a state regulatory commission could not order its utilities to pay more, under some interpretations, and there have been some cases in court that have held this way. A state regulatory commission could not require its utilities to pay more than the avoided cost of other forms of electricity, even if they felt there was a special value from that form of.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are we ready for the vote?
Real quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Shimkus, would you take a 2-minute?
I will try, yes, sir. Hey, here's a difference in equality. Republicans want more energy supply to have equal low prices. The Democrats through this bill want everyone to have equal energy costs, all at the high rate. And here's an example. We're talking about Spain, and here is the report from the Universidad Rey Juan Carlos, Dr. Gabriel Calzada Alvarez, who says that during the 2004 general election campaign, the socialist candidate, Jose Luis Rodriguez Zapatero, promised a reorientation of the energy model towards one that is more centralized, more diversified and safe, less wasteful, and also more solidarity, meaning it requires payment by many into a system for the common good for which they achieve little benefit. The program proposed an initial feed-in tariff scheme, which has the effect of artificially increasing the price paid for electricity produced by renewables. Why are we artificially increasing the price paid for renewables? Why are we concerned about this bill? Because this is really, as we've said in hearings, the largest grab for power that many of us have ever seen through energy, through a socialist state, and this is a primary example
Will the gentleman yield?
Of what failed in Spain.
Will the gentleman yield?
Spain had 17.5% unemployment. The report says for every one green job created, 2.2 jobs were lost. Now, if we want to go in Spain's example.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, if we want to go in, you can have 5 minutes on your own time. If we want to go in Spain's example and have this initial feed-in tariff scheme, which failed in Spain, adopt this amendment. I yield back my time.
We're ready for the vote.
Can I just have 30 seconds? Can I just have 30 seconds?
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I'm puzzled as my colleagues over there are in the throes of trying to decide what's wrong with this amendment. they've gone wildly from this requires something that now Mr. Stearns has enlightened us all that it doesn't require anything at all. And then somehow my colleague from Illinois, who seems to be obsessed with Spain, finds Spain somewhere in this bill. I don't see it anywhere. It's not that long. But I don't see anything about Spain. How did the gentleman become so obsessed with Spain? I think this is an amendment.
If the gentleman, because it is
at best this impacts.
He's asking me.
At best this impacts Florida. And when did returning rights to the states create a centralized
Florida used to be part of Spain.
Government energy. What did he say? What did he say?
Florida used to be part of Spain.
Give it back.
Spain and socialism both start with an S.
I just want to say,
Amen.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, the offer of the amendment, and apparently everyone has to join with Inslee to do anything now that he wrote that book, but now it wrote the word may here to make it clear, and in her remarks said very clearly it didn't require anything. And then my colleagues on the other side burst into hysteria that we've gone to socialist Spain somehow. I mean, you might have reasonable opposition to this amendment, but you sure haven't stated it yet.
Don't encourage them.
Come on. Come on.
All right, let's focus on
If gentlemen would show up.
waterboarding. That's more. Let's focus on waterboarding, damn it. That's more relevant.
Now, this is our last amendment. We will now proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the Castro Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call.
You want a roll call? Well, let's go to a roll call.
I'd ask unanimous consent that every Republican vote be counted double in the spirit of above-market vote counting.
Objection.
Let's have that disclosed to the American people. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Markey votes aye. Mr. Markey votes aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone.
The clerk will suspend
Aye.
the roll. We must have order so members can hear it. And I do want to announce there will be a colloquy. We won't have any further amendments, but there will be an important colloquy that will take place after the vote is completed. Please proceed now that we have order.
Okay. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Green. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor, aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy, Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, no. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, no. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, no. Mr. Deal? Mr. Deal votes no. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, no. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, no. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts there? No. Ms. Bono Mack? Ms. Bono Mack, no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, no. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mrs. Myrick? Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Where is he? No, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania also votes no. Mr. Blackwood? I'm sorry, Ms. Blackwood? She's there? No. Okay. Mr. Gingrich? I can't. Mr. Gingrich, I'm sorry. I can't see him. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise votes no. Yeah, I got him.
Have all members responded to the roll?
Mr. Melanson? Okay. Mr. Melanson votes yes.
Any member wish to change his or her vote?
Okay.
If not, the clerk will tally the vote.
We're not matched at all. Yeah.
Mr. Murphy and I would like you to count those numbers in English, not in Spanish.
Did you get 32? Did you get 32?
Clerk, ready to respond to the vote?
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32, the nays were 18.
32 ayes, 18 nays. The amendments agreed to. I want to recognize Ms. Matsui for a colloquy with me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say I'm on the finale, so after this, everybody can go home. But I want to thank you very much. I'm entering into this colloquy with you to seek your future commitment to an important section in this bill. I'm encouraged that this bill starts to address the transportation sector as well as the energy sector. Transportation accounts for 30% of the greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere each year. Therefore, effective climate change legislation must include a transportation component if we are going to achieve the emission reduction levels that scientists say are vital to saving our planet. Mr. Chairman, I appreciated working with you on Section 222, which seeks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through comprehensive transportation efficiency and land use planning. Specifically, this section authorizes the EPA to make grants to states and MPOs to accomplish three things. First, it supports improving data collection, modeling, and monitoring systems. Second, it awards funds to assist in the development of comprehensive plans by states and MPOs. Third, it provides resources for implementation of plans, such as efforts to increase transit construction of bike facilities and more. Currently, Section 132 distributes emissions allowances among states for energy efficiency programs, such as transportation efficiency, like Section 222. However, within Section 132, funding is currently only limited to transportation planning. Mr. Chairman, I would like to get your commitment to work together with the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee going forward to address all aspects of Section 222, from modeling to development of plans to implementation of plans to be eligible for funding. States and cities will need resources to not only effectively plan, they will also need resources necessary to implement strategies like increasing transit use. For example, public transportation last year prevented the emission of more than 37 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. Those emission savings are equivalent to the electricity used by 4.9 million households. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to work with you on this issue going forward to ensure that the transportation sector is properly recognized and the communities receive the resources they need. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to you for your thoughts.
Generally yield to me. I thank you, Ms. Matsui. I've appreciated your efforts throughout this process to address the transportation sector's contribution to global warming pollution. The provisions of Section 222, which are based on your Smart Planning for Smart Growth Act, are an important first step. I'm pleased that the bill includes allowances that states can use to plan to reduce global warming pollution from transportation, and I'll be glad to continue to work with you to ensure that the states and localities have the resources they need to implement the plans they develop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The chair wants to announce that the desk will be open as early as, no earlier, but as early as 9 a.m. So if members want to drop off their amendments. And secondly, if you wish to leave your binders and papers without having to take them out of the room, they'll be here. The room will be secure. And I can't imagine anybody wanting to steal the copies of the amendment in the nature of a substitute or the original base text of the bill, since they are quite voluminous. So as you wish, if you decide you want to leave your papers here, they will be here tomorrow when we return. That concludes our business for tonight. We will reconvene at 10 a.m.